you think you're talking to, but you need to change your tone and how you're talking to me, first of all.
So you're saying it's the machine's fault and not yours, and so we owe you.
Obviously, why would I say it's my fault? Why would I write a note, Genius, that it's my fault? Why would I even go through the trouble of writing a note if it's my fault?
I think I know what the problem is.
Obviously, your fault. That's why I wrote the note.
Got
You
it.
to call me,
Okay.
give me what I want back.
Got it. I think I know what the problem is.
What is the problem?
The problem is that you put money in the slot, right? That's what you do. You put your money in the slot in the vending machine.
Uh-huh.
Then you have to tell the machine what you want by pressing the corresponding numbers. So, for example, you want a Snickers bar, and it's in C6. You put your money.
I already told you I pushed the buttons, guy.
I'm just making sure you press the right buttons for the item that you want. You didn't just start
I
putting.
know what I pushed.
Okay, well then the candy bar should have come out because it's not that hard.
How did okay. You're right. I agree. It should have come up, but it didn't. So now here we are. This
Okay,
is
so-
what you tell me
right.
how you're gonna help me out, bud.
So we both.
You say, what can I do for you? How can I help you out? This is when you change it up and get nice.
I got it. You want me to put the candy bar on a different level of the machine so you can press different numbers.
What are you talking about? I want my money back. I'm done with you. I want my money back. Now, I want you to give me my money back so I have to talk to you and look at you.
You want a refund? You want a refund?
Yes, I want a refund.
Why didn't-
Now,
why didn't-
today,
why didn't-
yesterday.
Why didn't you just say that?
What do you think I'm calling you for? Just to talk to you and have a conversation? Obviously, I don't like talking to you.
I think you're confused because you didn't call me, I called you.
Whatever. Just give me my money back.
I can tell you that we don't offer full refunds. I can give you a portion of your money back.
What do you mean for a portion? What are you gonna do? Give me a third of 75 cents?
No, I'm willing to go halfway and give you 32.5 cents. I think
Oh my
that's
God.
I think that's fair. Because I'm still not convinced
You
that
are
it
the
isn't.
worst human being. You are obviously the stupidest person I've ever met in my whole life.
You got it. I'll give you 33 cents instead of 32.5.
You are a moron. I'm gonna take a bat to all of your little vending machines and bust them wide open. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my 75 cents back and my snack.
So you're threatening to.
How about that?
Okay, so you're threatening to bash in our vending machine and steal candy and your money.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Okay, then I should probably tell you that this is a prank phone call. It'd probably be the appropriate time.
Oh no, this isn't the appropriate time to talk about anything else. I'm gonna come and smack your face in.
No, I'm telling you that this is a prank phone call.
What do you mean this is a prank phone call?
I mean that your coworker Talia set you up.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
No,
Oh my God.
she says that you're always pranking people in the office and they wanted to get you back.
Oh my God. I'm gonna kill her.
I think-
Hello.
Are you kidding me?
Yes,
This is a prank.
it's a joke. I don't know anything about your 75 cents or your candy bar.
Oh my
I don't know if I have chat on, but
You sound a little worked up and you might need to go get a candy bar to relax.
God. I need more than one.
do I have chat on? Do I have chat on? I don't think I have chat on. Yeah, I don't think I have chat on. Because it would appear in this little box right here if I had chat. What's going on?
Hello,
Is this Matthew?
this is Matt.
Hey, this is Nick from Dry Cleaners. How you doing, man?
Guys, if you're in the chat,
Look, I'm calling because
can you say hi or something?
for us to clean.
Yeah, is it ready to be picked up?
Unfortunately, it's not quite ready. That's not.
I don't know if
What's the problem?
Well, no, we said it'd be ready in 3 days, but
I don't know if you guys can hear me or see me.
Maybe Saturday.
Do I gotta fix my settings?
I need this for an event.
Why is chat not appearing?
You know what we said, and we're just so backed up right now. You know, it's impossible to get everything done.
Yeah,
You know?
that's not good. You know, I'm probably gonna just have to come by, pick it up, and take it to another cleaners.
I mean, well, you could do that, but to be honest, it'd be way easier if you just subscribe to our Diamond Dryers program.
Diamond dryers?
program.
What the hell is that?
It's a new thing. Pretty much you pay an additional fee of $4.99 a month, and I can make sure that your clothes are ready to be picked up exactly when we say they'll be.
What do
It's
you
like a guarantee.
You want me to pay extra money every month?
There we go. There's my chat.
On the day that you promised me?
Well, I mean, you need to think of this as more of like an insurance thing, right?
All right, guys.
What are you talking about?
Subscription service.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
You definitely have Netflix.
Had a pretty rough night. Had a pretty amazing night, actually.
Okay, well, think of us as like dry flicks, except for we don't do the movies thing. We just
Oh my God!
we just do clothes.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So I'm gonna hit the hat, hit the say,
But honestly,
hit the hay.
there's a lot of people that really like the diamond dryers.
go to sleep,
Good for you. I'm happy, but I'm not going to give you extra money to do your job.
and hopefully my girlfriend calls me in the
So
morning.
what I'm hearing is $4.99 is a little too rich for your blood. Okay, we do have a lower tier called the Committed Cleaners Package.
What are you talking about?
So I'm gonna go ahead and hit the hay, guys.
Is this even legal? I mean,
You guys can sleep on the stream with me. You guys can't.
A program where you got to sign up. I've never heard about that.
Everyone's got
In my first sleep stream in a long since I had it on my other channel, but now this is the sleep stream channel, Fortnite channel,
You'll get your clothes back only 1 or 2
Madden channel, whatever channel you want to call it.
This has got to be a joke. There's no way.
But I do different things.
For this, but put me on with your man.
I just don't do sleep streams. To the one person watching.
I can transfer you, but
Good. I'm going to tell him you're
I don't know who that one for is. This Ortega?
okay, hey, look, buddy, let's calm down. All right, before I put you on hold, I do need to let you know there's like 8 customers ahead of you. So my approximate hold for you looks like 90 minutes.
Are you serious?
You may not want to hear this, but for only 99 cents a month, I can get you to the front of the line if you subscribe to our Whiny Wagon Pants plan.
Okay, you're dead. I'm coming down there right now. I'm going to kick your ass.
Yeah, you come down here, bring your girlfriend Jenny. I'm gonna kiss her on the mouth.
Wait, what?
Sorry, that's so stupid.
You son of a... You're screwing with me.
I am. This is actually Jose from the radio show Brick and Jeffrey in the Morning, man. We're doing a phone tap on you. It's all a joke. Jenny told us that you lose your temper really easily, so she wanted us to mess with you on the air.
Hey guys, you can chat in the comments.
I need a freaking soup for the work party on Friday.
Yep, that's what she told us too. Hey, but look, if you want to get her back, you can subscribe to our perfect pranking package for only $4.99. That's $499, by the way. I take that laugh as a no.
I still want to kill you.
And actually, in fact, Diamond Package members do get to kill me.
Sign me up.
Oh, great. Now you want it.
I'm just bored, guys. It's nighttime. I want to sleep, but I don't. I'm worried about my girlfriend.
Hello?
Hi, this is Pamela from Insurance. I'm looking for Mark.
Yeah, this is Mark.
Hi, Mark. Got a note here saying that you were an offender bender and you talked to someone at our office yesterday.
Yeah, I appreciate you getting back to me.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we took a look at your policy, and it turns out your insurance with us was subjugated just last week. So we're not going to be able to process your claim.
My policy was subjugated.
Mhm.
What does that even mean? I don't understand what you're telling me.
It's a little confusing, but it happens all the time. The company sold your policy basically to another discount carrier. I mean, that is the good news. I believe you are still covered.
I chose you guys as my carrier. Is that even legal? I don't get how this can happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do about it, but just sit tight and you should be getting a call soon.
I'm not happy about this.
Well, have a good day, Mark.
Yeah. Hello?
This is Rick from Big Rick's Insurance. I'm looking for a Mark.
Yeah, this is Mark.
Hi, Mark. I'm calling about your car. Real sorry about what happened.
Larry, listen, tell me what's going on here. They told me my policy has been subjugated.
Mm-hmm.
I've been with for years, and now, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about you or your insurance company.
Okay.
What's the deal here?
We bought a handful of policies from them. It's our first time dipping our toe in the insurance agency pool. Real pumped about it. But it's all new to us.
I mean, it's great that you're pumped about it, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm not.
Well, actually, we work a lot faster than them big fancy pants corporations. So let's say you and me just knock this claim out, all right? Just tell Big Rick what happened.
I mean, listen, I already told my original insurance company it's pretty cut and dry. I was stopped at a stoplight.
Mm-hmm.
This guy comes up behind me, rear ends me. I mean, he wasn't going that fast, but there is a considerable amount of damage to my bumper.
Okay, well, I know we're new to this, but I got to tell you, Mark, at face value here, it sounds like that's more your fault.
What? It's my fault.
Well,
I
just
was parked at a stoplight. Do you not understand that?
well, just by the picture you're painting, sounds like you went in reverse.
What?
Do you think maybe you went in reverse, Mark?
No, you moron. I just told you I was stopped. I did not go in reverse.
Well, Mark, I got to be honest with you. I have been recording this phone call, and at no point did you mention checking your side mirrors.
Why in the world would I check my side mirrors?
Well-
I'm at a stoplight.
Okay, all right. Well, let's not get all huffy-puffy about this. We here at Big Rick's, and by we, I mean me, I'm kind of a one-man show, and we're going to take good care of you no matter what.
You're telling me there's only one of you in the whole damn company?
Well, that's all we need.
What the
Sir, I will say it is a one-man show, and yes, this is our first ever claim at Big Rick's Insurance.
What?
And we commit to learning how to do this job with you.
I'm your first claim?
Lucky you, sir. Congratulations. Welcome to Big Rick's.
I don't want to be with Big Rick Insurance Company. I
Sir?
want my normal insurance company back.
Now, sir, I think by the end of this claim, you will be very happy, even though I do think that Big Rick will not be covering any of this.
What? You're Big Rick? I mean, give me a break. You're the whole company.
That
You
is
can
true.
cover it?
I will say we will be sending you some really cool merch. That's short for merchandise.
So what, you're not going to cover my claim, but you're going to send me merchandise?
Not just merchandise, sir. I mean, we got t-shirts, I got keychains, I got some beer koozies over here too. It says Big Rick all over it.
You think I want a Big Rick koozie?
Not just one, sir. According to my estimates here, and from what you told me, looks like you're entitled to 4 t-shirts, 14 keychains, and 3 koozies. Boy, howdy. You sure took us for a ride.
You know what? You're about to be sued. What you're doing is absolutely illegal, or it's a joke. I can't figure out what's going on here.
Well, that was a good guess, because it is actually a joke.
What?
This is Jose from Brick and Jeffrey in the morning. I'm doing a phone tap on you, man.
Holy
This is a prank. Don't blame me. Blame your wife, Ellen. She's the one who set you up, man.
Oh my God! I was like, who's this hillbilly Big Rick that they set me up with?
Hey, how about I still send you a couple of keychains, courtesy of Brick and Jeffrey, huh?
Yeah, listen, man. You can send me anything as long as it's not for Big Rick, all right?
That's a deal.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Not getting behind the wheel after drinking is the best choice.
Well, good night, guys. I'll see you in the morning.
The next best choice is to call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's another Jubal phone tap.
Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
Hello? Hi, this is Casey Ryback. I'm calling from the Division of Records. I was looking to speak with Brittany.
Yeah, this is she.
Hi, Brittany. How are you? You recently filed for a marriage license with us.
Good night, guys. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Okay, good. I think I actually saw you.
And I'll see my girlfriend Leah
down to apply.
tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Exciting.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have the.
Guys, if I talk in my sleep, let me know.
One of my coworkers. Lucky for him, right?
I'm gonna rewatch this behind to see what I talked about in my sleep.
Anyway, I was just calling to find out the actual.
If I yell out Leah,
It's August.
guys,
24th.
let me know. 'cause she's my
And
girlfriend.
I'm guessing, like any normal person,
And
you're
she's
probably
hot.
having second thoughts.
Second thought.
Yeah, a lot of people I meet at the courthouse say it's the most important decision they'll ever make in their entire life.
So let me know if I yell out Leah or Arissa in my dream, please.
Well, I can assure you we are good.
And I'll see you all in the morning.
Okay, gotcha. I know you didn't ask, but can I offer you my opinion?
What do you mean your opinion?
Well, as I said before, when you were in
Good night,
here, I saw
everybody.
you and your fiance, and I thought you were way out of your fiance's league.
Excuse me?
Yeah, all my coworkers and even the security guards think that you could definitely do a lot better.
Why are you calling me again? What is this for?
Well, before I get to that, I just want to tell you, when I looked up from my computer, it was like I was staring at a real life Beauty and the Beast with you two.
What?
So I understand if you're having second thoughts.
That's not something that you should be saying.
Okay, well, because I figured you might be having second thoughts and I might get in trouble
We
for
are
this.
not having second thoughts.
Well,
I can assure you.
Well, you keep saying we. I haven't heard you say I yet, because I'm sure your fiance is not having second thoughts. I mean, he hit the lottery, but you've got to be thinking twice, right?
Okay, no, I am not. I'm not thinking twice.
Yeah, everybody.
You pick up the phone and call me and basically tell me that my fiance, who I'm about to marry, is ugly, and that like
I never
how
said.
dare you call me? This is so inappropriate.
I never said that he was ugly. I just said that you can do a lot
You are
better.
implying that, sir.
But-
You are certainly implying that, and that is not okay.
Well, if you'd
I
like,
don't even know why you're calling me.
just so you can see what you're missing out on, I'd like to send you a swimsuit picture of me.
Excuse me?
And if you don't like the
Okay.
swimsuit, I have a shirtless picture of me too. It might be better.
Are you kidding me right now? Like, do your bosses even know that you're doing this?
Well, they all agree with me that you're a little out of his league, but they don't know that I'm making this one.
And you who work for, the county and all of that.
Well, I know.
Government, your bosses are okay with you calling me and talking to me about this conversation and this subject.
And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, wow, that guy's voice over the phone is super cute, but I'm engaged. I wish I could just have dinner with him and see
No,
what
I'm not
happens.
thinking about that at all.
I just, I don't want you to miss out on what could be one of the greatest loves of
I'm
your
not
life.
missing out on anything, and you sound like a ridiculous, disgusting human being.
I do work for the city.
I could give zero about
Well,
that.
you haven't really thought it through because, I get a lot of paid sick days off every year, and that's a lot of time we could spend together.
Okay, so you think you're gonna just woo me by telling me how many sick days you have from
A lot, yeah.
Dude, this is why you are single.
It's not just sick days, every single federal holiday, I'm off, long
You are
weekends.
delusional and deranged, and I don't even know why I'm still on the phone talking to you.
I'm also doing a prank phone call on you. That's why we're still on the phone.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, this is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the morning doing a phone tap on you, and your fiance Eric set you up.
I don't get what you're talking about.
It's a joke. He emailed me. He told me that you guys dropped off your marriage license the other day and that people give him crap all the time for marrying a girl way out of his league. So he wanted me to do a prank phone call on you.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Are you kidding me?
Well, yes, I guess I am, because this whole call's
Oh,
a joke.
you're not real.
No, but I am. real.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm gonna kill him.
Look, if you do kill him, wait till it's after the wedding, because I'm sure there's some sort of life insurance thing you can get. Okay?
Oh my god!
All right.
Wake up every morning with Jubal phone tabs. Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
One 1-800-DUI-AWAY, now offering free remote consultations by phone or video conference for any criminal offense. Trust Brooke, Jeffrey, and Jose's friends with a free remote consultation. From Bradley Johnson Lawyers, visit 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com or call
1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's another phone tap.
Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
Hello?
Hi, is this Kate?
Yes.
Hey, Kate, how are you? This is Tanner. I believe you just started.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, how you doing? We haven't spoke yet. You just started nannying my kids, though.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to actually talk to you. Melinda has said some great things about you and how great you are with the kids.
Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice of you to say. I love the girls. They're so great. It's been really fun to work with them.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. So, hey, I wanted to ask you something, and if we could keep this strictly off the record, it would be great.
Okay.
So, we've been talking, my wife and I, for the last couple of weeks, and we're both in agreement that we would like to sell our kids to you.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, they love hanging out with you, and you get along so well with them. I wanted to give you first crack.
I mean, I don't understand. You wanna sell what?
You sound like you're laughing. I'm being 100% serious right now.
No, I mean, you're joking, right? This is a joke. Like, you're not actually gonna sell your.
No, yeah, we decided that we just can't do it. We're so busy, and I just don't think we have time. So we're gonna have to sell them. And I figured since you are our nanny and you're doing such a great job, why not give you first shot?
I'm sorry, are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am. My wife and I talked about it, and we figured this is the best thing.
No, you can't do this. This is, I mean, completely wrong and illegal and
Well, I
horrible.
just need to know if you're interested because we do have some other parties that are inquiring, and if you're interested, I would love to give them to you first because I know that you've been around them a little bit. You know how they are to handle.
You can't do this. You can't sell your children. They're your children.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's why I can sell them because they're mine, and I'd like for them to be yours if you're interested.
This isn't. We don't live like. It's not like 300 years ago where you could like sell your kids to the circus. Like you have a responsibility. I mean, you can't just.
I would never sell them to the circus. That's why I'm asking you.
Have you lost your mind? This is
I've got it.
totally absurd.
You're concerned about
Totally absurd.
you're concerned about the price. Okay, everybody has their price.
You can't put a price on your children. Are you crazy?
Well, actually, a couple of the ladies in my wife's yoga class already have put a price on them, and that's why. Yeah, that's why I wanted to ask you to see if you had a better offer. And I would actually give it to you cheaper just because I don't really know them.
This is ridiculous. You can't sell your children. It's completely illegal.
No, actually, I've checked with a lawyer and I can. It's sort of like an adoption thing, except you slide us a little bit of money on the side. Here's the thing though, you can't just take one, they're a package deal. You can't just take the baby and stick us with the toddler. That's not gonna work out for me at all.
You can't do this. You can't sell your children.
Is that a yes or a no, or you're kind of interested?
It's a no. I'm not buying your children. It's the most ridiculous thing anyone has ever said to me.
Yeah, suit yourself. I guess I'm gonna have to put them up on Craigslist then.
You are sick. I'm gonna call the cops, okay? I'm gonna report you.
Actually, you don't need to report me because everybody's listening right now.
What do you mean everyone is listening?
Yeah, it's a joke. Your friend wanted to mess with you.
This is right? This is a joke.
Yes, it's a joke. He said you just started nannying for a new family and wanted me to mess with you.
Oh, are you serious? Oh my God.
Hey, but you know what? If you do want to buy those kids, I probably could get you a screaming deal. I'm surprised you didn't take me up on the offer.
Hello?
Hi, my name is James. I'm calling from the Bank of. I was looking to speak with Stefan.
Yeah, this is him.
Hi, Stefan. How are you doing today?
Not really happy right now.
I realize that, and that's why I'm calling you as a manager from the bank. We've heard that you've been unhappy lately.
You could say that. Mishandling a couple fees for me in the past couple months.
Yeah, and I know that you've spoken with a couple of my associates, and that's why I wanted to get on the phone with you today and see if we could solve this issue.
I would like to handle it, but I'm not too sure that we can. This has been going on for a couple months.
I promise you, you are in good hands now, and we can fix whatever is wrong. Please allow me the opportunity.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. Can you explain the situation to me, please?
3 months ago, I overdrew on my savings account, and it's supposed to have a 300 minimum. And once I realized I did that, I transferred the money back into the account so I didn't overdraw. And is everything okay there?
I'm sorry?
Those noises, I thought I heard something.
No, didn't hear anything. Which noise are you talking about?
It sounds like the moan.
Moaning. No, I didn't hear anything like that.
You weren't moaning when I was talking?
Oh, that. You heard that.
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. If you must know, I was eating a delicious chocolate chip cookie. I can hardly contain myself. This thing is so good.
And do you think that's the right time for it?
Well,
Right now?
I haven't had lunch yet, and so I had a cookie here on my desk, and I figured I'd, just eat
Right
while we
in
were
the middle
talking.
of our phone call.
Well, I'm paying attention to you. I'm listening to every word you're saying, and I'm completely on board here. If you could just explain the issue to me fully, I'll be able to help you.
Are you going to actually listen to me this time, or are you just going to keep eating your cookie?
All right, I put the cookie down. I promise you I will give you my full attention here.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, the reason should have been handled.
Oh. Mm.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Put down the damn cookie.
I put down the cookie.
So why were you moaning?
Oh, I just took a bite of this double chocolate brownie that somebody left in the break room.
Down damn brownie. My freaking issue's important right now. This should have been handled.
You're right. You're right. It's important, and I'm trying to help you out. If you just calm down, it seems like you're getting a little upset with me.
A little upset? No, this isn't a little upset. I can show you really upset. Are you done with the brownie?
Yes. I put the brownie
Why
down.
don't you move all the baked goods off of your desk right now?
Got it. The cookie and the brownie.
You know, every there's got to be more than that. Just the cookie and the brownie. There's got to be muffins or whatever else.
I wish I had a muffin. I wish I had a muffin right now.
No, don't move it all.
Okay, sir, there is no food around me. I'm paying complete attention to you.
You said that to me before, and you were lying to me. So you better be telling the truth right now.
I promise. No food around me. I'm good. Let's get to your problem here.
Like I was saying, I've been getting charged $20 extra every single month because you guys can't seem to fix the problem. Are you kidding me? Are you eating again?
No, I was just licking my fingers. You can still taste the brownie.
I can't believe it. You've been messing up my stuff. You've been licking your fingers. You've been eating. You can't even take care of me. I'm going to freaking get your report or something. I don't know. I want to talk to somebody somewhere right now to get this matter fixed.
Okay, well, there's nobody that I can let you talk to at the bank. What's up?
There's no one.
Nobody.
Absolutely no one.
Nobody that I know.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, that means this is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you.
No.
Yes.
No.
Your friend Zach set you up.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No. He told us that you were mad at your bank and wanted to prank you.
Oh my gosh. I'm ready to kill you.
I'm sorry.
Hello, County Food Bank. This is Emily. How may I help you?
So who would I speak with regarding a food question?
That would be me.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I was there a few months ago and I dropped off some cans of food. I need to withdraw those now. I'm wondering how I do that.
You want to, what? Excuse me, I'm sorry?
I'm wondering how it works. Can I swing by in the next 20 minutes? Do I need to have an account number? Do I just pull up and somebody puts it in the trunk of my car? How does it work? I've never really used a food bank before.
I don't really understand. You made a donation, you said.
No.
Okay.
Okay, that word is scaring me. I deposited some cans of food about 6 months ago, and now I'm ready to withdraw them because I have a big family dinner coming up. What's going on?
We're a food bank. You don't make a deposit. You make a donation, and then we give food out to people who can't afford to buy food.
Oh, is this a scam? Is that what this is? I won't be. I'll tell you right now, I won't be had. Okay?
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to scam me?
Sir, I think there's been a terrible misunderstanding here.
Yeah, the misunderstanding is I deposited some food in your bank, and I'd like it back.
Sir, this isn't a bank where money transactions go on. You donate
I know.
food. It's charity.
I realize that. What do you think? I'm an idiot?
Oh my God. Are you serious?
I'm absolutely
No,
serious.
it's not that kind of bank. Somebody's probably eaten your food already. You donated it 6 months ago.
What?
What? Are you
telling
serious right now?
You're telling me that I deposited some food and you gave it to another customer?
You didn't deposit it. You donated it. It's for people. It's a charity. We give it to people who are hungry. It's not a money bank.
I'm hungry.
It's a food bank.
I'm hungry, and I thought I was a valued customer, but I guess not.
Just go to the grocery store and buy the food.
Can I speak to your manager, please?
I am the manager.
Okay, well then explain to me how I drop off some food to your bank.
But
Now
all
it's not
I'm
there.
doing is explaining this to you.
I got
You
it.
didn't deposit it. You dropped off a gift. It's a gift from you to support people.
A gift. Okay,
A gift,
sure.
right?
Did I drop it off in wrapping paper? Did I send it with a little card?
Come on.
No.
Come on. If you drop stuffed animals off at a
month. That's doing something nice for the children. I was dropping off.
Well, this is doing something nice for people in general, including children.
How are
Are
you a
you
bank?
kidding me?
How are you even a bank?
What
Because I give money to my bank, and when I want it, I can get it from the ATM. I can go into the bank, and a lot of times it earns me interest.
I tried to explain this to you. I'm pretty sure you're not deaf because you used the phone. For the last 2 minutes, I tried very nicely to explain it to you, and it's just not going through your thick head. What is your problem?
You don't have to yell.
Yeah, apparently I do have to yell. You're not hearing me.
I just wanted my food back.
Well, you can't have your food back. Somebody ate it 6 months ago. Some poor needy person ate it 6 months ago.
Oh, no. I just realized I'm an idiot.
You just realized that now, right?
I thought this was like a real bank where you deposit food and then, but it's not
I
like this.
told you, it's not a real bank.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
a food bank.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to say. I feel stupid.
Okay, so you finally understand.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I'm really happy. So now, you have to stop crying. Would you stop crying?
I was even going to stop by there the other day because I couldn't finish my hot dog, and I was going to ask if you guys could keep it for me until I was ready to eat the rest. How stupid is that? You know?
Look, I'm sorry that you were confused by this. I really am. And I'm sorry that I lost my temper so badly. It was just very frustrating, you know.
You did. You got real mad at me.
I know, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get mad.
I was just so confused because it's a food bank and then, you know, there's regular bank. I'm sure you get that a lot, right?
No, actually, in 20 years working here, that's never happened.
Really? Nobody's ever got that confused?
No, but you know, there's a first for everything, right?
I'm so
There's a first
glad
for everything.
I'm so glad I called you before I called the sperm bank. That would have been really awful.
All right. What the hell is going on here?
This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Your husband Gene set you up.
Oh, no. Are you serious?
Yeah, he said you're working hard at the food bank and wanted me to make you laugh.
Oh, God. Well, I would tell you the truth. I wasn't laughing until that sperm bank part.
1-800-DUI-AWAKE, now offering free remote consultations by phone or video conference for any criminal offense. Trust Brooke, Jeffrey, and Jose's friends with a free remote consultation. From Bradley Johnson Lawyers, visit 1-800-DUI-AWAKE.com or call
1-800-DUI-AWAKE.
It's another phone tap.
Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
Sometimes this is Bella.
Oi, is this the commanding officer on a farm's corn maze?
This is Bella. How can I help you?
I'm sorry, do I not have your attention?
Can I help you?
Well, yes, you can help me by delivering a message to your commanding officer. Tell him this. You'll never find me.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
You can send troops, helicopters, even a SWAT team, but you'll never find me alive.
Who is this? Is this Brian? Brian, if this is you, just stop.
No, it's not Brian. My name's Frank, but my mates call me Clover.
Stop it.
No.
Get off the phone.
I don't know Brian.
Okay, I don't know why you're calling.
My name is Clover, and I'm currently hiding in your corn maze.
What?
No, I said I'm hiding in your corn maze. Are you listening to me?
Look, if you're calling for a refund, I'll sell their final.
No. Are you not listening? I've covered myself head to toe in mud, so no one can spot me.
Ew, gross. Do you know how many people walk in that?
I don't care about that.
If you want to get money, that's on you, as long as you don't touch the corn, okay? Because our owner gets really mad about that.
No, it's not about the corn. I'm trying to speak.
Oh, you're not doing a very good job because you keep saying the same thing over and over again.
No, you're not doing a good job because I've been here in this maze for 3 days and no one has come close to finding me.
What? No way have you been in there for 3 days.
Are you kidding me? Of course I have. Been surviving off berries and grasshoppers.
Can you hold on for a second? Hold on.
Gosh.
Tony, there's someone here who says he's been in the maze for 3 days. Yeah, he's on the phone. He just told me that.
Hello.
Yeah, no one believes you. No one believes we've been in the maze for 3 days. You're wasting my time right now.
Oh, really? Well, I can prove it.
You can prove that you've been in a maze for 3 days? How?
Well,
How can you do that? If this is Brian, I swear to God, I'm going to kick your
I don't know any Brian. All right, I'm
Okay.
telling you, my name's Clover. I'm in a field.
Listen.
I'm up to mud in my
Listen, I don't
elbows.
care what's going on. There's a lot of people here, and I look, it doesn't matter.
One of your masked blokes almost found me last night after closing time.
I don't know what masked blokes are.
Oh,
what
come
are you
on.
talking about?
You know, one of them spoy raccoons that works for you. He was scanning the car with his bitty little red eyes.
Do you find any raccoon in a maze? It probably has rabies. I wouldn't go near it.
Oh no, it better not come near me.
I don't know what is going on.
Look, listen here, all right? If I can survive 6 weeks in the Amazon rainforest with nothing but a jockstrap and half a match, I think I can survive your rinky-dink corn maze.
What is going on?
I should probably just tell you this is a phone prank.
What?
My name's Jose from the radio show Brooke and Jeffrey in the morning. We're doing a phone tap on you.
Oh my God! That is hilarious! You guys are so crazy!
I don't know who Brian is, but your coworker Cody set you up because he's the one that told us working on the farm was getting super boring, so he wanted to like spice your day up.
Oh my God! I'm gonna kill him!
But seriously, is anyone gonna come find me? I've been here for 3 days.
Well, now you can come, whoever you are. Just because you'll get it free. I don't usually do that.
Oh, free corn maze. Are you asking me out on a date? Because I say yes.
Ew.
Oh, don't you?
Wake up every morning with phone taps. Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
Hello,
Hi, can I speak to Stephanie, please?
this is her.
Hello, Stephanie. My name is Casey Ryback, and I work for Towing. I think we have your car down here.
Oh, yeah. Hi. I am not able to go get my car today. I was gonna try to make arrangements to try to get it tomorrow.
Sure, that's fine. Whenever you get down here is cool. I just needed to call and talk to you about something that happened with your car last night.
Something with my car.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
Well, a couple of workers here at the tow yard ended up doing some drugs in your car, and things got out of control.
What?
I know.
They did what?
Bunch of dumbasses down here at the tow yard were hanging out in your car doing drugs, and there was actually a small fire in the back seat, but we were able to put it out.
How were they even able to get into my car? I mean, don't you guys like lock the vehicle so that stuff like that doesn't happen?
Yeah, but they were employees. That's the thing.
Hold on a second. I don't understand. Your employees got into my car, did drugs, and there was a fire?
Yeah, it's stupid. I'm really sorry to have to tell you this. I took a vacuum cleaner to it, sprayed some Febreze. I think it's pretty much as good as new. It's just a little black inside, but not a whole lot, so.
What? Okay, you sound like this is like no freaking big deal. This is a big deal. Your employees did drugs in my car, and then it somehow started a fire. I mean, what was it? What damage is in the car?
A little bit of smoke damage, and the back window had to be broken out.
The back window had to be broken out?
Yeah, so we could put out the fire, I'm sorry.
You're talking about the Chevy Traverse white, right?
Well, it's white and black inside now.
You know what? This is not something to joke
I know.
about. I am like beyond livid at this point. Do you have a supervisor I can talk to?
If we could not involve my supervisor, I would appreciate that a lot.
Why can I not speak to supervisor?
You want honesty?
Yes, I would love some honesty at this point.
Okay, well, I was one of the guys that was doing drugs in the vehicle.
What?
I know. I'm really sorry. Listen, I was young and stupid when it happened, and I will never do that again.
It happened last night. There was no such thing as young and stupid. I mean, this happened last night.
Yeah, and I was young and stupid last night. I'm sorry.
So what are you today? Wise and mature? That you're finally stepping up to your responsibilities?
I-
Talk to a supervisor.
I'm older today, and I'm apologetic. The new me.
You know what you are is a meathead. You know, you are a druggie.
Hey,
You're a low life.
I do not. I will. You know what? I take offense to that. I do not smoke weed.
Oh, you take offense to it. Do you? Drugs are drugs no matter what. I don't care what it is that you're smoking. You have ruined my heart.
It was not weed, if that's what you're thinking.
I don't care what it was. The fact is that you smoked in my vehicle, caused the fire.
Who said I didn't even smoke?
Break my window.
I didn't smoke in your vehicle
Why was there a fire inside my car, dumbass?
because I was doing heroin and the cigarette fell out of my mouth. Thank you very much.
Did you seriously admit to doing heroin in my car?
Yeah, because you accused me of smoking weed in your car, and I was not doing that.
Oh, so now you're getting an attitude with me because I accused you of smoking weed when it was actually heroin?
Yes.
Oh my God, you need break.
I'm not some lazy stoner.
You are right. You're not some lazy weed head. You are a hardcore druggie.
Thank you.
Heroin addict.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A little.
Welcome.
a-
That makes you feel better?
Yes, it does. A little bit of respect would be nice.
You are going to be so fired. And not just fired. I can guarantee that you're actually going to get some prison time for this. I guarantee it. I will make it my personal mission.
You know what? I didn't want to have to do this, but if you're going to get an attitude with me like that, I'm just going to go ahead and pee in your trunk.
Oh my God, you're so disgusting. What is your name?
Jubal.
That is not what you told me. What is your real name?
That's my real name. Jubal is my real name. The other name was a fake one.
Oh, so now you're using fake names to hide from your heroin addict crime, you stupid junkie?
No, I'm using fake names because this is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you.
What?
It's a joke.
This is not a joke. This is my car. What are you
No,
talking about?
It's a joke. Your car is fine. Your husband, Cody, set you up for a prank phone call.
He even what?
He emailed us to tell us that your car was towed and wanted me to have some fun with you.
So my car is okay?
Yes, your car is okay. I don't think
Oh my
anybody's been doing hardcore trucks in it.
Oh, you're so terrible. Oh my
Did you
God.
actually think that a couple of guys at the tow truck yard were doing drugs in your car?
Oh, have you actually met those drug guys? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Not getting behind the wheel after drinking is the best choice. But if you're pulled over, the next best choice is to call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's another Jubal phone tap.
And weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Stuart Fratuins, and I'm calling from Network Solutions. I was looking for Patricia.
It's Patricia, yeah.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Yeah.
That's an interesting spelling for Patricia. I've never seen it like that.
I think it's just the regular way.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, I've been working with one of my coworkers. His name is Carlos. I'm sure you know him.
Yes.
Cool. And we've been working on your new marketing plan, and I wanted to chat with you a little bit about it.
Okay, great. What do you have?
Well, as you know, we've been studying your restaurant for a few weeks now, trying to figure out what the issues are.
Uh-huh.
And after all the research, we figured out some pretty interesting things.
I can't wait to hear.
First of all, through all of our research, we found you sell burgers and sandwiches.
Yes, we do. You needed a research team to figure that out?
Oh, no. I was just telling you what you serve in case you didn't know.
We know that. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So we covered it. You serve burgers and sandwiches, and we found that your customers hate burgers and sandwiches.
What?
Yeah. They don't like them.
They hate burgers and sandwiches. Why are they coming in to buy burgers and sandwiches?
Very good question, and I think I might have the answer. Because on your typical sandwich, we received complaints from almost everybody on the meat, the bread, the cheese, and all the other condiments.
People who come to buy my sandwiches hate every single part of my sandwich.
Not every single part. They love the pickle.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking. This is ridiculous. What kind of research team are you?
We're very good at our job, and you won't believe
You
it.
don't sound like you're very good at your job. You sound like you're awful at your job. That's what you sound like.
Well, I know it's tough to hear that people don't like your sandwiches, but your pickle, they love your pickle. Let's look at the positive.
For your information, I buy the pickles at a grocery store. They're really not that special.
Oh, okay. Well, don't let word get out that you do that because people will cut out the middleman and go straight to the grocery store. Because right now, they're coming to you for pickles.
I don't know what to say.
Well,
I don't know
I'll
what
say
kind
it
of
for you.
Research.
I'll say it for you. This is what my company recommends. We recommend you close down your sandwich and burger shop and just open up a pickle eatery with those pickles. Huh?
You're stupid.
Oh, well, like I said, I know some of this stuff's going to be tough to hear, but I have come up with a name for your new business.
Uh-huh.
Me and my team recommend that you open up a place called In a Pickle. In a Pickle. And in is spelled with two N's. So we thought, why not make it a bed and breakfast? A pickle bed and breakfast.
All the money I paid and you came up with in a pickle.
Yes, I know we should have charged more, huh? In a Pickle, two N's.
I take back what I said, you being stupid. You're an idiot.
So you're not keen on the idea of a pickle bed and breakfast? Am I picking
No,
up?
it's ridiculous.
Well, think about it. You'd be the only pickle bed and breakfast in the world. We researched it. There's nobody else doing it.
There's a reason it's a really bad idea.
Or it's a genius idea, and luckily for you, you hired some geniuses to think of it for you.
Okay, I need to talk to Carlos at this point. I'm getting really tired of talking
What
to
do you think about prank phone calls? What do you think about them?
I said put Carlos on the phone. I'm done talking with you.
I can't put Carlos on the phone because I don't know Carlos. This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the morning doing a phone tap on you, and your best friend Angela set you up.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Your best friend Angela listens to the radio show Brook and Jubal in the morning, and she asked us to do a prank phone call on you.
What?
She told me how you hired like a marketing and research company to help your business out, and she wanted me to joke with you about it and pretend to be them.
Yeah, just so you know, I need to talk to Carlos about this.
Okay, well, Carlos was not involved in this at all.
Okay, well, I need to talk to Carlos right now, please.
Well, I don't know Carlos. I can't give you him.
Okay, stop joking. I hired him and paid him a lot of money. Put him on the phone.
I don't know. This is a prank phone call. I don't know Carlos. I don't work for that company.
Okay, well, that's hysterical. Was the prank over?
Yes, if you want it to be.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. That was hysterical. Angela is one kook.
So now you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny.
Oh, because you sounded mad a second ago when you were asking for Carlos.
I mean, I don't know. If Carlos isn't there and it's Angela, then...
Sure. Sure. You have a good day, all right?
Okay, you too.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Wake up every morning with Jubal phone tabs. Weekday mornings on the 20s.
Only on Moving 92.5.
One 1-800-DUI-AWAKE, now offering free remote consultations by phone or video conference for any criminal offense. Trust Brooke, Jeffrey, and Jose's friends with a free remote consultation. From Bradley Johnson Lawyers, visit 1-800-DUI-AWAKE.com or call
1-800-DUI-AWAKE.
Hello?
Hi there. This is Darvin Wood. I'm calling from the hotel. I'm looking to speak with Carol Fish.
This is Carol speaking.
Wonderful. Hello, Carol. I'm one of the managers here at the hotel. How are you doing today?
I am good. How are you?
Okay. Thank you for asking. Listen, the reason for my call is that our front desk people say they spoke with you yesterday and you had a concern.
Not really a concern. No, I was just double checking the reservation. We have a block of rooms for our wedding coming up in a week.
Yes, I see that. And, well, I also have down in my notes this wasn't your first call. You called the week before as well?
Yes, I did ask about if the rooms were linking. Is there a problem?
Well, it wouldn't be, but it looks like you called the week before that as well. So that's 3 calls.
Is there an issue?
Well, 1 call is fine, but 3 calls makes you an HMG. It's what we in the hospitality business call an HMG. That would stand for high maintenance guest.
I'm not entirely sure why you're calling me. Is everything fine with the rooms for next week?
Well, it was until you were labeled an HMG or a high maintenance guest, and now we have to cancel your reservation.
No, I've already given you my credit card information. You've already billed me for this.
Well, we put it on hold. We can refund that money.
I don't want a refund. You're not canceling this reservation. The wedding is in a week.
I already did, and that is unfortunate.
Excuse me?
I canceled the reservation because you've been classified as an HMG.
You know what? Your offensive and ridiculous term didn't matter, but now you've really pissed me off, all right? You're going to be keeping that block of rooms, all right? Do we understand each other?
Yes, I'm sure a lot of things.
And you're going to drop that super silly tone, and you're going to speak to me and apologize for even threatening to drop this room.
Wow, I do have an HMG on my hands. She doesn't even like my tone of voice.
Your tone of voice is absolutely insulting and ridiculous. I will be on Yelp. I will be everywhere telling everyone never to stay at your hotel.
Right. Well, I had already assumed you'd be on Yelp because most high maintenance people do post on Yelp. We were okay with
I'm not interested in your classification of anyone, including me. I don't care what you think of me. I just care that you keep my entire wedding party at your hotel.
Well, I can't.
This is not up for debate. I will sue your ass off. I don't care. I know enough lawyers to handle this that way.
I'm sure you do. Most high maintenance people have a lot of lawyers.
Well,
they know a lot of lawyers.
that's so great that you know about how high maintenance people actually are legally responsible for.
Well,
But you're a business, so guess what? You're also going to be legally responsible for your actions, and I will make sure that you are.
ma'am, are you sure you don't have a question for me?
A question for you? No, I just told you how I feel and what I'm going to do. No question.
Okay, well, I assumed you had a question because most high maintenance people have a lot of questions.
Stop calling me high maintenance.
Okay, I'm assuming that you'd probably like to be called something else because most high maintenance people are very particular with what they like to be
Will
called.
you stop? Just stop doing this high maintenance. I've already told you I will sue your ass, and that is what you need to know. There are no more questions.
Well, I'll wait for the lawsuit because I'm assuming you'll fire at least 4 lawyers before it ever goes to court because, once again.
No, I'm not playing your game. You want me to say that I'm a high maintenance person? I'm not a high maintenance person. You're clearly the high maintenance here.
Well, you just said it, not me. You said the word high maintenance. I wasn't going to say that. So.
You know what I'd like to do right now? I'd like to punch you in the face. How would you like to be punched in the face?
I would love it.
Oh, good. Well, then that can be arranged very shortly.
Wonderful. Now you are speaking my language. Hey, guess what? Reservation back on.
What are you saying? I punch you in the face and the reservation's back on?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You do it twice and free continental breakfast.
What is your problem?
Do it 3 times and you don't want to know how accommodating I'm going to be. Oh, this is exciting.
I don't want to keep our reservation. Just cancel it. Cancel the whole thing.
Well, unfortunately, I can't cancel it because this is a prank phone call.
No, you just canceled it. You just told me that you would cancel it. So let's end it.
Yeah, but I don't work at the hotel, so it'd be really hard for me to cancel it. I have to call on your behalf. They probably want some ID or something. Yeah, it's a prank phone call, so I'm not going to be able to do that.
What?
Your cousin Sarah set you up.
What are you talking about?
Your cousin Sarah emailed me to do a prank phone call on you. She told me that you both like playing practical jokes on each other.
Oh my God.
Sounds like you guys like to joke with each other, and I think she might have just taken the lead.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I cannot believe it.
You sounded pretty stressed out, just a little bit.
I really think it's going to punch you in the face.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. Most high maintenance people are pretty prone to violence.
Hello?
Hi, is this Rebecca?
Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca, how are you? My name is Mark, and I'm Dylan's father. He's in your 6th grade class.
Oh, yeah. How can I help you?
Well, it's nice to meet you, first of all.
Yeah, you too.
Well, I'm calling because I wanted to say how thankful I am that you're Dylan's teacher. He just thinks you're the greatest. And
Oh, gosh, thank you. Thank you very much.
he's learning a lot so far. So first of all, thank you for that.
Well, you're so welcome.
Yeah.
He's a really great kid.
Well, especially when you teach the class about health. I've seen the homework and there are some things on there that I didn't even know.
Yeah, I think everyone learns something in those classes, absolutely.
So I kind of have a request and it's a little embarrassing.
Okay,
Right.
what you got?
So here goes. I have a date tomorrow night with another single parent from school, and already things are kind of getting hot and heavy over text message.
Okay.
And I'll just come out with it. I've never kissed anyone before. Man, woman, nothing. Never kissed anyone, anything.
I'm sorry, does this somehow relate to Dylan and something about my class? Or
Yes, something about your class, definitely. Because, you know, you're the health teacher, and from Dylan's homework, I know that you know a lot about reproductive systems. A lot.
I guess, the basics, I'm
Yeah.
confident by teaching, but
So I guess what I'm getting at is you must know a lot about kissing too.
I just really want to make sure, is this conversation pertaining to something in my curriculum, something I need to be doing differently?
Something that you have knowledge on, definitely. So for example, I've heard from kids these days, like Dylan and his friends, that the tongue can do wondrous things. So I'm asking if you think I should lead with the tongue if things are going well, or
Okay, wow, yeah, I'm just a little thrown off here.
Mhm.
No one has asked me that question before.
oh,
So,
so it looks like I'm giving you a little bit of a challenge today too.
yeah, that is something.
Yeah, because the thing is, I don't want her to be disappointed, and I don't want to have any regrets either. Like if I just peck her on the lips and don't go for the full tongue kiss, maybe I'm not manly enough, and I should have tried the tongue.
Okay, I just want to stop you real quick. Asking advice about kissing on a date.
I know you have so much knowledge in this department, and you're the only person I can think of to ask. So let's say if I do go with the tongue, right? Do I do quarter tongue, half tongue, full tongue?
What are you?
Sort of.
Quarter tongue, half tongue, full tongue?
Yeah, which tongue?
No, all tongue.
No tongue? All tongue?
Sir, this is it's a case by case thing. It's very.
Oh, okay. She has a smaller mouth. Is that what you need to know?
No, I don't need to know actually any of this.
Because seeing as she has a smaller mouth, if I give her the full tongue, it could block her airway or something, right? Oh, I would hate that.
I'm sorry, you're worried about blocking an airway
Mhm.
for your date who has a small mouth.
Yeah.
You're worried about your tongue, and
Good point. Good point. See, this is why I called you, because you are a really good teacher.
I don't discuss tongue with anyone, with my students, with my students' parents.
I watched a YouTube video the other day where this guy practiced on a watermelon, but that seemed weird to me. So I tried tongue on a grapefruit, and my tongue got all numb and really kind of fruity, Yeah.
Oh dear.
What do you practice on?
I'm not going to provide you with any physical produce rehearsals.
Oh, no produce. I should be using steak because that feels more like a face. Is that what you're saying?
You know, Mark, I just realized I've got to get to a parent-teacher conference.
Oh,
So
okay.
I need to wrap this up.
Understandable. I know you've got stuff to do.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So best of luck with everything.
Well, no, how about this? I'll just draw out a couple diagrams of what I think might happen, and then we can sit down. Parent-teacher conference. I'll schedule one, and then you can look at my notes, and we can kind of talk about it.
I am honestly booked up the rest of the school year, so I do apologize. I'm going to wish you luck and just say thank you for calling,
Okay.
and that's it.
All right. Well, I'll let you know this is a prank phone call now then.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the morning doing a phone tap on you, and your brother Mark set you up.
Oh, my
He told me that you have some strange parents in your class, and he wanted me to play a joke on you.
Well, you were successful.
Although, what do you think of the quarter tongue, half tongue thing?
I don't know what to say.
Well, if you didn't know what to say to that, wait till you see the pictures I drew. I've got those all ready for you.
Hello?
Hi, my name is Seth McElroy. I'm calling from Airlines. I was looking for Kevin.
Yeah, this is him.
I'm calling from the customer care division here. Do you have a few minutes? I need to chat with you about something.
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Well, I'm calling regarding a situation that you were involved in on one of our airplanes. It was on a flight into San Antonio a few weeks ago.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, did you recently take a flight into San Antonio?
Yeah, I was on a flight to San Antonio.
Okay. And you don't know what I'm talking about?
No. What situation are you talking about?
Well, okay. I'll refresh your memory then. Well, it might be hard for you to remember, actually. According to the flight crew on that flight, you had a few too many whiskey cokes and became sort of loud and belligerent.
Wait, what?
The staff on that flight and a few people who were sitting around you complained about your behavior, sir.
What? I didn't do anything. I had a few drinks, all right? But there was no situation.
Really? Things didn't get a little out of control?
No, nothing got out of control.
Okay, well, I can read quotes from you from people who complained. They said you became a, quote, and this is their language, not mine, a raging asshole. Excuse the French.
Bullshit, man.
They said that you were being... The flight attendant...
What? Go ahead, say it, man. Say it. I want to hear this.
The flight attendant didn't say that. The flight attendant just said that you were being a little loud and sort of obnoxious. The people around you said that. So here's...
Bullshit, man. This bullshit.
The way that you're talking to me right now, sir, that's not helping your case. Because
Oh my God.
you're sort of being...
Dude, you're pissing me off right now because I don't know who they're talking about. It's not me.
I'm
I
just
don't get like that.
giving you the information that I was given, sir, and that's why I'm calling
Well,
you.
I'm giving you my information right now, and I don't do that.
But you can see how you're sort of being loud with me right now.
You're making me loud right now.
Okay, well,
All right?
because of the trouble that you caused on that flight, we had to reimburse 17 people the cost of their flights.
You have to refund 17 people because I was being loud?
Yes, I did.
That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous. That makes no sense.
And we know that you fly a lot, and you're a very valued customer of our airline because we've seen all the miles that you have in your account.
I have over 700,000 miles.
That's correct. Well, I should say you had over 700,000 miles because in order to refund those people, we've taken it out of your mileage account, sir.
You're kidding me right now.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
You're kidding me. You're not touching my miles, dude.
Well,
You work for that, man.
we,
That's my miles.
we already took your
You don't have
miles.
a give me supervisor. Bullshit. Stop.
Well, the supervisor's just going to tell
You're not
you.
supposed to be doing. You better get supervisor for right now.
The supervisor is going to tell you exactly what I'm telling you, sir. We
What
have
happened
to
to
take it.
the
Well, sir, if you're going to act like a drunk fool on a plane,
I'm coming to the airport right now. I'm dealing with this right now.
and what do you plan to do at the airport?
You don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
And
You know what?
what would you like to do at the airport?
I don't want to talk to you, all right? You're... Hello? Hello?
Oh, I thought you said you wanted me to stop talking to you.
Dude, you're pissing me off.
So you do want me to talk to you, or you don't want me to talk?
Oh, with your name. What is it?
So you want me to respond to that, or you don't?
Dude, yes, I want you to respond.
Oh, okay. My name is Jubal.
I thought you said that. Something like that.
No, it's Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you.
What?
Your girlfriend Catherine set you up. It's a prank phone call.
Holy oh.
Oh, you got pretty heated.
Dude, I'm sweaty right now. So my airline miles, you got to take my airline
No,
miles?
no, your airline miles are fine.
Dude, I'm just freaking out at the airport.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, because that could have got you in a lot more trouble.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hola. I was looking for Robin.
This is Robin.
Hi, Robin. This is Mr. Fernando. I'm teaching the knitting class that you signed up for.
Oh, okay.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Nice. I'm just calling to check in with all the people who signed up. You ready to rock?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna tear it up.
Okay.
What do you know about knitting? I need to know like what your skill level is before I get you in my class.
I can pass on.
Can you do it? Can you do a stockinette stitch?
No.
Oh, me. We got our work cut out for us then, don't we?
We said it was a beginner class. I don't understand why you're giving me such a hard time.
I'm giving you a hard time because my niece, who's like 2, could do all those stitches.
Can you stop swearing, please?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry about that. I have had complaints before that I get a little bit over the top when I'm talking about knitting. It's just that I love it.
That's great.
And I want you to love it too.
Okay, but I just want to learn how to make pillows.
Pillows. I'm not about to teach you how to knit a pillow.
I feel like we talked about this first thing.
You know what? I don't care. Hey, what are you, 90 years old? You're not making pillows. We make cool stuff in my class. You're going to knit a machine gun first day.
What?
Yeah. I know, right? I know.
No.
Amazing. I just need to know that you really want to knit.
I paid for it, so I feel like I'm pretty much down with it.
You got to learn. You got to do more than that to convince me. How bad do you want to knit?
How about I can come to class on Saturday? Will that be too late?
Not enough. Not enough. I need to know that you are ready to learn the art of knitting.
What exactly do you need?
I need to meet with you beforehand.
That is not going to happen. That's not even, I don't even think about it. I know it's not going to happen.
Friday night, you and I are going to get together.
No, we're not.
Yes. Hey, how bad do you want to knit? You sign up for the class, not me. All right, I'm just the one teaching.
You know what? I can do this online. I can learn to knit from YouTube. I'm good.
Friday night, we're going to meet. Me and you and a couple of the other students in the knitting class are getting together, and we're going to rob the Hobby Lobby for all the yarn they have. Are you in or out?
I'm out.
You're out. You're not taking my class. I can tell you that right now.
I don't exactly know how you got your job or why they hired you, but I'm out.
They hired me because I'm good at what I do. I'll teach you how to slip a stitch so quick your head will spin. I'm not f***ing around. Yeah, that's right. You heard it. You ever seen a guy do a garter stitch behind his back? Stockinette switch between his legs? I'm like the and one basketball team of knitting. I'm amazing.
This is ridiculous. What is going on here?
This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you.
Oh, God.
Your friend,
Why would you do this?
your friend Lacey set you up. She said that you signed up for a knitting class and wanted me to mess with you. And I couldn't think of a better way to mess with anybody about knitting than that. So there you go.
You actually sound like a hardcore knitter.
I am. Like in real life, I love to knit. I love it. It's so relaxing.
You're crazy.
Crazy for knitting. I'm damn sure.
Hello.
Hi, I was looking for Isabella.
Yes, that's me. Who's it?
Hi, Isabella. My name is Duncan, and I work building maintenance for your apartment. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm just busy at work. What do you need?
Okay, cool. Sorry to bother you at work and stuff, but I just wanted to make sure that I called you before the police did. So I'm want, did you speak with them yet, or did I call you before the police did?
What are you talking about the police?
Well, I can tell you about that in just a second, but first I wanted to say that I apologize for misjudging you.
What?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? What is happening right now?
It's sort of a long story, but I've seen you around a lot, and then because just of the way you are, I thought maybe there was something sketchy going on, and you were hiding a secret or whatever.
Wait, who is this? Who are you again?
My name is Duncan, and I work building maintenance at your apartment.
Yeah, but do I know you?
Well, no, we've never actually had a conversation, but I've seen you around, and I think I thought some things about you that aren't actually true, and so I wanted to call and say that I was sorry about that.
I don't know you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, and you're telling me you called the police on me?
Well, I guess I can just tell you if you want to know what happened.
Yeah, obviously. Hold on. Yep, I'll be right there. I'm at work. My boss just called me. Tell me what's happening right now. Please.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I can call you back if you need to go because I'm.
No, obviously, I need to know. Tell me what's happening. What are you talking about?
So what happened was, I thought maybe you were selling meth.
What?
Yeah, methamphetamine. I don't know
Oh
if
my
you know what
God.
that
Yeah,
is.
I know what meth is.
Well,
Idiot. If the cops are there and they found nothing, which they did because there is nothing, then tell them that it's your fault and get them to leave.
yeah, I sort of already did that, because like after the flashbangs and then the breaking your door down, they were very upset with me.
Wait,
And
what? No. You did not break down my door. That's not
Yeah.
real.
You're right. You're correct. I did not break down your door.
Okay. Is my door on right now or not?
No, it's kind of broken into a lot of pieces. So,
You just said you didn't break my door down.
Well,
Is it broken or not?
so it is broken, but I didn't technically break it. The police did. Like they got like a battering ram thingy, and then
No. Stop. Because, okay, first of all, this is crazy. Second of all,
That's what I
why
said.
would the, did you?
No.
Why didn't you stop them from doing it? Because why would the police, first you said they blew up my door, and now you're saying they,
No, they threw these flashbang things in your window, and then they exploded, and it was really loud.
shut up. Do not tell me that the police destroyed my apartment. You cannot tell me this right now.
Okay, so you don't want me to tell you that, or you do?
Oh my God, you're a moron. Okay, I need to talk to the cops. Hand the cops the phone right now.
Well, they aren't here. They left, so I can't really give the phone to them. So,
This is the worst day of my life.
oh, okay. Well, if this is the worst day of your life, then I should tell you that it's a prank phone call. So, like, maybe it'll get better.
What did you just say?
I said it was a prank phone call.
Wait, who? Why? What? What are you talking about?
This is actually Jubal from Brook and Jubal in the Morning doing a phone tap on you. Your boyfriend Ben set you up.
What?
Yeah, it's a joke. He thought it'd be funny because he told me that you have some weird people working in your building maintenance and wanted to freak you out.
Yeah, well, we do, and it was way too real. It's not funny. I'm late for a meeting now at work.
Okay, well, at least your place isn't ruined.
Oh, that's hilarious. You're hilarious.
Okay, bye-bye.
Our main story tonight concerns tastes. You know, the things that are now basically a supporting character on every single cop show.
You never used one of these things before. This is great. I mean, is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, he's probably okay. I mean, I've never used one before there. It was very cute. There's just nothing quite like the effortless whimsy of cop procedurals made before 2020. Police brutality, how could it be? She's literally just a girl. Tasers! And now ubiquitous in real life, too. They're carried by some 400,000 American patrol officers, which is obviously great news for the company that makes them, Axon. You might not have heard of Axon before, which is surprising given how huge they are. The company has a market cap of over $40 billion, and they're constantly innovating in the taser space. Here's a pretty slick commercial for their latest model. really intense ad for what basically looks like a cheap toy that comes with a strip mall security guard costume from Spirit Halloween. Set to music from Now That's What I Call Hans Zimmer falling asleep on his synthesizer. Axon's stated mission is to protect life. As according to the company, tasers have been deployed more than 3.7 million times and have prevented loss of life or serious injury in more than 200,000 instances. In fact, to listen to Axon's co-founder and CEO, Rick Smith, yassified first tell us. The taser is essentially a miracle weapon.
The idea of using electricity to incapacitate at its core is frankly a beautiful and simplistic idea that rather than causing death or injury to someone, we can just temporarily take away control of their body and get them under control. It's about as non-violent as you could get.
Right. So I'm not sure I describe getting shot with 50,000 volts as non-violent as you can get. It certainly doesn't sound that relaxing. There's a reason people unwind by taking a bath with lit candles or a book instead of with a toaster. But as deep down you probably already know, the reality of tasers just isn't that simple. Over the years, there have been multiple high-profile instances of people dying after getting tased, and according to a 2017 investigation, there have been over 1,000 incidents in the US in which people died after police stunned them with tasers. And look, it's impossible to know for sure what specific role tasers may have played in all of those deaths, but as you're about to see, that's in part because Axon's worked incredibly hard to ensure that's the case. So given that, tonight, let's talk about tasers, specifically the company that makes them, whether their product is as safe and effective as they claim, and the broader impact they've had on policing. And let's start with the fact the taser was first invented in the 1970s. Here is a newscast explaining it for the first time with one hell of a demonstration.
The taser looks like a flashlight, fires 2 electric darts, and packs 50,000 volts at low amperage. In this demonstration, conducted in a hospital for safety's sake, the volunteer victim is the son of the taser's inventor, Jack Cover. As it hits, the electrical charge paralyzes the central nervous system for a few minutes, and the victim loses control of his muscles.
Yeah, the inventor of the taser tested it on his own son. And that was on the news and not somehow a clip from the 70s TV show America's Grainiest Home Videos of Parental Abuse. Initially, the product didn't really take off, mostly because it was too cumbersome and ineffectual to use. Then, in the early 90s, a 23-year-old Rick Smith learned about the invention, and he and his brother bought the rights, starting a company that at that point they called Taser. They spent years tinkering with its designing, including, crucially, swapping out the gunpowder that fired the darts in the original version for compressed nitrogen, which conveniently meant it suddenly was no longer subject to firearms regulations. By the late 1990s, they were marketing tasers to law enforcement with the promise that they were both incapacitating and extremely safe. Smith himself even took a half-second shot at a demonstration in Los Angeles to show his faith in it. By the end of 2003, more than 4,300 police agencies had tasers, and at the time, they got a lot of positive coverage.
Across the country, cops called this taser the revolution. May I ask what you think of that? I love it.
It stops officers from having to go hands-on and fight with suspects.
Sergeant Laurie Williams says the taser reduces deadly force because police no longer draw their guns on suspects with bricks or knives. Why the growing use of this weapon?
The Miami Police Department has set a record for big city police departments in that for the last 16 months, we have not discharged a single bullet at a citizen.
Okay. It is both impressive they went 16 months without a single police shooting, and also depressing that it's that impressive. Although, for the record, I'm not sure tasers can take all the credit there. The more relevant fact may be that at that time, the DOJ was conducting an investigation of the Miami Police Department for use of excessive force, and once it concluded, you'll never guess, police shootings rose right back up. So, tasers can probably take as much credit for stopping Miami police shootings in 2004 as the release of Shrek 2. I don't know. Maybe the Miami PD were too busy going back to the theatre multiple times to absorb the nuances of Shrek's hero's journey and or trying to figure out how these two actually fucked. Still, there was undeniably real enthusiasm for tasers back then, and as they pushed into new lines of business, Taser rebranded as Axon and started selling technology like police body cams, a market they now dominate. If you ever see body cam footage on the news, you'll probably notice the word Axon in the corner. They're basically the TMZ of state-sanctioned violence. And all of this has made Smith incredibly rich. As of last year, he's worth $2.5 billion. And while this isn't strictly relevant, he's done that while creating a corporate culture that is borderline cult-like. Because not only is he being tased at least 7 times, voluntarily getting shot with tasers is kind of a rite of passage at Axon. Staff tasings, known as exposures, are corporate rituals and are often used to initiate interns or new recruits. Employees have even made up their own slang for it, rides the lightning, which sounds more like what you do after Pikachu shows you hope. On Axon's website, you can even see fun videos of employees getting tased in the office or at corporate events, and some have even roped in family members to do it with them.
Yeah, so fun fact, my mom and I did an exposure together, and I asked her to do it with me, and she did. So now we have the distinction of being the only mother-daughter duo in Axon Taser history to take a hit from an XT event.
Oh, that's cute. Now, please do both try and go to therapy. Mothers and daughters are literally more likely to get tased together than heal matrilineal trauma. Also, if any men are wondering how you're supposed to react to a story like that, I'll tell you how. Like her co-worker here, stay frozen, King. This is not your story. This is not your fight. Axon's execs have also reportedly urged staff to make things permanent by getting tattoos of the company logo. In fact, here's Rick Smith with one. I'm sorry, but that is just an objectively shitty logo to have tattooed on your body. It looks like a Spy Kids watch celebrating its first year of sobriety. Now, Axon insists that no employee is ever pressured to get tased or tattooed, which is a hell of a thing to have to insist. But Smith does love engaging in big displays at corporate events, attending one as Taser Man in this deeply ill-advised superhero costume. And another, he told the company's origin story while appearing remotely in what I'm going to warn you is the dumbest possible way.
Today, I want to tell you a story. It's our story of the roots of Taser and Axon, of how we came to be. In December 1990, 2 of my high school friends were shot and killed only a few miles from me in what started as an altercation at a red light. They were in their early 20s, barely beginning to figure out life, and in the blink of an eye, 3 lives were destroyed. I found it absurd that the self-defense choice in the 20th century was still a bullet, the same tool we've used to kill each other for centuries.
Okay, first, to get the obvious out of the way, that monstrosity is what Rick calls his avatar. Sure, he could have just zoomed in. That was 2022. After all, we all knew how to do that by then. But instead, he paid a man in a jacket to make random arm movements while wearing a bike helmet with an iPad projecting his face. He was like a member of Daft Punk trying to sell you a timeshare. But that aside, the tragic origin story Smith's selling there is one he likes to tell a lot. He's mentioned it in interviews, at other events, and even in an SEC filing where he wrote, "I had 2 friends who were shot and killed. I was enraged that such a terrible thing could happen, and I wanted to do something about it." And that would be a genuinely noble reason to focus on non-violence. But the thing is, while those young men were sadly killed, when reporters looked into it, they found, according to multiple family members, Smith was not friends with the deceased. He did go to the same high school, but it was not at the same time, according to school yearbooks. And while Smith insists he knew them through social events, one of their best friends later told the reporter, "I don't know any Rick Smith," all of which puts a bit of a damper on Rick's origin story. Imagine finding out Bruce Wayne's parents weren't even murdered. It kind of makes this guy's whole deal even more confusing. Bruce, why are you doing this? Your parents are alive and well in Florida, but you never return their calls. They just won their pickleball semi-finals. There's a seat at the championship with your name on it, Bruce. Just pick up the phone. And that's not the only area where Smith and Axon's relationship to facts is shaky. Because let's now talk about the 2 main selling points for tasers, that they're effective and that they're safe. And let's start with effective. In the past, Axon's claimed tasers are between 80 and 97% effective at subduing a suspect in the field. But one survey of police data found many departments disputed that, with one city claiming they was effective as little as 55% of the time. Basically, a coin flip. And Axon's response was incredibly to complain that the survey didn't give them credit for instances when a suspect was subdued after an officer merely displayed or threatened to fire a taser. But at that point, that's not really about their device, is it? You could presumably get that result with a gun, a flamethrower, or a magic fucking wand. And the thing is, if a taser doesn't work, police might then escalate up to a more violent option. Between 2015 and 2017, more than 250 fatal police shootings occurred after a taser failed to incapacitate a suspect, and in 106 of them, the suspect became more violent after receiving the electrical shock, which is understandable. Also, when we talk about tasers being effective, at what exactly? Because it's often less a taser being used instead of a more lethal option like a gun, and more a taser being used instead of a less lethal option like talking to someone. Cops have repeatedly been found to use tasers when they're in no imminent danger whatsoever, as a reflexive response to subdue anyone from unarmed, mentally disturbed, or intoxicated individuals to suspects fleeing minor crime scenes to people simply arguing with police or failing to comply immediately with a command. In fact, remember that heartwarming story about Miami cops getting tasers and going 16 whole months without shooting a single person before starting again? Well, it turns out, in that time, they used those tasers a lot, because just a few months after that piece aired, CNN was airing stories like this.
About 1 week after learning from CNN that police tasered a 6-year-old boy in one of its elementary schools, the district said no more. In a letter sent to Miami-Dade's police chief, the school superintendent asked that police, quote, refrain from deploying tasers against elementary school students.
So that leads us to our last call question. Should police be able to use tasers on children?
That is a wild question to be asking. And also, that's basically what the news was like in 2004, debating the ethics of tasing 6-year-olds in between manufacturing consent for the Iraq War. And before you ask, someone absolutely did call into us answer that question, and yes, I am going to play you their response.
Yes. If the situation warranted, they should be allowed to use tasers. I wish I could have used one on my son.
My instinct is still to disagree, but I do want to hear her side of the story. But it's true, cops have tased kids, and some see nothing wrong with that. In 2018, a cop in Cincinnati chased an 11-year-old who was shoplifting and then tased her, and this is how he tried to justify that to her afterwards.
Sweetheart, the last thing I want to do is tase you like that. When I say stop, you stop. You know you call, just stop. That hurt my heart to do that to you. Then I gotta listen to all these idiots out here in the parking lot tell me how I was wrong for tasing you. You broke the law, and you fled as I tried to apprehend you.
Okay, first, if you're tasing an 11-year-old at all, let alone for shoplifting, the idiot in the parking lot is very much you. And as for that hurt my heart, I do not feel bad for you. For the same reason I wouldn't feel bad for a kidnapper if their ransom note starting with, this is really uncomfortable for me because I'm actually a people pleaser. So when it comes to the efficacy of tasers, it's complicated. It's quite effective. You mean subdue suspects as little as half the time, increase the hostility of police encounters, and give cops a quick and easy way to zap children without breaking a sweat. And sure, they absolutely work. But what about the other key question here? Are they safe? Well, again, to hear Axon tell it, absolutely. When Rick Smith first started selling tasers, he told police that human and animal testing confirmed that it does not leave lasting harm. But the thing is, tasers are virtually unregulated by any agency. As one expert has said, there are not a lot of products that escape all safety agency regulation. It really is unusual. And what that means is you basically have to take the company's word for it. And honestly, when you look at some of Axon's initial tests, they're not that reassuring because their early animal and human tests didn't use control groups and consisted pretty much entirely of just tasing 1 pig, 5 dogs, and some willing cops. Which honestly sounds less like a good sample size for a safety study and more like the original pitch for Paw Patrol. And look, no one wants to see any of those. Oh, shit! Oh, no! They're fine, they're fine, they're fine. They are probably fine. But even as tasers were rolling out around the country, some news outlets began noticing a worrying trend. One of the first to do that was CBS back in 2004, and they got a heated response from Rick Smith.
At least 40 people have died after being hit with stun guns. James Gordon, shot 3 times, died while tussling with jailers in Indiana. David Glazewski died in his New York neighborhood just after being stunned. So did Willie Lomax of Las Vegas.
In none of these cases has the person died while being hit with the taser. Of the cases that we've seen, we strongly believe, and our medical experts strongly believe, the taser had no causal effect in those fatalities. Had the taser not been used, all 40 of those people would still be dead today.
You're saying that this was a coincidence? They would have died anyway?
In every single case, these people would have died anyway.
Well, that is some amazing, completely unprovable bullshit. Sure, maybe all those people would have died anyway. Maybe Shinzo Abe's neck just did that. Who can ever truly know the mind of God? Hey, by the way, isn't it crazy? The former Prime Minister of Japan got assassinated 3 years ago, and we literally never talked about it. I'm not playing a conspiracy, not suggesting anything sinister as afoot, just observing our cultural immunity to the relentless onslaught of horrors popping us along toward death, which will come for all of us one day, but crucially, as we all now know, not at the hands of a taser. That would be impossible. But pretty soon it became clear there actually were some safety issues with tasers, because as tests inside and outside of the company became more rigorous, by the mid-2000s, multiple studies, including one commissioned by Axon themselves, found that tasers could disrupt the heart. Yet Axon's only real response to that came 3 years later, after they lost their first court case, when they began advising police against aiming at the chest. And when police departments became understandably concerned about that warning, Rick Smith tried to reassure them on a conference call that it really wasn't anything to worry about.
I want to start by addressing a couple of the questions we've been receiving over email. The first one is, are chest hits with a taser dangerous? And the answer to that is definitively no.
Oh, that's nice. Again and again in that call, Smith went out of his way to downplay the change in guidance, saying it was mainly for risk management, because in the event of a bad outcome, it saves us all the controversy. Basically, don't pay too much attention to the guidelines. They're just legal mumbo-jumbo. No, kind of like how this is officially sold on Amazon as a wired, powerful, handheld electric back massager. The company's officially stating it should be used on your back. But you know what? Once it's in your hands, your body is your body, your journey is your journey. Go wild. And the thing is, over the years, Axon's put a lot of fine print onto their products about safe use. They suggest avoiding shooting the groin area and encourage splitting the belt line, meaning landing one dart on the upper half of the body and one on the lower, but not near the heart or groin. It also warns about the risks of using its products on people who are old, young, frail, agitated, exhausted, or suffering from an array of health conditions. And quick sidebar to anyone who doesn't fall into any of those 6 categories, let me say, as someone who falls into 5, go fuck yourself. And all of that helps to protect Axon from liability. It can save any death that occurs in one of those instances from someone misusing their product. And at this point, I have to say, there is still a lack of scientific consensus on the exact risks of tasers, and the companies insisted its weapons are the most thoroughly studied and safest force option available, and that in interview there are no confirmed cases of taser-induced cardiac arrest or electrocution. But it does say something. That when a voluntary tasing occurs on its own premises, where the company itself would presumably be liable, its employees are required to sign a waiver that warns of the potential for death at least 12 times. Which is both very telling and frankly seems like overkill for any waiver. The one we make our studio audience sign only warns about death 4 times. And it's mainly folks on the front row stating they're okay with being in a spa show. Maybe tonight's the night, maybe you're going to get splashed. But there is one final twist to this story, where the harm Axon has done extends considerably outwards, because a key component of their defense against liability is the use of a particular phrase you might notice comes up an awful lot in coverage of people who died after tasers.
The coroner's report says being tased, restrained, and stepped on did not kill Rios. Instead, he died from excited delirium.
Autopsy results show that Boas died of acute exhaustion mania, which is also known as excited delirium syndrome.
The cause is excited delirium.
They labeled his cause of death excited delirium syndrome.
Excited delirium.
Excited delirium.
Her death was ruled an accident caused by a condition known as excited delirium. Yeah, excited delirium, which I know already sounds like a wildly outdated medical term. It sounds like the second biggest reason people got cocaine from the pharmacy in the 1800s, right after I want some. Very basically, excited delirium means you're essentially out of control, and in that state, your heart can just stop of its own accord, regardless of what anyone else has done to you. Here is one of Axon's go-to medical experts trying to lay out the argument.
In excited delirium, you have an individual who's in the delirious state. He's not oriented to reality. He has hallucinations. He can't think straight. They describe as having superhuman strength. They You can taser them, you can hit them, and it doesn't seem to bother them. They still keep going. And then they get into a struggle. And the longer they struggle, the worse it is and the greater probability that death will occur.
Wait, what? If someone dies during a struggle, it's probably because of the struggle, not because of an unrelated syndrome. There's a reason the San Francisco Chronicle ran headlines about the Zodiac killer being at large and not people dying of spontaneous stab wound syndrome. Also, in unrelated news, some random guy said there's a super fun puzzle. And if that sounds like convenient horseshit, it's because it absolutely is. Professional medical associations have increasingly denounced the term excited delirium as at best useless and at worst racist pseudoscience. And yet, Axons aggressively push the term over the years because it's clearly very useful to them. But it's also become useful to police because they can now use it anytime they want to try and explain away a death during a police encounter, whether tasers are involved or not. They infamously even tried to do it after the killing of George Floyd. And it's worth knowing, from the beginning, this phrase had an ugly history. Its modern usage was coined in the 1980s by a guy named Charles Wetley, a forensic pathologist in Miami, who blamed it for the mysterious deaths of more than a dozen black women. Wetley began to publicize his theory, saying the women had died from combining sex with cocaine use, leading to excited delirium, and the autopsies had conclusively shown they had not been murdered. But you should know, the women's deaths were eventually attributed to a serial killer, and in some cases, according to the chief medical examiner, the signs of asphyxiation were so pronounced that one could see them from 10 feet away. It's that clear. So yeah, Wetley's an idiot, a racist idiot, but a racist idiot who Axon retained as their expert witness in more than a dozen lawsuits. And in his expert opinion, Wetley told juries he'd never seen a case where he could say that a taser actually contributed to the death. But hiring Wetley is just part, because Axon and those it works closely with have gone to great lengths to familiarize police with the term excited delirium. At one point, one of the company's attorneys and an expert they funded started this group, which distributed a flyer explaining excited delirium with both recommended taser products to subdue people showing the symptoms, and featured this helpful medical crisis mnemonic explaining all the signs of excited delirium with one of the I's standing for I can't breathe. And now, many officers are primed to blame excited delirium anytime a death occurs during an encounter with the public. And when that death involves a taser, Axon can get heavily involved. Just as the one former spokesman explained that to a reporter.
I spoke with a representative of the company. He told me that when he reads the news headlines, something about death and tasers, he gets in touch with the local police department.
And I've got them pre-staged as a draft.
Yeah.
I literally just have to plug in the name of the city and say, "You're so-and-so. I understand you may have had an arrest-related death. Here's my checklist. Here are some recommendations."
Wow. If he hears about a death involving tasers, he sends a pre-saved email with a checklist of what to do. And already, it's not a great sign that it's pre-saved. Just like it wouldn't be a great sign if every time you type sorry in iMessage, the predicted text filled in for taking a massive shit in the middle of the Whole Foods parking lot. You're doing something very wrong if this kind of response is automatic. And as grim as that sounds in theory, it's worse in practice. Take the death of 18-year-old Israel Hernandez-Lack, who'd been spotted spray painting the blackened windows of an abandoned McDonald's, got a single shot in the chest with a taser, collapsed on the sidewalk in cardiac arrest, and died. Only 4 hours later, the Miami Beach PD received an email from the company featuring guidance on how investigators should proceed, including a sample press release and an evidence collection checklist. Axon even recommended a specific expert to contact for testing, and sure enough, that expert eventually returned a finding that the body had biomarkers consistent with excited delirium syndrome. And it doesn't even stop there. Axon's presence is even felt at the mall, as the company sent hundreds of pamphlets a year to medical examiners explaining how to detect excited delirium. At one point, Axon was even filing lawsuits against medical examiners who attributed in-custody deaths in part to taser use, with one forensic pathologist saying, "You literally get this letter threatening you if you say taser was the cause of death." And those threats got results. According to a 2011 survey, 14% of medical examiners said they modified diagnostic findings due to the possible threat of litigation, and 32% said that threats could affect future decisions. And when you take all of this together, the company's history of excitedly encouraging the use of its product while downplaying its risks and actively trying to suppress anything that might tarnish its reputation, it's just a recipe for disaster. And even some police officers who've gotten accustomed to using tasers can feel betrayed when they learn about all this. In Warren, Michigan, a 16-year-old died after being tased, and this officer on that force still seems rattled after the fact.
Nobody told us that these tasers were going to kill people. You know, you come out with a sales pitch, you say this, and then when it doesn't work out, you just disappear. That's not right either. Because I'll tell you what, if I discharge pepper spray and it makes a guy go blind, I expect Guardian to come in and explain, because as far as I'm told, it doesn't make you go blind. I've never seen it, but if that were to happen, damn it, they better come in. That's not my fault. If I knew that about pepper spray, I wouldn't use it. You know, you swore this wasn't going to happen. You swore that this was a statistically normal thing, that these people were not dying at any more of a unusual rate than they would have with absent the taser. You know,
Right. I get why he's upset. Axon told him the taser was basically harmless, and the truth is, it's just not. It'd be like finding out that a Nerf gun was used to assassinate JFK. I don't care if Nerf says that was a statistical anomaly. I'm not handling it the same way anymore. So what can we do? Well, I admit, when it comes to tasers, it's complicated. I don't hate that there's at least a theoretical alternative to guns, and I guess I'd much rather please tase people than shoot them, although my ultimate preference would be for them to be neither opposed and be much more aware of the actual risks involved. One way for us all to better know those risks would be to track taser usage far more closely than we currently do, which really doesn't seem like too much to ask. But beyond all that, I'd argue the term excited delirium should just be gone forever. And there's actually been some encouraging news on that front. In 2023, the National Association of Medical Examiners said it should not be listed as a cause of death. These states have now restricted the use of excited delirium, and New York and Hawaii currently have legislation to do that in the works, which is good. The point here is, we shouldn't keep using tasers like they're magic wands, because they're not, or pretending deaths that occur after their use don't happen, because they do. And if Axon doesn't want to talk about this, then I will. But I'll do it in the most Axon way I know how. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me! Hi there! Hi, everyone! Hi! Thanks so much for having me. Listen, if you say anything, I know I look a little different. A little less stiff than usual. But don't worry, it's still me. It's just this version of me can dance. Look, I'm dancing now! I've never felt so connected to my body before. I love this! All right, stop. Look, there are a few rules that we should have regarding tasers. First, they're clearly a weapon, so they should be regulated like one. Second, they should only be used in extreme situations, not as a first resort. And finally, no one should ever get tased with their mom as part of a corporate team building exercise, because that's a very weird thing to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, in my last few moments in this body, please let me enjoy having an ass. Absolute dream! We're going to dive straight in with our main story this week, which concerns the ongoing chaos of Trump's tariffs. It's been an emotional roller coaster since Trump rolled them out last week with the help of the single dumbest chart in human history. That prompted the Dow to drop by nearly 4,000 points in 2 days. So by Monday, everyone was understandably freaking out, only for Trump to dismiss anyone concerned as panicans, which he said was a, quote, new party based on weak and stupid people. Though I'd argue the weak and stupid demo is, if anything, way overrepresented in government right now. Then on Tuesday, Trump gave a speech to Republican donors where he floated major new tariffs on pharmaceuticals, told the audience, I know what the hell I'm doing, and claimed this.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, make a deal. I'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm
sure some have been pretty nice to him, the same way you try to be nice if you suddenly found yourself in the same room as a monkey with a gun. Hi, monkey. Good monkey, strong monkey. Please, I'll do anything. By Wednesday morning, though, Trump's reassurances were getting more desperate as he at one point posted, "Be cool, everything is going to work out well." A sentence that's never been true in human history. That is the phrase you hear before someone skateboards off a roof, shows you their homemade water slide, or asks you to hold the camera while they climb into the alligator exhibit to do something hilarious. Just a few hours later, Trump announced a 90-day pause on most of his biggest tariffs, and he did it so abruptly, it caught some key members of his own administration by surprise.
A sudden change in policy came as Democrats grilled his top trade representative on Capitol Hill.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here, we saw you.
That's true. That's true. That congressman later tweeted out this photo showing what it looked like to watch that guy get the news. And how do you think he found out? A push notification? A work email? Or 32 concurrent messages on the office group text where one guy goes, "What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?" And another goes, "Holy shit." And others like, "Lol, J fucking K, I guess." And the guy who's always asked dumb questions, he's like, "Wait, what's happening?" And then the first guy sends the link to the Times article, and the dumb one's like, "Oh my god, what the hell did this just happen?" And then everyone at the same time texts, "Yes, Cody." This week was total chaos. At one point, the daily trading range of the S&P 500 was more than 5% for 6 straight days. The previous times that happened were in March 2020 during COVID, late 2008 during the housing crisis, and October 1987, which, if you are too young to remember, was a stock market crash so massive, Nightline felt like it needed to do this to explain it to people.
Here once again to help us, my good friend Kermit.
Thank you, sir.
Can you tell us what is a fair market?
Yes, Ted, well, thank you. Being a bear myself, that is one of the first things we bears are taught in the caves. If I recall, a bear market is where prices are going down for a long period of time.
So one would wish, I suppose, for a bull market to drive the bears out.
No, we don't want that.
Yeah, they explain a complicated financial crash with Muppets. A sentence so this show coded, I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't think of it. Honestly, if Ted Koppel had a British accent, glasses, way less gravitas, and occasionally referred to COVID as a bona fide swamp snack, I couldn't tell the difference there. And the thing is, the turmoil isn't over, because what Trump's left in place, including a baseline 10% tariff on all imports and a 145% tariff on China, is still a monumental shift in US trade policy. Despite what some in the White House claimed that the 90-day pause was part of the strategy all along, Trump himself seemed to admit that he did it in reaction to the market's panicking.
I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
Hold on. A little bit afraid is a massive understatement. People were freaking out about their 401ks. There were grandmas looking at their retirement plan and getting ready to open an OnlyFans to get through the next 5 years. And it wasn't just ordinary investors. One financial analyst wrote after talking to fund managers, a few have quietly wondered if the president might be insane. Which is fair. Everyone knows the right time to ask if someone might be insane is 5 months after you elect them president. Look, this week was incredibly stupid, but it's important to understand exactly how stupid it was, because we're not out of the woods yet. And the damage the president's already done to confidence in our economic system could have lasting repercussions. So tonight, let's talk about Trump and his tariffs. Let's start with the fact that none of this should have been a surprise. Not only did Trump bring up the idea of 10% universal tariffs repeatedly on the campaign trail, he's been obsessed with the idea of punishing other countries with tariffs for years now. In fact, when he touched off a trade war with China in his first term, we spent 21 minutes unpacking it, and the arguments hold up pretty well, although I clearly do not. As evidenced by a YouTube comment from this week, which said, "I thought this was a new episode until I noticed John's hair was darker and face looked younger," which is both hurtful and fair. But that piece featured this clip of Trump back in 2011, laying out his whole fantasy of how tariffs could work.
Somebody said, "Well, what would you do? What can you do?" So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And I said to somebody that it's really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
Okay, putting aside how striking it is to hear the word motherfucker on C-SPAN, I kind of wish you just kept doing the voices there. You can have one guy say, listen, motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%, and you can have an Australian guy say, oh, you bloody dingo, we're going to tax you 25%, mate. Or you can have Bjork say, I would tax you 25 butterfly rainbow sneezes in happiness shoot. There's all sorts of ways that you can do it, but the tariff is the important part. The point is, Trump has long believed that tariffs can fix our trade problems, and that's coupled with his insistence that trade is zero-sum, that if we buy more from another country than we are selling to them, we're somehow getting ripped off. But that is just not how it works, because we aren't getting things in return. As one Nobel-winning economist jokingly said, I run a chronic trade deficit with my barber, he never buys a damn thing from me, which is just a classic economist zinger. Nevertheless, Trump applied both of those beliefs to his initial tariff plan, imposing massive penalties on countries indexed to the size of our trade imbalance, which led to some of the incredibly stupid calculations on Trump's chart, perhaps the dumbest of which was actually explained pretty well by Jim Cramer.
Let's go to the southern African nation of Lesotho, which had the misfortune of being one of the two most highly tariffed nations on Trump's list. They're being hit with a 50% duty on their exports to America. That happened because Lesotho only imported $2.8 million worth of U.S. goods last year, whereas we imported roughly $240 million worth of stuff from them. Now, the thing is, Lesotho's a really tiny country. Virtually everything we buy from them is either apparel or diamonds. But because it's a very poor country, they can't afford to buy much from us. So what happens now? To start, we're going to have to pay a lot more for any apparel or diamonds from Lesotho. Maybe we can replace the apparel with diamonds? I mean, that's a lot harder. And the only way for Lesotho to get out of this jam is by importing more stuff from America, which it can't do because it doesn't have any money. So the president is likely just make things more expensive for Americans and not really change the behavior of our trading partners.
He's right. Shit. Jim Cramer was right. I think I'm going insane. And quick side note there, if you're thinking, hold on, did he say that Lesotho's sitting on top of a load of diamonds, but they still don't have any money? I know, but we don't have time. That's a different story that I'm sure we'll do one day. I'll put a post-it note on my computer and everything. And while Trump's temporarily paused those huge tariffs on Lesotho and others, it is worth asking, what exactly is his end game? And it depends on who you ask. When the tariffs first came down, some in the White House insisted they'd be permanent trade barriers intended to raise revenue and bring jobs back home, while others claimed they were a scare tactic designed to help us negotiate more favorable deals. But those are two very different goals with different consequences for businesses and workers who badly need to know which to plan for. So let's take each scenario in turn. And let's start with the idea that these tariffs are designed to shut out foreign competition and ensure stuff gets made here. There are a few issues with that, starting with the fact that lots of things aren't produced in the US, sometimes because they simply can't be at any kind of commercial scale. Even Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, pictured here rocking a cunty little bob, seemed to understand that last month when he said this.
Certain products, if I put a tariff on a mango, right? We can't grow mangoes in America. We just can't grow a mango. If you put a tariff on a mango, the mango would be more expensive. So then that's just like another version of income tax. Okay, so the idea is to not do that.
Right. The problem is, when the tariffs were announced, mangoes weren't exempted, so we did do that. And sometimes it feels like the best way to ensure Trump does something is to tell him not to do it. He's like a toddler, both because his brain is unable to grasp negations and also because he has a short torso, huge head, always looks like he's about to fall over and won't let anyone brush his hair. That same logic applies to other crops like coffee and bananas, but that is not all, because it's also not easy to make electronics here. Take the Nintendo Switch 2. The company paused pre-orders for it this week because they didn't know how it'd be affected. As this analyst explained.
They got to figure out what they're going to get charged. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double?
Do they even ship them?
How much of this is made in the U.S.?
None of it.
That is a good point, but an even better delivery of it. I want that guy on hand to respond to all other situations. How much birthday cake is left in the break room? None of it. How much of the Severance Gulch plot did you actually understand? None of it. How much of Trump's trade briefing did he genuinely read? None of it. And if you think, well, hold on, why don't we just build a switch factory here? Well, when it comes to high-tech goods, key components have to be sourced from complex global supply chains. So it's not a matter of simply building a factory. There is a lot more to it.
How much would it cost them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars.
Billions? That's because of the supply chain that's been built over decades.
It would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly, the supply chains in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where are you getting all the parts from? Still in Asia.
Exactly. And some of those components are presumably about to be subjected to heavy tariffs. And quick side note, among the many things that I'm mad about right now, is the fact that I have to spend time talking about how tariffs will impact the Switch, instead of what I really want to talk about, which is that I only just learned the president of Nintendo in America is named Bowser. That man, I don't shit you even a tiny bit, is called Doug Bowser. Now, if you don't know, Bowser is quite famously the primary antagonist of Mario, the face of Nintendo. Now, in the comedy world, the president of Nintendo being named Doug Bowser is like someone gently setting a ball on a tee, handing you a bat and saying, please, have fun and swing away. But unfortunately, because this guy doesn't understand economics, I have to look at real Nintendo president Doug Bowser and say, sorry everyone, no time for that, we've got math to do. It's a truly sad state of affairs, or to put it another way. Oh, exactly. The point is, if these tariffs stand, they can have the opposite of the intended purpose, as some business owners might realize it's now cheaper to have a factory outside the US and not have to deal with tariffs. But let's say that despite all of that, we still want all those manufacturing jobs that we lost to come back home. First, as we've discussed before, a lot of them simply don't exist anymore because they've been automated. And second, even if we wanted to build brand new factories, it's worth knowing these new tariffs mean higher material and equipment costs for manufacturers wanting to do that. And in fact, tariffs on building costs have already helped to kill a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a real shame for multiple reasons, including they would have helped make Erie, Pennsylvania known for something other than the town that boiled a Revolutionary War general's corpse in order to separate his flesh from his bones so they could ship him back to his hometown. The idea being, they reassembled the skeleton once he was in his final gravesite. But you guessed it, some bones wound up falling out of the wagon on the trek, as bones are wont to do. It's an incredible story, and thanks to the Ford recycling plant, remains the only thing I will ever know about Erie, Pennsylvania. And even if we do end up bringing some manufacturing jobs home, you also have to factor in that other countries will put tariffs on our goods in return, which will hurt other industries. The current massive tariffs on China are incredibly worrisome for people like this soybean farmer in Tennessee.
That trade relationship with China was built over decades and decades.
Will Hutchinson, a fourth-generation Tennessee farmer, says he is very concerned.
This is going to have an immediate and drastic impact to our ability to compete on the global marketplace for our goods that we produce here in this country.
Yeah, that literal soy boy is right. This is pointless. If I wanted to watch long-standing relationships destroyed in an instant, I'd just go to a basketball game to see which couples act weird when they end up on the Jumbotron. You can enjoy relationships falling apart without jeopardizing the global economy. And at this point, I'm sure some Trump supporters will say, well, these were never intended to be permanent. It's that second possibility that you mentioned earlier, that the tariffs were always just a way to give Trump leverage to renegotiate bad trade deals. And after he announced that 90-day pause, that was definitely the message getting sold.
This is the art of the deal. This shows how strong our president is.
A huge win for the president, a huge win for the country. His biggest accomplishment of the second term. Trump won. He's doing exactly what he said he would do.
He's a genius in negotiating. He is very calculating in how he negotiates. He understands the art of the deal better than anyone, and he's gotten results in a very short period of time.
I don't know What's more desperate there, the shameless sucking up or the needs to put the words, "We told you not to freak," at the bottom of the screen, which is funny coming from Fox News of all places, considering most of their broadcast feature messages like, "Why you should absolutely freak about the green M&M." But let's at least consider the possibility this was all about gaining leverage for negotiating new deals. That was definitely the White House's spin after the pause was announced, with Trump's Treasury Secretary claiming it had happened because the tariffs brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. But a couple of things about that. First, the White House said it will not be releasing a list of the countries that had allegedly done that, so you know. And remember, Trump's openly admitted the key reason for his climb down was people got the yippies. And remember, even with the pause, we still have 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world, which is still massively disruptive, both to them and to us. And that includes countries like Singapore, where we're going to struggle to get a much better deal, given that we face no tariffs there and actually have a trade surplus. And I'm not saying there aren't countries where we have legitimate trade disputes, because there are, most notably China, where there are major issues from their heavy subsidies for homegrown industries to their theft of US companies' intellectual property. Resolving those issues is difficult. It requires diplomacy and a coordinated strategy with our allies. But instead, we've alienated those allies and are going into any future negotiation having provoked China into putting massive tariffs on our goods too. But don't worry, because Trump's charismatic Treasury Secretary doesn't seem to think they're going to be able to hurt us at all.
It was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. We are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
Okay, setting aside that playing with a pair of twos sounds like how you describe a threesome with Don Jr. and Eric. That is incredibly simplistic because it ignores that China's leverage in a negotiation isn't confined to just tariffs. It can hurt us in other ways too, including by cutting off access to rare earth elements we may badly need. And before you think rare earth elements are just some fancy powder Gwyneth Paltrow adds to a morning smoothie to enhance vaginal wellness, you should know they're actually essential for everything from wind turbines to computer chips to F-35 stealth fighter jets. And incredibly, that Whoville tax accountant wasn't even the most reckless player in the Trump administration's messaging to China this week, because J.D. Vance, true to form, was even more of a dick.
What has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is fundamentally it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Wow. I know it is hard to take from someone with this accent, but you are really not supposed to use the word peasants anymore. That is incredibly insulting, especially coming from the man who, remember, is next in line to run the country if anything were to happen to Elon Musk. So it is no wonder those comments went down pretty badly in China.
The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of U.S. government debt, and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid burn. And I guess, in a way, it's reassuring to know that despite our differences, the American and Chinese people can come together to agree that it is fun to dunk on this cursed Cabbage Patch bitch. And look, you can say, well, that's all well and good, but I still trust Trump to make a deal. But here's the thing. We actually know what happens when he starts a trade war, because remember, he did a version of this in his first term, and it didn't go great. If you look back at his tariffs back then, protecting specific products and industries like washing machines and steel, they might have worked in a narrow sense by creating modest job gains. They're credited with creating or saving several thousand jobs in the steel industry and creating around 1,800 jobs manufacturing washing machines. But in the broader sense, those jobs cost us a lot. Trump's tariffs wound up raising prices to the point where it's estimated American consumers and businesses had to pay more than $900,000 a year for every steel job created, and over $800,000 a year for each job making washing machines, putting the total cost of those jobs in the billions of dollars. And that's before you get to the fact that because his tariffs on metals drove up costs for other industries, one study estimated they actually resulted in as many as 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs. And when it comes to China in particular, his first-term tariffs did bring in billions by raising the costs of their goods here. But the broader damage to American farmers after China retaliated was so severe that 92% of what we collected went right back out the door in the form of bailouts to them. And the kicker is, we didn't get much out of all of that. Because after a trade agreement was reached, Trump excitedly bragged he got China to commit to purchase an additional $200 billion in US products. But later analysis showed it effectively bought none of those goods. None of them. But please don't worry. I'm sure Trump definitely learned his lesson. And this time, he's going to get an empty promise for $500 billion. Fool him once, shame on him. Fool him twice, that's basically what everyone does. And remember, Trump's first-term tariffs are absolutely dwarfed by what he's done over the last 2 weeks. And it's not like he's negotiating from a particularly strong position right now, because everyone knows he just blinked. The bond markets got the yippies, and he blinked. And again, it's good that that happened. I'm glad he blinked. But it's weird to claim it's a brilliant negotiating tactic when you've already backed down before a single deal is reached. And the thing is, this could all cost us an awful lot, because maybe the most striking thing over the past 2 weeks has been the degree to which it's become clear the world's trust in America has been shattered. This isn't just the ordinary give and take of negotiations. Countries are openly saying things are different now. Canada's Prime Minister actually summed it up pretty well the day after Trump's initial round of tariffs were announced.
The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality.
Wow, that is a bleak thing to hear. Tragedy is the new reality is a grim summation of the state of world affairs. But also, I'm just going to say it, kind of a fucking bar. Honestly, you slap that title on a new Fall Out Boy album, the girls are going feral. And it's not just world leaders. Investors are making it clear they no longer have the trust they once did in the stability of the American economy. Usually, when the stock market drops, the market for US government bonds improves because they're seen as a safe investment. This week, though, they both went down, which is a terrible sign. As one economist put it, investors and central banks are selling treasuries and dollars due to a loss of confidence and credibility in American assets. Financial chaos has its cost. That is bad. And by the way, that is from Friday after the pause was announced. And that is the thing. Well, everyone may want to pretend that this crisis is past us. It's just not. Even Chuck Schumer seemed to miss that point when he tweeted out, history will remember April 9th, 2025 as America's actual liberation day, the day that President Trump backed down from his ridiculous tariff fiasco. But it's not over, Chuck. We dodged a bullet, but the monkey still has a gun. And incidentally, if anyone watching this is close to Chuck Schumer right now, please take his phone, take it out of his hand, and throw it into the fucking ocean. So what do we do? Well, ideally, Congress would realize just how close we came to financial Armageddon and take away the president's power to unilaterally impose tariffs. There's actually a bill in Congress right now, co-sponsored by Chuck Grassley, that would require the White House to justify tariffs and then give lawmakers the opportunity to reject them within 60 days of enactment, which seems more than reasonable. The problem is, you're going to need 67 votes to beat a presidential veto, and Republicans like Senator John Kennedy are refusing to sign on using this logic.
I have not joined the Grassley bill. I'm not likely to join the Grassley bill. The Grassley bill will not pass, and I just think it's a distraction. The most immediate question for me is, the president is a pit bull. He's won. He's caught the car. The question is, what's he going to do with the car?
Look, that is a shitty answer in so many different ways, but the main one is the whole idiom, the dog that caught the car, is based on the fact dogs have no plan for what to do after they catch it. That is damning enough. No one says he's like the dog that caught the car as phase one of the dog's long-term strategy to reshore manufacturing. Also, you're a co-equal branch of government. It is your job to stop that dog, not stand back and say, I don't know, guys, let him cook. There's always the chance of an Airbud situation here. Look, I don't know where things are going to go next. We're taping this on Saturday. Who knows what's happened between now and when you are seeing this? Maybe Trump will have rolled the tariffs back even further. Maybe he'll have put even bigger new ones on mangoes. What is clear is that he's destabilizing our economy with no real plan of action. And all I'll say is, if our next episode opens up with me sitting next to a chart of the NASDAQ and Miss Piggy, it means we are fucked.
Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of the United States, a man whose licentious and felonious behavior has been well cataloged and documented, returned to the Capitol Rotunda just 4 short years after inspiring in that very place a day of riotous shit-free. Returned to the exact same room. Now, generally, if this were a Dateline documentary, he would return to that room to express a form of repentance and maturity and acknowledgement of the pain that had been wrought on that terrible day. But in this show that we're filming now, it's to be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. And as with most returning to the scene of the crime, it began with tea with the people you tried to steal it from.
A short time ago, President Joe Biden greeted Mr. and Mrs. Trump at the White House for tea, an inaugural tradition.
It's always important to keep up the tea tradition when you hand over the keys to, I'm sorry, what did you call them? Hitler? But you gotta be a good host. Hey, the Wi-Fi password is White House, but I changed the I to a 1. I hope that's not weird. I'm not saying Biden should have done his own insurrection, but there's got to be a happy medium between storming the Capitol and would you like a croquette? Then it was time for the swearing in on the kind of on the Bible. Yes, it turns out Trump didn't actually put his hand on the Bible. Obviously, because one or the other would burst into flames. Perhaps both. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the torch has been passed from Biden to Trump. Yes, the torch has been passed to the same generation of Americans. Let's hear from the 47th president, fresh off the warm embrace of a tea ceremony with his predecessor.
Our recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place.
He's right behind you. Luckily, I don't think he can hear you. Yes, the inaugural speech followed the American tradition of a passive-aggressive transfer of power. The incoming president gets to completely shit on the outgoing president in front of that president and hopefully his spouse.
In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly. Record inflation, trying to socially engineer race and gender, disastrous invasion of our country, a radical and corrupt establishment, vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
This is a tumultuous time in American history filled with much uncertainty and trepidation. But it is very difficult for me to not in any way take the bait of the way he said, dick line. It really did sound like he said our dick line. Like the line of our dick. So you can see America's dick line? I mean, how are you going to end our dick line? With a tuck or a full reassignment? Or is this more about Fetterman's shorts? What about our dick line? I am a child. But as bad as things were, guess what, folks? Daddy's home. It's about to get a whole lot better.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. We will win like never before. We will be a rich nation again. We will bring prices down. Fill our strategic reserves up again. We will drill, baby, drill.
Oh, I think I just saw J.D. Vance's dick line. Drill, baby, drill. Whoop. But for all the day's eerie energy, one thing stood out to America's watchdogs of democracy.
We have watched as the 47th President of the United States has been sworn in, a cornerstone of democracy.
This is the true transfer of power here of the current president and the former president, making this walk.
This process is what distinguishes the United States from a lot of other parts of the world.
Yeah, it's all just normal shit. It's just another day. It's all just normal transfer power shit. We're just going to play along like all this theater is normal. Oh, except there was one thing that might have given the game away.
With just 20 minutes or so left in his presidency, we've just gotten word from President Biden that he is pardoning his brothers, their wives, his sister, other family members. He says that he is doing this because baseless and politically motivated investigations wreak havoc on the lives of individuals.
That's all just normal. First of all, Biden, you're at the inauguration. Did you auto-schedule your pardons? And second of all, what the man? You're just pardoning your whole thing. It's not a great look. Yeah, like any good captain, as the ship is going down, Biden gave the order, that lifeboat is for my family. The rest of you can do just like a kind of Jack and Rose thing. One on, one off, 50-50 shot, who gives a shit? Biden outie. So the takeaway of this entire day was, a man who tried to overthrow the government has been peacefully handed the reins of power. And the outgoing president has started a new tradition of blanket pardoning everyone in his orbit. The two men creating a magnificent snake sucking its own dick cycle of no accountability. And then, of course, we end with the grand finale. The attack on Greenland has begun!
Yesterday, that dude signed over 100 executive actions. I mean, look at that. He froze the federal hiring bill, something about genders. There, he said Cuba's a state-sponsored terrorist now. He renamed a mountain. Dishwashers are less efficient. What he can do that? Look, he had so many executive actions. They had to like scroll through the tracks like it was an ad for. Like now, that's what I call MAGA. And being the showman that he was, Trump wasn't going to sign these behind a desk with a pen and paper like a nerd. Okay? No, he turned this into an arena show.
Capital One Arena in front of a crowd of supporters, Trump putting into motion his day one action.
After President Trump signed the executive orders at a desk that was placed on stage, he had a pile of pins. Well, President Trump decided to toss the pins to some of his supporters. Wow.
whoever caught that pen is so lucky. I mean, that is going to be such a cool thing for those guys to show their kids once they get their visitation rights back. And even after he got back to the White House, he just kept signing. I mean, this guy was so in the zone, he didn't even know what he was signing.
Withdrawing from,
What is it?
withdrawing from the World Health Organization.
Ooh. Oh. He's withdrawing from the World Health Organization like he's hearing the dessert options. No, yeah, I'll have the tiramisu and potential measles outbreak with that. I mean, if you could put anything in front of him yesterday, he would have signed it. Melania, now's a chance to update the prenup. Go, 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 go. But you know what? I'm not going to be shitting on President Trump, okay? Okay, sure, he pulled out of the WHO. We're like, who are those guys? What are the odds there's ever going to be a pandemic requiring global cooperation? So I'm going to go to President Trump with an open mind. You know, he won the election, which means he's a great guy who's right. So I'm sure his executive orders are reasonable.
Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accords.
Okay, look, I know that sounds bad for these woke liberals, but like, does it really matter? You know, 1 year we're in, next year we're out. We've been doing the hokey pokey to these guys for like 12 years. They don't even put this in a group chat anymore. Okay. Also, newsflash, Paris Accord. Yo, we're not gonna reach the emission goals anyway. Okay, this world is over. It's just an excuse to go to Paris, which overrated. Okay, so. Fine, he's taking us out of anything that involves the rest of the world. Okay, I'm sure there's other executive orders that aren't any worse.
Among the many executive orders President Trump signed on Monday was this one, pausing the TikTok ban for 75 days. He says the United States should broker a deal to own half of the platform.
I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok is a good partner.
See? Yo, he brought back TikTok just as my brain was regaining its higher order functions. I mean, oh my God, that was close. Now, if you remember, TikTok was originally banned because everyone thinks it gives China too much influence over Americans. And to be fair, before I started using TikTok, I was a white guy from Iowa. Okay, but the point. The point is, the people have spoken, okay? We want China to change our brains. What absolute idiot even thought of banning it in the first place?
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, President Trump, for saving us from that guy. What I'm saying is, all these executive orders aren't bad, okay? I mean, what else is he doing?
And Trump is going to try through executive order to end birthright citizenship. It's a constitutional right that those born on American soil are U.S. citizens, regardless of their parents' immigration status.
Okay, that does sound like a major change. Birthright citizenship has been in the Constitution for over 100 years. But on the other hand, should you just be a U.S. citizen just because you were born here? I mean, I think all citizens should have to prove that they're truly American by taking a quiz on American history and failing it. Okay? If your score is above 60, you're going back to Asia or whatever shithole country has educational standards. And to be fair, nothing too extreme so far. I mean, it sounds like there's a campaign Trump that says things to win, and then there's a President Trump who rules more moderately.
Overnight, with the stroke of a pen, President Trump issuing sweeping pardons to nearly all of the rioters charged for their actions on January 6th.
So this is January 6th.
Trump even granting clemency to the more than 600 people charged with assaulting or resisting law enforcement.
Okay, look, freeing violent criminals from prison seems less moderate and more like something Bane did, okay? But you know what? If you know your history in that situation, Batman fixed it. Okay, so concerns are overblown. And look, these guys have been in prison for like 2 whole months already. Okay, I'm sure they've learned their lesson.
Jacob Chansley, we know him as also the QAnon shaman. He put out something on social media where he said, I got a pardon, baby. Thank you, President Trump. Now I'm going to buy some mother effing guns.
It's almost the end of Trump's first week in office, and he's done a lot. He shut down windmills, he saved TikTok, he caught Carmen Sandiego, and the man just can't stop, won't stop. On Monday, he wiped out all federal DI programs, and yesterday he ordered that if anyone, if you see anyone trying to be inclusive, you better tell teacher.
The Trump administration asking federal workers to snitch on their coworkers in a rollback of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Employees have been told to report any colleagues who work in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles, or they could face consequences. NBC News obtained emails sent to multiple agencies that say some of these programs are disguised using coded or imprecise language.
Yeah, you hear that? You don't even think about doing DI in secret, right? Don't be meeting up in back alleys like, yo, you got any lesbian resumes for me today? And I know you think DI was only invented in 2020 by Democrats looking for a fresh new way to lose elections. But Donald Trump is dedicated to rooting out DI all throughout history.
One of the president's executive orders revokes an executive order signed by President Lyndon Johnson in 1965 that the Trump administration says mandated affirmative action.
That's right, Donald Trump went back in time to kill baby DEI. It's kind of impressive that he got this much focus. Trump is doing deep dives into these obscure old policies like he's MAGA John Oliver. And look, I'm not going to pretend to know more about civil rights law than Donald Trump. I mean, he's been sued over it many times. But if a discrimination law has been around since 1965, it might be a load-bearing civil rights thing, so maybe don't touch it. But DEI is not the only thing Trump is shutting down. He's also shutting down illegal immigration. In fact, it was probably the biggest thing he talked about during the campaign, aside from Arnold Palmer's penis, which is actually a thing that happened. But today, Trump faced his first setback.
Breaking news out of Seattle. A federal judge has just temporarily blocked President Trump's order attempting to end birthright citizenship.
The judge in this case is saying that they've been on the bench for over 4 decades. And this is a quote from the judge inside the courtroom. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order.
Whoa. What does the Constitution have to do with this? The Constitution is for gun stuff, okay? Who died and made this woke activist a judge, huh? Oh, Ronald Reagan. That liberal cuck. This judge has been judging for 4 decades and has never seen something, and I quote, so blatantly unconstitutional. I mean, that's like the judge equivalent of a Kendrick diss track. Like, all the other judges were like, oh shit, we concur. Usually the judge says this is constitutional or unconstitutional. Okay, but this is like next level unconstitutional. This is like if you took a pregnancy test and it said you are the least pregnant anyone's ever been in 40 years. But Trump doesn't expect all of these executive orders to pass legal scrutiny. He's signing those things the way like guys swipe right on every Tinder profile, okay? Yo, he just needs 1 or 2 to hit, and that's the weekend, baby. The point is, Trump is going to try whatever he can to shut the border down. And last night, Trump sat down for some conversation and light manspreading with Sean Hannity to explain why.
In an Oval Office sit-down last night, President Trump repeated false claims that other countries are sending their prisoners here.
They've emptied their jails. I would, if I were the president or prime minister or something of another country, I'd empty my jails right into America.
You did do that. Like 3 days ago. With the Gen 6 thing, remember? That guy handed you all those Cheesecake Factory menus and you signed them all? That was the thing. But look, Trump doesn't care whether migrants are technically criminals or not, because he can tell just by looking at them.
Sean, who would ask for open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble. There are people coming in with tattoos all over their face. Their entire face is covered with tattoos. Typically, you know he's not going to be the head of the local bank.
Breaking news, old man not fan of tattoos. And yeah, probably the guys with face tattoos aren't going to be bankers. But maybe bankers should have face tattoos. I mean, one teardrop for every loan application they deny. Hey, stay clear of JP Morgan. That guy is loco.
Friday Night Massacre. Late Friday Night Purge. A chilling purge.
The Purge.
Ah! Trump has ushered in the purge! I for one. I for one will take full advantage by doing some unpermitted lawn work. Your God is powerless. Although, just in case I'm misinterpreting, what is this purge about exactly?
Breaking news, the mass firing of government agency watchdog. Trump fired at least 17 inspectors general.
No! He got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many left. I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry, did I break the illusion? You know, here's the nice thing, you don't know if that's the axe or my guess. Which one is fake? I'll never tell. The point is, we have 17 less inspectors general. Who knows how many generals will now go uninspected? Democrats, inspire my anger in the least charismatic way possible.
Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age. And Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age for abuse in government and even corruption.
He started again, right? He said it twice? Look, no recognition, just started again. Is that what happened? Normally, humans in that scenario would go, oh, God, I'm sorry. Where was I? Let me take that from the top, and maybe this time I'll look up. Can you legally just restart without acknowledgement? Is Sure AI, is he DeepSeek? But regardless of how slowly NPC Chuck Schumer laid it out, what Trump did violated the law. You can't just fire these people.
Title V, Section 403 of the U.S. Code, federal law, an inspector general may be removed by the president.
What? So what's the purge? What's the map? Why do I have an axe?
It's a specific law that requires notice, 30 days, and a statement of reason, substantive and detailed rationale.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? No! You can do it, but not in that font! That's Hitler's font! But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First law of Trumpodynamics. Every action is met with a very not equal overreaction, thus throwing off our ability to know when shit is actually getting real. Like last week's pardons.
These pardons are sick.
They are offensive. They are un-American.
This is one of the most egregious, despicable acts in American history. This is textbook authoritarian takeover 101.
I knew I should have taken that class. I'm not majored in submissive liberal crying 101. Do what you will, Trumpisky. Was it shitty? Yes. Should you have let some of those terrible people? No. Is it an abuse of party power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of a king. And then we say, oh, by the way, with that power, you're not going to get all that kingly and shit on us, right? To put that in constitutional terms, if I could, don't hate the player, hate the founding fathers. Why do we even have it? Because I don't know if you've met Donald Trump. He pushes shit.
President Trump deploying executive action to end birthright citizenship.
This unconstitutional, un-American attack.
Shredding our Constitution was to be a strongman authoritarian. Birthright citizenship was very specifically tailored to send a message to people that America was a place, an idea. It wasn't for one race. It wasn't for one gender. Citizenship in America was based on where you were, not who you were. And to just stroke of a pen, finally I agree. That is authoritarian.
We do begin tonight with the federal judge blocking President Trump's executive order that would end birthright citizenship.
And we're back. See how easy that was? It was a dictatorship, and then the judge went. It's like when you have an electric fence. You never check it, you're not really sure if it works. Because you have a good boy. You have a very good boy. But then one day, zap. By the way, I fundamentally disagree with the use of electric fences. It is true. I prefer to discipline my dogs with a series of passive-aggressive comments about their wages. Really tearing through the bowl tonight, huh? Take a breath, Tubbs. It's called kibble, not gobble. By the way, my dog's name is Tubbs. Anyway, birthright citizenship is back.
No, obviously will it be on.
Damn you, constitutionally enshrined judicial review of executive action and its release through the appellate process. Look, we are facing a deluge of these executive actions, and certainly we must be prepared for those most vulnerable to the consequences of these actions. But the "this is all fascist" argument has become almost a reflex for the left.
Donald Trump promised to be a dictator on day one, and he's carried that forward through the entire week.
5 days into this administration, the abuse is already rampant.
Throughout the rest of the week, shredding the Constitution as he went.
On a fascism scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being peak fascism, how would you rate Trump's first week?
Mussolini to the Holocaust. I would say it's not fascism. Do I not understand what fascism is? And also, if I may, and this may be petty, why are we asking someone who, at the end of January, still has his Christmas tree up? Why are we asking him anything?
Trump was busy getting our military in shape so he can finally fulfill our country's month-old dream of conquering Greenland. And first, we're going to need to have as many troops as possible.
President Trump has signed several executive orders to reshape the military, including directive banning transgender service members.
okay, did I say as many troops? I mean, fewer troops, right? You know what they say in the Army, less is more. Look, maybe they don't say that. I don't know, but that's... Look, I don't have a problem with transgender soldiers. As someone who pees himself anytime he hears a loud noise, I think we should be grateful to anyone who's willing to put their life on the line so I don't have to. But hey, yeah. But I'm open-minded about being closed-minded, so what's the issue here?
President Trump signed an executive order calling transgender people unfit to serve.
One part says being transgender is, quote, not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member.
Another says being trans conflicts with, quote, an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's personal life.
Yeah, well, look, it makes sense that the military has to be honorable, truthful, and disciplined. Sure, this is your Secretary of Defense, but that's all the more reason. That's all the more reason that the rest of them have to have their shit together. It's like how every Beatles album had to be packed with hits to make up for that one song that Ringo wrote about wanting to f*** an octopus or whatever. I gotta say, the military sure has a lot of ethical rules for their mission of killing people. Hey, you want to blow some guy's head off? You better say please and thank you. But to be fair, Trump had another argument against trans soldiers as well.
They specifically cite readiness with transition surgeries. If you have a transition surgery, the recovery time and the narcotics that you have to be on as part of the process could affect your readiness for up to 12 months.
Oh, up to 12 months. Do you know how long our wars last? I think they'll have you back in the game in no time. Vietnam War, 11 years. Afghanistan War, 20 years. Even our storage wars last 15 seasons. First of all, transgender people make up 0.1% of the military. So, Commander-in-Chief, you're ruining the lives of people who are dedicated to serving America while doing nothing to affect the larger military. I don't see why transition surgery should affect readiness more than any other surgery. Trump is acting like they're doing transition surgeries on the front lines. Medic! I need a medic over here. We got to get this guy a labia. Stab! Also, what do you mean readiness? Modern war is just telling a drone to drop bombs. Pretty sure it doesn't matter what your sex is to go like this. That's how they drop bombs. But Trump isn't just doing bad things to good people. He's also doing good things to bad people. It's been a week since he pardoned everyone who had a normal tourist visit to the Capitol on January 6th, and I'm sure they're making the most of their second chance, right?
A man pardoned by President Trump for his role in the January 6th riot was shot and killed by an Indiana deputy during a traffic stop.
Okay, well, except for that guy. Yeah, I mean, that guy really wasted a presidential pardon. Look, if I ever get a presidential pardon, I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to get shot to death. So what exactly happened there?
Police say the deputy tried to arrest Matthew Huddle on Sunday, but he resisted and the deputy shot him. Investigators say Huddle had a gun.
A routine traffic stop ending in the police shooting a man they claimed had a gun. Ordinarily, this is the kind of thing liberals would cry police brutality. But if it's a January 6th, sir, I have a feeling they're going to be like, oh, we need to back the blue on this one. Liberals are getting so much whiplash trying to decide if this cop is bad or good. Rachel Maddow is going to be in a neck brace. But aside from the ones who are dead, all the rest of the January 6th rioters who Trump released from prison must be so happy right now.
Houston authorities are trying to find a man pardoned by Donald Trump for his role in the January 6th riots. Andrew Tate is wanted for a 2016 charge of a solicitation of a minor.
Okay, well, not that guy also. Stop. But look, any group as large as the January 6th crowd is going to have one sex creep in it. There's probably one in our audience right now. Raise your hand if you're a sex creep. That guy in the plaid shirt, that woman. Sir, come on. The point is, all the rest of the partners they're fine. They're doing fine.
A Mint Hill man who pleaded guilty to his involvement in January 6th is possibly facing other charges. Court documents show David Daniel is facing child pornography charges.
Wait, what? I'm starting to worry that the people who broke into the Capitol and took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk are not upstanding citizens. You know what? Forget about those two pedophiles.
Andrew Kyle Grigsby of Louisville, who was pardoned for spraying Capitol Police with bear spray, is currently incarcerated in a Kentucky prison for 2 counts of child pornography.
Jesus Christ! At this point, it might have been better for them just to stay in prison, you know? At least then they were heroes. Now they're all going to individual prisons for child pornography. Like, so, do you guys have a choir? Trump's been busy these last few days. Signing orders, reinstalling the Diet Coke button, grabbing Panama by the canal. But it was only a matter of time until he had to start presidenting for real. This morning, he held a press conference to address the tragic plane crash in Washington, D.C. last night. And remember, one of the most important things a leader can do in a rapidly developing, difficult situation is to calm people down, stick to the facts, and keep your uninformed opinions to yourself.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now.
I mean, or we can just speculate wildly. Why not? I get a little bit nervous when Trump has a strong opinion. You know, it's never something unifying, like sunsets are beautiful or love is the answer. But this is a new term, and he's only a few days in, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt. What's Trump's opinion about what happened in D.C.?
The FAA's diversity push, a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. The agency's guidance on diversity hiring, the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan.
Damn you, diversity initiatives! Why are you responsible for every historical tragedy? The fires in Los Angeles, DEI. The bridge collapse in Baltimore, DEI. The Irish potato famine, DEI. Slavery, DEI. Did you ever notice how many minorities were at slavery? It's all DEI. Just to be clear, Mr. President, you have evidence that diversity initiatives are responsible for this tragic crash. You're not just saying this, right? Right?
I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense.
There you go. No. There you go. There you go. He has common sense. It's just a coincidence that his common sense happens to align with his long-held prejudices. So let's spin the big wheel of blame to see which minorities are responsible for this crash. Who will it be this time? Black people, lesbians, trans Armenians?
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative. They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, and dwarfism.
Dwarfism? I can't believe it. It's only day 10 and Trump is already this far down his list of scapegoats. He's blown past race and gender and now he's hitting dwarves? Is he really suggesting there was a plane crash because someone with dwarfism worked in air traffic control? Does Trump think they couldn't see the control panel and they were just reaching up and pushing buttons, hoping it would work out? I just want to say that people with dwarfism are just like everyone else. In fact, their penises are normal size, which means proportionally they're huge. So in a way, you could say that I'm the one looking up to them. That's a thinker. A lot of different layers in there. You might be thinking, well, that's progress. You know, he used to blame everything on past administrations, but don't worry, he got them in there too.
We had a very good policy, and then Biden came in and he changed it, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. You know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? Obama, Biden, and the Democrats, they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary.
I'm sorry. You're blaming Obama? The guy from 3 presidents ago? Forget blaming a fart on your dog. This is blaming the fart on your dog that died when you were 8. I still think about you, Henry. Such stinky farts. Look, Mr. President, I know you're scared that people might hold you responsible now that you're president, because you're the president, Mr. President. And it's time to just be a man, okay? Real men don't point fingers. Real men find solutions. Real men show leadership. Real men moisturize. Guys, you got to take care of your skin. You got to take care of your skin. Yeah. The skin is the biggest organ on the body. Unless you're dwarf, then it's the second biggest.
We all know Donald Trump isn't a details kind of guy. We elected him to come up with big, brilliant ideas like renaming the Gulf of Mexico. No one else could have thought of that or should have thought of that. But it's okay that he's not big on details because during the campaign, he promised us that he knew a guy.
I'm going to appoint Elon Musk, who's a fantastic guy, to lead a government efficiency commission tasked with saving trillions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse. We have tremendous fat.
Don't take the bait, Jesse. Don't take the bait. Be the bigger person. Be the bigger person. Okay. That's right, Elon Musk, the world's richest man and guy who cheers in the wrong parts of Saving Private Ryan. Trump promised us that he'd give Elon full access to the federal government, pull it to the side and get all up in it. And unlike his wedding vows, this is a promise he kept.
Elon Musk's sweeping push to make over the federal government, sparking Democratic panic and warnings of a constitutional crisis.
Now we have learned that his team has gained access to something extraordinarily sensitive, the system that the Treasury Department uses to disperse almost every check and expenditure of any kind made by the U.S. government.
That is a vast database with millions of Americans' personal information on it.
Yeah, Elon Musk has access to your social security number, and that is not cool. If you want our personal data, Elon, you go buy it off the dark web like everyone else, okay? Now you might be thinking, I don't want white nationalist Tony Stark to have sole control of the inner workings of the federal government, but relax. It's not just Elon. He has a fully equipped team.
Longtime government employees this week were shocked to find that their new supervisors from Elon Musk's Doge department include recent college and high school graduates between 19 and 24 years old. One of the young men is apparently a former intern at Musk's Neuralink company, who goes by the online handle Big Balls.
Great! Big Balls has my social security number. Now I feel better. But Elon Musk isn't the only one having people finger banging their eggs Florentine with excitement. Donald Trump is also reducing the government workforce, although his interests seem to be less about cost cutting and more about sweet, sweet revenge.
Tremendous unrest inside the FBI as prosecutors and agents who worked on the January 6th investigation are being targeted.
It looks like a wholesale purge of the FBI. As you know, already the 8 top officials at the Federal Bureau of Investigation have either been fired or forced to resign. Now the FBI is being asked to produce a list of every employee who worked on any case related to January 6th. I am told this is some 6,000 FBI employees all told.
What the f? These agents were doing their job, enforcing the law, and now they're getting fired? That is not how it works. I cannot believe I have to explain firing to the star of The Apprentice. That was your whole big job. And this is obviously just the beginning, because Trump is going to be targeting everyone that's ever come after him. And I just want to say, I'm not scared. So, Mr. Trump, bring it on, okay? Bring it on. That's coming from me, Jordan Klepper, Klepper.
This morning, a stunning proposal from an American president, Donald Trump, with the Israeli prime minister by his side, declaring that the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it.
Okay, let me just ask, what? And also, what?
President Trump made a surprising suggestion last night during a press conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The United States, he said, should take over the war-torn Gaza Strip and redevelop it into something like a seaside resort.
We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East.
What the f? Trump is going to turn Gaza into the Riviera? He couldn't even turn Atlantic City into a nicer Atlantic City. If anything, they tore down so many of his casinos, he turned Atlantic City into Gaza. But okay, he wants to rebuild it and he wants to turn it into Mar-a-Lago. At least the Palestinians will have a place to go back to.
Donald Trump calling for the permanent resettlement of roughly 2 million Palestinians.
I don't think people should be going back to Gaza. I think that Gaza has been very unlucky for them.
And he says he's willing to use the U.S. military to do it.
We'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that.
Okay, just so I'm clear, your idea is to take over Gaza, rebuild it into Mar-a-Lago, and make sure that the Palestinians who live there can't go back? That is the craziest thing he said since yesterday and until tomorrow. Even his chief of staff was shocked. Look at her face. She looks just like she won Best Country Album at the Grammys. Of course she's shocked. He's effectively advocating for ethnic cleansing. Who could possibly be okay with that?
You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads. And they say, you know, he's right.
No, they usually scratch their heads and they say, what the f*** are you talking about? Of course, Bibi is ecstatic at Trump's idea. Look at him. He looks happier than a teenager getting a hand job in the back of a birthright bus. But Bibi aside, this proposal is giving a lot of people whiplash. Trump ran his whole campaign on America First, and now he's out there chanting from the Riviera to the sea. Yesterday, Donald Trump unveiled his big plan to relocate Gazans and turn their homeland into the world's holiest Hard Rock hotel and casino. And today, the reviews are in. The Arab world hates it. Democrats condemn it. Republicans have problems with it. And the Palestinians won't abide by it. Or as Trump says,
That's what your Gaza proposal, a lot of people are talking about, obviously. Everybody loves it.
I stand corrected. I guess everybody loves it. And even though the plan was totally perfect in every way, his staff spent the entire next day walking back every single part of it.
The president said his intention was to remove Palestinians from Gaza permanently.
If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently,
But today, the press secretary said it would be temporary.
The president has made it clear that they need to be temporarily relocated out of Gaza for the rebuilding of this effort.
Oh, Trump's press secretary just had her first walk back. This is an important rite of passage for Trump's spokespeople, their bull mitzvah, if you will. She was spending so much time walking back the plan that at one point she ran out of English words.
This is an uninhabitable place for human beings.
Yeah, so true. Remind me how it got uninhabitable again? Even worse for Caroline, while she was scrambling to salvage Trump's plan, Trump was on Truth Social readjusting it on the fly, which left everybody even more confused.
Breaking just a short time ago, President Trump seemed to backtrack, but also to double down on his plan to take over Gaza.
A backtrack and a double down? And now, on the uneven bars, Donald Trump will attempt the rare combination backtrack, double down. Now let's see if he breaks every bone in his body. But while his team tries to fix his Gaza plan, Donald Trump has already moved on because he's basically the norovirus. Every day he spews executive orders all over the place, and while we struggle to clean up all the puke, he comes out the other end with something even worse. He tried to buy out the entire workforce of the CIA. His DOJ is going after anyone who's investigated him, and now he has defeated America's biggest threat.
At the White House today, President Trump signing an executive order banning transgender women and girls from competing in women's sports.
With this executive order, the war on women's sports is over. We're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding.
You notice how he paused right before invade your locker rooms? Like, maybe we won't make that illegal. Should have proofread this. Like, it's bad enough that he's banned trans women from sports, but spare us the performance of pretending that this is a top issue for women in this country. Maybe start with, I don't know, reproductive rights or pay inequality. Or why it's 2025 and still none of my clothes have pockets. Now, you might be wondering, is this really going to be the entire Trump presidency, just divisive executive orders every day for the next 4 years? Probably, but on the bright side, he did have one executive order today that felt relatively harmless.
I have signed an executive order to resume the process of creating a new national park full of statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. It will be called the National Garden of American Heroes, and I hope that Congress will fully fund this wonderfully unifying project at the first possible opportunity.
Excuse me, sir. Americans already have a national garden, and it sells unlimited breadsticks. I never thought I'd say this, but Elon, I got some government waste for you right here. Does anyone have the phone number of the Department of Government Efficiency? Actually, they're all 12-year-olds. Does anyone have the Roblox usernames of the Department of Government Efficiency?
Here's drop some knowledge. No one really cared about the game because of the earth-shattering announcement that had been made moments prior.
You know, we're flying over right now. We're flying over a thing called the Gulf of America. And I'm signing a proclamation, and perhaps you could define that.
First of all, why do you fly around in a Hyatt hotel room? Second of all, define proclamation? You don't know what a proclamation, or did you just want her to say what the actual prompt about? I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
This is a proclamation declaring today, February 9th, 2025, as the first ever Gulf of America Day.
And we're flying right over it right now. So we thought this would be appropriate. Even bigger than the Super Bowl.
It's true, bigger than the Super Bowl. In fact, my favorite thing about Gulf of America Day are the commercials. It's very historic. I'm sure we'll look back on this day fondly when America is swallowed up by the rising waters of the Gulf of America. You know, it turns out, it's kind of a weird thing. Airplanes might not be the best place to make bigger than the Super Bowl announcements.
Even bigger than the Super Bowl. This is a big thing. And almost everybody now has assented to that.
And on board, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please direct your attention now to the right side of the aircraft. Air Force One is currently in international waters, the first time in history flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America.
First of all, oh my God, it shut him up even for just a second. I think airplane pilots must be the most powerful force in the universe. I feel like the Democrats have to get themselves an airplane pilot.
Sorry for the interruption, but you can't do that.
Maybe they'll let Schumer. Schumer will be the pilot. But forgive me, that's even forgotten. What does calling it Gulf of America do? Do we get all its fish now?
Make America great again, right? That's what we care about.
Make America great again. Yeah. Everything Trump does is all part of making America great again. Order one. Roll back everything from the previous not great administration. Regulations on the environment, regulations on the Second Amendment, the Title IX guidance, and not just the big shit. You want to make America great again, you can't skimp on the details.
President Trump says he's going to reverse Joe Biden's mandate to phase out plastic straws, saying, enjoy your next drink without a straw that disgustingly dissolves in your mouth.
Okay, he's right on this one. He is right on this one. Those straws are f***ing terrible. Objectively terrible. I'm supposed to have some weird tissue paper dissolve in my mouth just because turtles can't figure out straws aren't food? No. Don't eat the tubes, you stupid turtles. So Trump is making America great again by taking us back to 2016. But obviously, if we're going to make America great again, we can't stop in 2016. We got to keep pushing to that place when America was truly great. How much further back do we need to go? So, looks like it's the 70s. Oh, like you don't know who Burt Reynolds is. If you're going to make us great, you're going to have to roll further back than the 70s. What do you got?
We're going to stop the destructive and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, the 70s won't fly. 70s was all about women's lib and Stonewall. Now, my friends, we got to go back further to make America great. And ladies, when we do go back, don't worry. It's all going to work out for you.
You will no longer be thinking about abortion. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. Like everything else, it's a little bit different today. You're not allowed to say that because if you call a woman or a girl beautiful, that's the end of your career.
Oh, you can't even say, hey, sugar tits. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go back to the old days with regular tits, not the ones that disgustingly dissolve in your mouth. Also, Jesus. in the 70s there, folks. Not even in the, let's keep going. Because that sounds like the 50s, and the 50s are still too inclusive. I mean, by then, Italians and Irish were considered white. No, that's too far. Keep going back. America's greatness awaits.
We were the richest country in the world. We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were a tariff country.
1870s. Okay. There we go. 1870s. And of course, while America presently is still pretty rich, apologies, Luxembourg. Point taken. Who wouldn't trade our current environment for America's 1870s tariff-driven, becandled, tuberculosis-laden, pre-industrial heyday?
We were so wealthy, we had commissions set up what to do with all the money that we were taking in.
Good point of order. To the extent that we were at our richest from 1870 to 1913, it wasn't so much we as like four guys. And we called them robber barons as a sign of affection. Meanwhile, the rest of America, the leading cause of death was falling into a vat at work. And it got to the point where even the robber barons realized that the only way this glorious era in American history was going to end was either full-scale revolution or reasonable compromise, which is how we ended up with stuff like income tax and labor laws and workplace safety guarantees. So let's really tread carefully in the greatness way back machine.
Arizona House Republican Eddie Biggs introduced a bill this week that would abolish OSHA, a Department of Labor agency tasked with overseeing workplace safety.
To the vats! And fill mine with boiling tallow, boy! What? Why not just bring back child labor while you're at it?
When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old, I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that.
You were picking berries in a field before your bar mitzvah? I mean, by the way, how old are you if you were picking berries before there were child labor laws? Because is the key to good skin working the fields as a child? Now, I hate to bring this up, but if we are going back to the 1870s and before, does that include every diversity initiative?
Birthright citizenship was, if you look back when this was passed and made, that was meant for the children of slaves. This was not meant for the whole world to come in, everybody coming in, and totally unqualified people with perhaps unqualified children.
Don't bring us your tired and poor huddled masses. Do you have any mathletes? Any Doogies Hauser? We will take all of your Sheldons, young and old. For those of you at home who might fear that the president's desire to take us back to our nation's historic greatness may tread into unconstitutional action, fear not, because the brilliant design of our nation allows for the co-equal branch of the judiciary to stand as a bulwark against tyranny, as judged in the landmark decision of 1803 Marbury versus Madison, which, as you know, is when James Madison lost the historic Supreme Court case to Stephon Marbury. Marbury ran him out of the building and established our foundational separation of powers.
Vice President J.D. Vance, he had some interesting words about the separation of power and government.
He's for it?
If a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. If a judge tried to command the attorney general on how to use her discretion as a prosecutor, that's also illegal. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power.
Yeah! Of course they're allowed to adjudicate the boundaries of that power. That's the whole fucking point of the judiciary, to interpret whether those powers are legitimate. You went to law school, motherfucker. The alternative is acting. The only alternative is that the executive determines for himself what is constitutional. At which point there would be no guardrails against. Hey, Congress. Hey, buddy. You got a little separation of powers problem. I was wondering, any chance you might be reasserting your authority? Opposition party. Democrats, you ready to do some oppositioning?
There are some things we can do, but the Republicans are the majority in the Senate and the House. We're going to need some Republicans, frankly, who are willing to lose, who are willing to be a Liz Cheney and say, I will lose my seat to do the right thing by this country, not the right thing by Donald Trump. I haven't seen it yet. Let's hope.
Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman of New York.
That's the sales pitch. We just need someone on their side willing to lose everything for progress, like a Russian dog being shot into space. You can see the Democrats' backbone on our new show, America Backslide, starring Dan Goldman as hopeful loser.
Donald Trump has been imposing a lot of tariffs since he took office, and if the nature and scope of these tariffs confuses you, don't worry, you're not the only one.
Thank you, sir. Next, in 2018, you imposed ad valorem duties, tariffs on imports of steel at a 25% rate. Since that time, a large number of exclusions and exceptions to that tariff rule have been implemented. Because of the damage to the United States steel industry that those exceptions and exclusions have imposed, we're now, this order would reimpose that 25% ad valorem tariff rate on imports of steel, and it's presented for your signature now.
Okay. Do you understand what that means?
Do you understand what that means? I mean, why don't you tell me, President of the United States, what this means? Explain ad valorem to me like I was a child. This is Trump's own policy, and he's so bored by it. And you can tell because at one point he gets so bored he just starts peeking into a random folder on the desk. Like, what's in here? Candy? Picture of boobs? What do we got? Oh, just more folders. Why is this guy still talking? Yesterday was a busy day at the White House. First, Trump met with the King of Jordan, the country, Jordan. You're not the boss of me, King Abdullah II, okay? Of course, Trump invited the king to discuss his plan to displace 2 million people and turn Gaza into the Atlantic City of the Middle East, which sounds pretty clear-cut to me, but apparently the nitpickers in the media still have questions.
You said before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it. We're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it.
There's no problem and nobody's going to question it? Trump is like a Jedi who doesn't have the Force. I'll take Gaza, nobody's going to question it. Nobody. No, is this thing working? Is this? But Trump has another plan to convince the haters. A charm offensive.
It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it.
Okay. So it's going to be an ethnic cherishing. I got it. Okay. I mean, how did that start like a Mussolini speech and end as a Boyz II Men song? We will take the land, it will be ours, and we're going to make love to you. Like you want us to, and I'll hold it tight, baby, all through the night. But one thing I find weird about Donald Trump saying he wants to run Gaza is that from what we've seen so far, he barely wants to run the United States. For weeks, people have been raising alarms about how Trump seems to be handing way too much power over to Elon Musk. And yesterday, Trump replied, "I hear you. You want me to give more power to Elon Musk."
President Trump setting new guidelines for hiring in the federal workforce while giving more power to Elon Musk and his team at the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. A new executive order directs government agencies to pursue large-scale cuts, saying they now need hiring approval from DOGE.
Yes, Elon Musk is now in charge of all government hirings. So, I didn't say that right. Right, I didn't say it right. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I keep Hitler misspeaking. I don't know why I keep misspeaking. So this was already a pretty unusual thing for president to do. But Trump being Trump, he had to make it even more ridiculous by introducing it with a full-on circus act in the Oval Office. Now look at this scene. Musk is holding court with his hands tented like a Bond villain, probably to stop him from doing a Nazi salute, with his 4-year-old child in tow. I mean, that poor kid. His dad literally runs SpaceX, and Elon took him to a meeting on federal spending. Dad, are we going to get to see the rockets? No, son, we're going to discuss budgets because I'm a shitty dad. I mean, everything about this event was so bizarre. Trump was sitting quietly for half an hour, retreating to his happy place, thinking about Arnold Palmer's giant Doge. I mean, and who thought cloning Stephen Miller was a good idea? I mean, is it for spare parts? I mean, they look like a before and even more before picture. Okay, but all right. Leaving aside this Renaissance painting done by the dogs playing poker guy, it's good that we have Elon Musk here. Because we've been watching him slashing programs and shuttering agencies for a month now. We can finally ask Elon, why are you doing this?
If the people cannot vote on how they will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that the president, the House, and the Senate decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected bureaucracy.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you see why this guy's a genius. You don't want an unelected bureaucrat running the country. It makes a lot of sense. No questions here. I do have one question, though. Isn't that you? I mean, am I going crazy? Because it feels like I'm watching Drake sing Not Like Us at karaoke. Does he not know? Remember during the campaign, Donald Trump made some big promises about how quickly and easily he was going to end that war.
If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours. I would tell Putin, you gotta settle. I would tell Zelensky, you gotta settle. I would get a settlement in 24 hours, no longer than one day. I can get it ended as president-elect.
I will get it settled before I even become president.
I'm gonna do a Back to the Future and end this war before it even starts. Go back in time, kiss my mom, maybe have sex with her. What am I talking about? What was I talking about? There we are, 1 month into that first 24 hours, and Donald Trump is finally ready to negotiate. But it's going to be tough, which is why he started out with a quick warm-up negotiation first. An old-fashioned prisoner swap with Russia. Let's see how it went.
Russia freed a wrongfully detained American teacher. Mark Fogel returning to the U.S. after more than 3 years in Russian captivity, imprisoned for carrying a small amount of medically prescribed marijuana. In exchange, the U.S. releasing Russian cybercrime kingpin Alexander Vinnik.
What? You traded a cybercrime kingpin for public school teacher Mark Fogel? This is like if the Dallas Mavericks traded Luka Doncic for public school teacher Mark Fogel. teacher we got back is the cool teacher. He smokes weed and he's been to jail. I mean, you know he's showing movies in fourth period. Also, Americans, stop smoking weed in Russia. If you need to relax, try not being in Russia. Okay, now that Trump got all warmed up, it's time for the main event.
This morning, President Trump pledging to meet with Russian President Putin in person after announcing they've agreed to start negotiations immediately to end the war in Ukraine.
President Trump saying, quote, I just had a lengthy and highly productive phone call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. We discussed Ukraine, the Middle East, energy, artificial intelligence, the power of the dollar, and various other subjects.
I'd like to know what those various other subjects were. I mean, it's a tad suspicious. It's like a husband coming back from a Vegas bachelor party saying, yeah, we ate some great food, we saw the Sphere, did various other things. Anyway, you should get a prescription for Valtrex. So, Trump has now set the stage for face-to-face negotiations with Putin on the future of Ukraine. But Trump won't be going into this alone. He also has Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, a man who does not take no for an answer, according to police reports. So, get ready, Putin, because you're about to face the toughest negotiations of your life.
Pete Hegseth, speaking at NATO headquarters during his first trip to Europe, was blunt, saying Ukraine's long-sought membership in NATO isn't realistic. Neither is thinking Ukraine can regain all the territory Russia has seized.
We must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective.
Measures that will likely be welcomed by Putin, prompting questions about whether Trump is giving up his leverage to negotiate with Russia.
Speaking in unusually blunt terms, the German defense minister accusing the Trump administration of making concessions to Putin before these peace negotiations have even begun.
Okay, so before negotiations even start, America gave up the two things Russia most wants? I mean, how do Hegseth and Trump not know how to negotiate? Between the two of them, they've been divorced 97 times. I mean, your opening move is giving away the house, the car, and the kids. Best case scenario, you're leaving court with half of a golden retriever. I mean, no one's going to be happy with that, except for maybe RFK Jr. But I guess there's still plenty of stuff to negotiate. For example, which animal will Zelensky be fed to once the Russians take over? Probably a lion, but could be a shark, There's room there. Whichever animal it is will probably fall out of a window. Regardless, Trump is not going to go driving a hard bargain on Ukraine's behalf, and that's fine. But as long as Ukraine is an equal member of this peace process, they'll get some of what they want.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question.
That's like when my dentist asks if I floss. It's an interesting question. I gotta go. Okay, so this is not looking good for Ukraine. Imagine not even being invited to your own peace negotiations. It's like if your wife told you she wanted a threesome and then asked what night she'll be away on business. Had so much fun, sweetie. I'm strong enough for this. It's okay, I had it coming after Vegas. Now, you might think it's unfair to put Ukraine in this position after they were the ones invaded, but that's not exactly how Trump sees things.
I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into.
Not a good war to go into? They were invaded. It wasn't their idea. Little advice for the back of Abraham Lincoln's head. Don't get hit by a bullet. Not smart. Look. Here. Clearly, this is going to be a complex negotiation, and it couldn't have come at a worse time for Trump because he's also busy with his second job. Last week, he declared himself the chairman of Washington's Kennedy Center for the Arts, the government's premier arts institution. And if you're thinking, Wait, Trump is completely unqualified to think about art. Don't worry. He brought along an equally unqualified board to help him out.
He was elected by a board that he recently shook up, replacing appointees by Democratic presidents with Trump loyalists. As for the board, it now includes Attorney General Pam Bondi, Second Lady Usha Vance, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scamino, Allison Letnick, who's the Commerce Secretary's wife.
Okay. First of all, what's up with this photo? Oh, you need a headshot of Mr. Scamino? Unfortunately, the only picture that exists of him is from when he walked in on his parents bumping uglies. But hey, Donald Trump loves arts and entertainment, and you can hear his genuine passion in a phone call he had with the board.
I think we're going to do something very special. It got very wokey, and some people were not happy with it, and some people refused to go, and we're not going to have that. We're going to have something that will be very, very exciting, and we'll do things both physically and in every other way to make the building look even better. I think we're going to make it hot. We made the presidency hot, so this should be easy.
It's hot? Only Trump would look at a building and go, man,
Let's kick things off with the war in Ukraine. Donald Trump promised he could secure a peace deal within 1 day of taking office, which means he is now negative 34 days ahead of schedule. Good work, sir. As we know, the Ukraine war began in 2022 when Putin invaded Ukraine on 3 separate fronts while launching missile attacks on Ukrainian cities. Or as Donald Trump puts it,
President Trump has made a series of false assertions blaming Ukraine for starting the war.
You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
that's an interesting interpretation in that it's not what happened. In fact, it's the exact opposite of what happened. And this has set off alarm bells for a lot of conservatives, including Brian Kilmeade, Trump's buddy and the Joey Tribbiani of Fox and Friends. He tried to gently push back when Trump started to blame the destruction of Ukraine on President Zelensky.
You have a man who's led a country that had the most beautiful cities that they demolished, had the most beautiful domes. Those domes are the most beautiful in the world.
But that's Russia's fault, though. Russia did
demolished 1,000-year-old domes, and everything's demolished.
But Mr. President, that's all. That's Vladimir Putin's fault.
I get tired of listening to it. He makes it very hard to make deals. But look what's happened to his country. It's been demolished.
But no, I hear you. But Mr. President, but you know who's to blame for that. That's Vladimir Putin that did the invasion unwarranted, to try to take back land he had no right to. And don't you think fundamentally that's that? And if you could just, and now both sides want to talk, it seems, so we should just get to that point.
They only want to talk because of me.
But this is how off the rails Trump is. His beloved Fox News is saying, Mr. President, you sound crazy, and I believe DEI causes tornadoes. And he's right, not about the DEI causing tornadoes. We all know trans people cause tornadoes, but about this war. Under Donald Trump, America has fully taken Russia's side, which means, are we the bad guys now? Well, that didn't answer that. But I think we might be the bad guys. It's not just Republicans who are alarmed. The entire continent of Europe is freaking the out. If the United States will help Russia take over Ukraine, who's next? Poland? Latvia? Slovenia? Slovakia? Albania? Estonia? Yeah, I got a 97 in AP Geography. Thank you. Thank you. I would have gotten 100, but I misspelled my name. So yesterday, Europe tried to get Trump back on its side by sending over its most charismatic Trump whisperer, Emmanuel Macron of France. And right from the start of that meeting, you could really see how he let his guard down.
Par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
That is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he said, but that is the elegant, beautiful language.
Yeah, Trump just loves the French accent, probably because it's the native tongue of his hero, Pepe Le Pew. Something about that pervert skunk that Trump finds so relatable. But Macron's accent gives him a lot of leeway to gently correct Trump every time he spews bullshit.
I mean, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia because the aggressor is Russia.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid 60% of the total default. And it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money.
Look at him. Look at that smile. The guy is smitten. Usually if someone confronts him about being wrong, he takes away their security detail, but he's letting Macron do whatever he wants. I think a sexy accent is his kryptonite. I assumed it was vegetables, but to be fair, it's not just Macron. Trump was swooning over anyone with a sexy accent.
I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing.
Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not. Did you say where are you from? Italy. From Italy. Oh, I love Italy.
Oh, Italy. I love that restaurant with the grocery store attached. Oh, now. Tell me, which section are you from? Formaggio? Produce? Self-checkout? By the way, Trump is the only person on earth who has ever asked an Italian person to talk louder. Of course, as we saw last week, not every accent does it for him. Sometimes it just confuses him.
Mr. President, people in India would be welcoming your decision to expedite the hub of Rana to. I can't understand a word he's saying.
So come on, if you don't understand what someone is saying, don't be rude and dismiss them. Just laugh and go, oh my God, that's so crazy, like a normal person. I mean, is Trump sure that he wants to be president? Because this is the worst job in the world if you don't understand accents. It's like working as an escort if you're still not 100% sure which hole it's supposed to go in. Although, would that actually make you a great escort? I guess we'll never know. By the way, if you're wondering how tough Indian accents are for Trump, he had to get a translator for it. Not for the language, for the accent.
It's evident that how the deep state of United States was involved in the regime change. So what is your point of view about the Bangladesh?
And what is the role that the deep state played in this situation?
I can't believe Doge is going around looking for inefficiencies. Meanwhile, Trump has an English-to-English translator. But if you do have to have the translator for accents, why does the translator also have an accent? Maybe the plan was to have a string of translators with slightly less of an accent until they finally got to something Trump could process. Eventually, it'll just be the word Bangladesh written across the boobs of a swimsuit model. Oh, now I get it. Anyway, back to Macron. Now, you might think that it's not wise for Europe to hinge its survival on the seductive power of Macron's accent, but Trump himself admitted that it works.
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. Now, we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you.
Hold on. Forget the accent. What was going on with that handshake? Are they doing the, no, you hang up, but with their hands? Has been getting some stuff done. For example, yesterday he signed an executive order that forces hospitals to be transparent with their prices. And look, that seems like a good idea. And I am perfectly capable of admitting it when Donald Trump did something good. When Donald Trump did something good. When Donald Trump did something good. I can't say it. Why is this so hard? Oh, thank God those don't come along very often. Of course, because it's Donald Trump, most people will never hear about this price transparency thing because at the same meeting, he seemed more interested in doing stuff like this.
Do you have one of those Trump was right about everything hats? Give me all of them. Look, see that? Trump was right about everything. It just came in. Somebody said, I said, this was sent in by a fan. I said, I think we should make some of them, right? But we were pretty much. You want one?
Okay, first of all, that is way too much text, guys. If your hat needs a bookmark, it's not a good hat. And look, I hate to quibble with the hat, but Trump wasn't right about everything, okay? There were a couple of small things. I don't know, Haitian immigrants weren't eating cats and dogs. There wasn't $50 million worth of condoms sent to Gaza. Belgium is not a city. The 2020 election wasn't stolen. China doesn't operate the Panama Canal, nor does it. And the best taco bowls are not made at the Trump Tower Grill. But yes, other than that, Trump was right about everything. Now, I'm not trying to be a hater, but if you're going to own a hat with a ridiculous lie on it, at least make it a fun, ridiculous lie, which is why I'm selling these. Garfield did 9/11 hats. Get yours today before he finishes the job. Obviously, Trump didn't bring everybody into the Oval Office just to sell hats. He was there to sell something much more fancy.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus.
Oh, green card privileges plus. See, I was still getting America with ads. Quick question. If I'm unhappy with America, can I cancel my subscription after 7 days? I am curious, what does this gold card do?
It's going to be a route to citizenship, and wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money.
Did this guy just put a cover charge on America? It's $5 million to get in, but he'll waive it if you bring in 3 hot girls with you. I mean, I guess it beats the old way of becoming a citizen, which was to marry Donald Trump, but still. I feel like immigrant stories are going to be a lot less inspiring in the future. My grandfather came to this country with nothing but $5 million and the clothes in his custom Louis Vuitton 5-piece trunk set. Although I have to admit, I don't totally hate the idea of buying your way into a country. Hey, Canada. How you doing, girl? I'm just going to come out and say it. I want to be in you. And listen, I don't have $5 million, but I do have $4 and a cough drop. And this orange hat. Let's talk about it. Now, you might be thinking, wait a second, if the U.S. is just going to put citizenship up for sale, doesn't that mean that any monster can buy one as long as they're rich? Well, according to Trump,
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card? Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible.
like Trump watched Anora and his takeaway from that movie was, we need to do more to help out that rich Russian teenager. He's so good at sex. If you're letting Russians come into the country, you got to be careful, okay? I don't want to engage in stereotypes, but if you let a Russian in, then there's going to be a smaller Russian inside of him, and then an even smaller Russian inside of him, and on and on and on. There's always another.
Nine months till the election, people. And the exciting part is we already know our candidates. It's drum roll, please. These guys. That's why tonight we're debuting our election coverage in December 2024 American Democracy. See, it's a homophone. We didn't change the sound of the word, but we added a K, which makes it wittier. In December 2024 election. We changed the one letter. Are you disappointed yet?
Now, for once, the big news in the GOP primary is not about Donald Trump. It's about Nikki Haley and what Donald Trump said about her.
Former President Trump taking heat for questioning why Nikki Haley's husband has not been with her on the campaign trail.
Where's her husband? No, he's away. He's away. What happened to her husband?
What happened to her husband? Where is he? He's gone.
Your husband, Michael, is a major with the South Carolina Army National Guard, currently deployed in the Horn of Africa.
It's disgusting. And let's take it and move me and Michael out of it. If you're going to go and criticize a combat veteran, you criticize one veteran, you're criticizing all of them.
Wow. Now, that is the spine of a leader. Someone who will stand up for our troops when Donald Trump attacks them. I mean, not John McCain or the Gold Star family. She worked for Trump after that. But if you go after a troop that Nikki Haley is married to, that is where she draws a very specific line.
Let's kick things off with Nikki Haley. She made a big announcement today, but it wasn't the one we were all expecting.
Some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race. Well, I'm not.
Okay, we'll just wait another week then. Do what you want, but it's not a good sign for your campaign if you have to keep announcing that you're not dropping out of the race. Now, if you think talking perfume is undignified for the front runner for president, excuse me, don't worry, it's not just perfume.
Donald Trump introducing a new sneaker line at a shoe conference in Philly over the weekend.
This is a big crowd.
Appearing at SneakerCon in Philadelphia.
We're going to remember the young people and we're going to remember SneakerCon. You're sneakerheads, right?
The former president took today to promote a money-making deal, having struck a name and rights agreement for a limited edition sneaker line, the most expensive pair in the series, selling for $399.
That's the real deal. That's the real deal.
Finally, a sneaker that won't make me feel bad when I accidentally step in shit.
Yesterday, my home state of Michigan held primary elections, but the big story was who Democrats didn't vote for.
This morning, President Biden and former President Trump coming off huge wins in Michigan. But it's these voters who shook up the Democratic primary.
If he doesn't get it together and change what he's doing, we will not vote for him in November.
Overnight, an extremely unusual watch party for voters who cast their ballots not for a candidate, but for uncommitted in protest of President Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. The effort's organizers had set their goal at 10,000 votes. They got more than 10 times that.
Wow, 100,000 people went outside in Michigan in February to say they don't like you. That is a lot of commitment to uncommitment. Reminds me of my single years. Anyways, it's horrible what's happening in the Middle East. And ceasefire supporters are sending Joe Biden a strong message that if he doesn't push for an end to the war, they won't vote for him. And I'm glad they're making their voices heard. This is how you get attention of politicians. You threaten to kick them out of office if they don't listen to you. Of course, in this particular situation, the guy who would take his place is Trump. Not only is he not sympathetic to your cause, he said he's going to add Gazans to the Muslim ban. It's like convincing your sister to break up with that guy who's no good for her, and then the next Christmas she shows up with Pennywise. You know, he's got kids in the sewer. It's a red flag, sis. Let's talk about a major update in the ongoing battle between Donald Trump and karma. He's on trial. He's on trial right now for trying to overthrow the government, a pretty big faux pas. But recently, his lawyers threw out a Hail Mary legal claim that says he's immune from being charged for anything he did while president. And now his buddies on the Supreme Court are saying, maybe.
This morning, the U.S. Supreme Court handing Donald Trump the gift of time. The justices agreeing to decide whether the Republican frontrunner should be immune from federal charges because his attempts to reverse the 2020 election happened while he was still in office.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
In a one-page order, the High Court saying it will hear arguments in the case the week of April 22nd. But with no firm date for its final ruling, the prospect of a federal criminal trial being completed before the November election becoming increasingly unrealistic.
Legally speaking, his strategy has long been to delay. Here he gets help in doing that from the highest court in the land, and there's nothing anybody can do to stop him.
I cannot believe this. This dude, he's slipping out of everything. Is he some sort of human eel chimera? You know, like, he started his campaign with 4 different cases against him, and he's going to run out the clock on all of them. There's the stolen documents case. You got a Trump-friendly judge. The Georgia case has been completely sidetracked by 2 of the prosecutors each other. Now the January 6th case is getting delayed due to a legal theory that nobody thinks is legit except for maybe the judges he hired. The only case that might be finished before the election is the Stormy Daniels case. And based on the way things are going, I bet that judge is going to get stuck in a Venus flytrap or something. I don't know. You'd think with so many cases against him, one of them would stick. But he's actually using that to his advantage, saying he needs to delay the cases so he has time to prepare for the other ones. It's like when Arnold Schwarzenegger is getting attacked by 2 guys and he bonks their heads together and they're both out for the rest of the movie.
Breaking news.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We begin with the breaking news this morning. The United States Supreme Court ruling that former President Donald Trump cannot be removed from any state's ballot for his actions on January 6th.
Let that be a lesson to all you out there who might be thinking about subverting the Constitution in a presidential election. You go, boy.
The baby boomer death grip continues. Does anyone else have a chance to break through?
An NBC News election alert and report, and this is good news for Nikki Haley. NBC News can project that she has won the state of Vermont. It's her first victory of the night.
Yes, Vermont! Yeah! Nikki won the Subaru owner who makes their own honey voting block. You can build on that, Nikki Haley. 2024, baby.
Breaking news this morning, Nikki Haley dropping out of the 2024 presidential race, leaving Donald Trump the last man standing in the race.
No! Don't quit now, Nikki. You are only 80,000 delegates behind. If you drop out, what will little girls without any principles, convictions, or charisma look up to?
There is another candidate in the race who can play a big role. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's polling as high as 22% so far, which means he could lose this election more successfully than any third-party candidate in years. And soon we'll find out who he'll choose to lose it alongside him.
Robert Kennedy Jr. says he has chosen his running mate and will announce his VP pick in the next 2 weeks. The independent presidential candidate says his short list includes New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who came under scrutiny during the pandemic for misleading the public about his vaccination status.
That's right. Aaron Rodgers could be RFK Jr.'s running mate. This would be the greatest president and vice president pairing of all time, is what I'm assuming the measles virus is saying. A football player in the White House feels like progress, though. We don't need any more aging old men with brain problems. We need a strong young man with brain problems. I just don't know if Aaron Rodgers is qualified to be next in line for the presidency, but I guess we don't have to worry about that. When has a Kennedy ever died unexpectedly?
That's right. All week we sat with breathless anticipation to see if Trump had $454 million in his wallet. Or would Trump Tower be turned over to New York City to perhaps ease our terrible housing crunch? Or more likely do what they always do, another shitty Walgreens. No way. He comes up with $500 million by the end of the day. I've been saving this since 2016. And it's finally here. And it's finally here.
Judgment Day! Moments ago, the former president got a financial lifeline from a New York appeals court.
This isn't gonna be good.
They reduced the bond he must pay in the civil fraud case from more than $450 million to $175 million and gave him more time to pay for it.
Well, that's still something. That's 10 days to come up with $175 million.
Now, Trump had just over a week to come up with a $175 million bond in his real estate fraud case. And if he can't get it from selling shares in his social media company or borrowing from his billionaire friends or teaming up with Giuliani for a sexy car wash, then this latest very classy business venture just might do the trick.
I'm proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood, who doesn't love his song God Bless the USA, in connection with promoting the God Bless the USA Bible. This Bible is the King James Version and also includes our founding father documents, yes, the Constitution, also the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance are all part of this. All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many. It's my favorite book.
Many? How does that thing not burst into flames immediately? Huh? The Green was out today when President Joe Biden made history with the biggest one-day cash grab of all time.
The Biden campaign just announced that its blinged out fundraiser in New York tonight has already raised $25 million. The event will feature former Presidents Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and a huge list of others.
They will be assembling more than 5,000 supporters at Radio City Music Hall for this first of its kind fundraiser. One batch of supporters who will have a photo taken by famed photographer Annie Leibovitz of themselves and the three presidents.
Wow. Biden, Obama, and Clinton all in one show. It's like Coachella for the kids who asked the teacher for more homework. I mean, this fundraiser is serious. Some people are spending $500,000 to be there. And guys, I'm sorry, this just feels gross. $500,000 for access to a president. I mean, that's not how democracy should work. Save that money for a Supreme Court justice.
And while many Republicans would like the whole country to look like Arizona, Donald Trump, the guy who appointed those Supreme Court justices, is now trying to position himself as a moderate on abortion.
Now to the race for the White House. After months of questions, former President Donald Trump today revealing his position on abortion, declining to call for a national ban, saying he would leave it up to the states.
The states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both. And whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state.
After years of anticipation, the first criminal trial of a former president has begun. And by all accounts, it is absolutely riveting.
40 minutes ago, you wrote an observation that I was very surprised. Trump appears to be sleeping. His head keeps dropping down and his mouth goes slack. Tell us about that.
Well, Jake, he appears to be asleep.
Hey, Jake. What part of head down, eyes closed, drool coming out of his mouth? Do you not get over here? He's snoring. He's doing the hung shoe. He's doing the... There's a piece of paper going up and down in his mouth. He's asleep. Imagine committing so many crimes, you get bored at your own trial. Move on to the good stuff. Now, in case you go off track, this is the trial where Trump allegedly paid hush money to an adult film star that he slept with and then allegedly falsified business records to cover it up, or as Trump would put it.
This is political persecution. This is a persecution like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And again, it's a case that should have never been brought. It's an assault on America. And that's why I'm very proud to be here.
Well, it's true. Trump is always very proud to be part of any assault on America.
Today, President Biden was campaigning in Pennsylvania, where he received the endorsement of literally 15 Kennedys who picked Biden over their own relative, RFK Jr. Which is brutal. Can you imagine being at your own wedding and when the pastor asks if anyone objects, your entire family stands up and goes, please don't marry this man. We know him better than anyone, and he sucks.
Today was a big day for Donald Trump versus Johnny Law, with the former president fighting the man at every level of the legal system. But things actually started off pretty good for Trump. After months of calling him unfit for office, Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr said he's voting for him anyway. And Trump responded with as much grace as you would expect.
So the former president posting on Truth Social that, quote, wow, former Attorney General Bill Barr has just endorsed me for president, despite the fact that I called him weak, slow-moving, lethargic, gutless, and lazy. Based on the fact that I greatly appreciate his wholehearted endorsement, I am removing the word lethargic from my statement. Thank you, Bill.
Donald Trump is the king of pettiness. I'm positive in an alt universe, Trump was a sorority president, just dripping with shade. Like, wow, Bill, I love that bikini. You're so brave to be wearing that. You go, girl. I mean, it does look like Trump hates Trump ass kisses as much as the rest of us do. Because he'll be like, kiss the ring, and then when they do, he's like, I can't believe you kissed the ring, you little bitch. Because this is Donald Trump, he wasn't involved in just one court case today. While he was in New York, his lawyers were in front of the Supreme Court arguing that Trump should have complete legal immunity for anything he did while president. And I do mean complete immunity.
If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
I object to this guy's voice. Can someone give him a lozenge or something? I mean, sorry, you may continue.
How about if a president orders the military to stage a coup?
I think it would depend.
That's immune.
I think it would depend on the circumstances whether it was an official act. If it were an official act.
If a president sells nuclear secrets to a foreign adversary, is that immune?
Well, I don't know in the hypothetical whether or not that would be an official act.
Okay, well,
Can we stop giving Trump ideas, okay? Yeah, he's listening to this like, oh, selling nuclear secrets? I should write this down.
Yeah. It sounded like they were loose pitching Netflix action thrillers in the room. Like, in order to save his nation, the president must strangle an opponent in a public death match. Liam Neeson is immune from prosecution. Now, the Trump legal team doesn't really believe the total immunity argument. They're just bringing it up to delay his trials. It's kind of like when your kid asks for water at bedtime and you know they're just trying to delay bedtime because kids don't need water.
So I'm pretty sure kids do need water.
No, you're thinking of plants. I don't know what's worse, that RFK Jr. had a worm that was eating his brain, or that his brain is so poisoned it killed the worm. It's so wild that we've all been joking about how RFK Jr. must have brain worms, and then he actually has brain worms. It's like if the weird kid in class came back from the doctor with a note saying, actually, Kyle does have stage 2 turd face. Please let him get his affairs in order. Now, the Kennedy campaign is dismissing the notion that the dead worm in their candidate's brain could cause any cognitive problems. But the story actually came out because the New York Times found a 2012 deposition from Kennedy's divorce in which he argued that his earning power had diminished because, quote, I have cognitive problems clearly. So I guess his argument now is, no, the worm didn't eat the president part of my brain. Just the part that has to give my ex-wife money. And as if this story couldn't get any weirder, it turns out that Kennedy discovered the worm because he was getting tested for brain fog and memory loss. The doctor said it probably wasn't the worm that was causing the brain fog. It was more likely that he had severe mercury poisoning from eating too much fish. I mean, no wonder RFK cares so much about climate change. He's legally a thermometer.
You may remember that the end of the Republican primary campaign saw a bitter feud between Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. She criticized him for his record and conduct, and he mocked her Indian birth name, promoted birther conspiracies about her, and implied that her husband deployed to Africa just to get away from her. So, highbrow stuff. The attacks got so personal that when Nikki Haley finally dropped out of the race in March, she made it a point to not endorse Donald Trump.
I have always been a conservative Republican and always supported the Republican nominee. But on this question, as she did on so many others, Margaret Thatcher provided some good advice when she said, quote, never just follow the crowd. Always make up your own mind. It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
Wow, go Nikki Haley, right? A Republican standing up to Trump. That's pretty rare these days. It's like seeing an eclipse or a movie without Timothée Chalamet. But basically, Nikki Haley said, Trump, if you want my endorsement, you got to earn it. So let's see how Trump courted Nikki Haley's supporters.
You talked about trying to unify the party. How do you bring these Nikki Haley voters, some of whom voted for you in 2020 but say they don't want to now? How do you bring them back into the
They're
team?
going to all vote for me again. They're going to all vote for me again, everybody. And I'm not sure we need too many.
Damn. That's cold. Trump's like, yeah, let me reach out to Haley supporters. Oh, gotcha.
Of course, the biggest story continues to be the reaction to former President Trump's trial convictions. For the left, the conviction was an exercise in concealed and controlled glee. Many took the opportunity to over-demonstrate how they took no pleasure from this day that they had been dreaming about since childhood.
It was a somber and sad day for America that we have now seen a former president convicted on 34 felony counts. I would hope we could all agree that this is a sad moment.
The justice system had an honorable day. Our country had a sad day.
And Ferris Bueller had the day off.
Border security is one of President Biden's biggest weaknesses. It's why he tried to make a border deal with Republicans earlier this year. It's also why Republicans refused to make a deal with him. They're like, how can we blame you for this if you fix it, you idiot? So now with his polls tanking 5 months before election day, Biden is finally saying, F it, I'll just do it myself.
President Biden taking major steps to stem the flow of migrants crossing the U.S. border illegally with a sweeping new executive action.
Biden's new executive order will allow U.S. immigration officials to deport migrants without processing their asylum claims when the number of illegal border crossings surpasses a specific threshold. Sources tell CBS News that number is likely 2,500 a day, which means it would likely be activated immediately. In May, Border Patrol recorded an average of 3,800 crossings daily.
We must face the simple truth. To protect America as a land that welcomes immigrants, we must first secure the border and secure it now. And if the United States doesn't secure our border, there's no limit to the number of people may try to come here, because there's no better place on the planet than the United States of America.
Hey, I get it, dude, but if you don't want people to come, like maybe stop saying how awesome America is. It's the best. You can't come. Trump has bigger things on his mind, like who to pick as his running mate / human shield. And here are the finalists.
Sources tell CNN tonight that former President Donald Trump's campaign has now given vetting materials to several people who are on the vice presidential shortlist. That includes North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, Senators Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and Tim Scott. Also Representatives Byron Donalds and Elise Stefanik, and also Trump's former cabinet secretary, Ben Carson. All at least 7 are undergoing really what is the political version of a background check.
Wait, Trump is doing background checks on possible VPs? Why? What's he gonna find out about someone else that's worse than what he's done? I mean, yo, this dude's got fraud, sexual assault, infidelity, tax evasion, bankruptcies, impeachments. He hung out with Epstein. I mean, is he really going to find something and be like, hold on, J.D. Vance got a parking ticket in 1994? I can't be associated with a man like that.
The presidential campaign won't be boring for long, because this week, Trump and Biden will be rambling face to face. That's right. Thursday is the first presidential debate, and these men are going toe to toe. And if you've ever met or seen old men's toes, you know that's going to be a dirty fight. Finally, the American people will have something to judge these candidates on, aside from the 4 years that they were both president already. And Joe Biden, for one, he's ready for battle.
The president this morning continues to be hunkered down at Camp David. He is fine-tuning his messaging, honing his attack lines, and he's huddling there with over a dozen advisors. And over the coming days, his prep is expected to evolve from gaming out questions and answers to holding 90-minute mock debates.
Yeah, that's the most dubious thumbs up I've ever seen. That's the football player as he's being carted off the field. He's going to be okay, folks. His thumb is working. And how convenient is it that Trump's debate prep is holding rallies, the thing he wants to do anyway? It's like when finals were coming up and you had that one friend who would say, I retain information better when I'm high. It's like, just to be clear, that was my friend. That wasn't me. Okay? Of course, when you don't prepare for a debate, you run the risk of losing the debate. So it helps to lower expectations a little bit.
Trump appears to be lowering expectations and making excuses ahead of the upcoming presidential debate with President Biden.
So I'm not underestimating him. I assume he's going to be somebody that will be a worthy debater. Maybe I'm better off losing the debate. I'll lose the debate on purpose. Maybe I'll do something like that.
All right. Don't lower expectations that far. Maybe I'll lose the debate. Maybe I'll shit my pants and run off stage crying about how much shit is actually in my pants. That's how you'll know I've won.
But then it was time for the actual debate. Let's see how it began. Both men came out and, yes, okay. And then both men are ambulatory. They are both upright. Level 1 cleared. We know the bar that's been set up for each to pass Biden has to not look old and not have a senior moment. Go.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we had to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden.
Need to call a real estate agent in New Zealand. Okay, a high pressure situation. A lot of times you can confuse saving Medicare with beating it. I'm sure it's not something that repeated throughout the debate, causing Democrats across the country to either jump out of windows or vomit silently into the nearest recycling bin. Anybody can talking. How did Biden do not talking?
How close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states, everybody. And China, nothing, and Russia, nothing, and India, nothing. I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history.
Not great. So Biden perhaps not on top of his game. Maybe I will check out this young upstart Donald Trump. Obviously, the election is a binary choice. So let me see what this Trump fella is about. As we learned earlier, he just had to come in there and not be an asshole.
He doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. Probably the worst administration in history. The worst presidency in the history of our country. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
Does not appear to have passed the asshole test. See me after debate. All right, Trumper, what do you got on substance?
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. A lot of credit for the military and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants. We had the lowest taxes ever. I didn't have sex with a porn star.
She was a porn character actor at best. I'm not saying she couldn't open a movie, but... So, just so we're all clear, everything that Donald Trump said in that clip is a lie. Blatant and full. And we were tight on time putting this all together. There's plenty more. Really makes you wonder, what's RFK Jr. doing tonight? Maybe he's got something.
The people behind Project 2025 were some of Donald Trump's top aides, but apparently it's getting a little too controversial for Trump now because he's running away from it like it's a disabled veteran who wants a selfie. Donald Trump chose today to try to distance himself from Project 2025. On Truth Social today, Trump wrote, "I know nothing about Project 2025. I have no idea who's behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them."
Really? You expect us to believe Donald Trump didn't read a 900-page, okay, now that I'm saying it, I hear it, yes. I hear it, I do. Okay, I do. Okay. Well, let's look at this. Okay, this is textbook Trump. He hides his dog whistles next to some plausible deniability. Every tweet is like a Cheesecake Factory menu, you know? There's something for everybody. He doesn't mind if it's full of contradictions. He hasn't read Project 2025, but he likes parts of it. He has no idea who's behind it, but he hired most of them. He thinks it's abysmal, but he wishes them luck. He's got one hand in his pocket and the other one's giving a high five. Every day brings new lawmakers openly questioning whether Biden should remain as the nominee. And today, one of the party's biggest names waited.
Nancy Pelosi passed up a golden opportunity to say President Biden should stay in the race.
Does he have your support to be the head of the Democratic ticket?
As long as the president it's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short. He's beloved, he is respected, and people want him to make that decision.
Keep in mind, Biden has said about 50 times that he's staying in the race. He's like, I'm not going anywhere. The Lord Almighty couldn't get me out of this race. And Pelosi's going, yep, great. Just let us know when you decide. Clock's ticking, tick-tock. I mean, that's the same energy my mom had when I told her I was going into comedy. She still calls me up today like, have you made a decision about medical school yet? By the way, it probably doesn't help that as she was speaking, I kept thinking, man, I wish that Biden could channel the youth and vigor of Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi wasn't the biggest name to come out against Biden today because while she was gently nudging him out of the race, an even more powerful Democrat was running him over with a steamroller.
All right, this just into CNN. Big Democratic donor George Clooney, of course, the actor, has just called for President Biden to step aside. The actor writes, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Big Effing Deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate."
In short, Clooney says this is about age, nothing more. He adds, we are not going to win in November with this president.
Yeah, you know you're in trouble when even Danny Ocean is saying we can't pull this one off.
Last night was night one of the RNC, and obviously, after what happened this weekend, there was a clear theme going in.
Obviously, right now, unity is a theme that we need to be focused on.
I think that we're going to hear a lot of unifying type speeches.
We got to create some unity. The vitriol and the hatred, it needs to stop.
We should bring the temperature down. Let's turn this moment into a moment that helps us down that path of healing and unity.
Wow. That is Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. He is known as a particularly divisive, or however you want to pronounce that, a divisive figure. So to hear that healing rhetoric coming from Ron Johnson is impressive. I, for one, look forward to hearing his unifying remarks on the convention floor.
Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America.
I'm sorry. I guess he's what's known as unity in the streets, divisive in the sheets. But to be fair, and I want to be fair, in this new environment, Senator Johnson did not mean to stoke anger. His teleprompter did.
What he wanted loaded in the prompter was that we needed a somber moment in history. We should heed President Trump's call to unite, to be strong, to be determined. We must heal. He said, I don't know how the other one got in there and screwed up the teleprompter. But again, he went ahead and read it.
What a douchebag! Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. That was in my teleprompter. I apologize.
Keep your news alerts on because the Democrats might be recasting a very big role.
Breaking news about President Biden's candidacy.
The New York Times sources close to President Biden say he's beginning to accept he might have to leave the race.
Axios says he could drop out as soon as this weekend.
It's reached almost a fever pitch. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi have all had very direct conversations with President Biden.
His political fate more precarious than ever.
An increasingly dire moment.
His fate now hanging in the balance, nearing the point of no return.
We are close to the end
of his candidacy. To be clear, when you're talking about an 81-year-old, you gotta be clear about that. Think about how strange this moment is. In the span of 1 week, one candidate got shot and the other guy might drop out. I mean, years from now, children will be reading about this in history books. I mean, not in Florida. They won't have those, but everywhere else. But last night's big speech was from Donald Trump's new running mate, J.D. Vance, who wanted to introduce himself to the world. And this is what he went with.
And while we're on the topic of grandparents, let me tell you another mammal story. Now, my mammal died shortly before I left for Iraq in 2005. And when we went through her things, we found 19 loaded handguns. They were stashed all over her house, under her bed, in her closet, in the silverware drawer. This real old woman made sure that no matter where she was within arm's length of whatever she needed to protect her family. That's who we fight for. That's American spirit.
Yeah, that's the American spirit. Unhinged paranoia. You know what? I love how gun nuts in this country are always like, we're responsible gun owners. Anyway, here's a Glock I taped under my baby's crib. And let me just remind everyone that 5 days ago, their nominee was almost taken out by an assault rifle. And I thought that might lead to a moment of introspection. But you guys are like, you know what's hilarious? How guns are everywhere. But outside of his anecdotes about Grandma John Wick, the fact was that discount Ulysses S. Grant did not exactly set the room on fire. But the good news for him was that the crowd was so amped, they were happy to chant no matter what.
OHIO. You guys are great crowd. Wow. And
I've never seen a crowd so pumped that it started to engage in conversation. Yes, we are! Let's order food! How about time? But then Trump went on to tell the story of his near assassination on Saturday. And for a moment, I started to feel like maybe this was a different Trump. Someone somber, reflective. But then he slipped in just a small nod to the Trump we've always known.
They knew immediately it was a sniper and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front.
That's how you know Trump is going to get through this. Even in the middle of a story about almost being assassinated, he felt the need to reflectively brag about his crowd size. I suddenly realized how insignificant we are, except my crowd size. Very significant. We're all just grains of sands on a beach. Although my crowd is more like a coastline. Big crowd, big crowd. But there was one other thing that made me realize this is the same Trump.
In Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
He's trying to do a quid pro quo in the middle of his convention speech. Slow down, my man. You don't get total immunity until after the election. So that was Trump's speech. A changed man who was basically the same man as before.
In the span of a week, Democrats have gone from the despair of a certain Trump presidency to the joy of a statistical tie. Right now, that feels like victory.
Already, the prospect of her candidacy has injected enthusiasm and energy.
She's received a tsunami of grassroots support and cash.
She's raised a staggering $200 million since President Biden dropped out.
It's a Zoom world record. More than 100,000 white women mobilized for Vice President Kamala Harris.
100,000 white women. That is a giant group of white women. I believe the scientific term is actually a goop of women.
The Democrats aren't waiting for a debate to go on the offense. They've been subtly field testing a new line of attack and see if you can spot.
The way they address people, it is bizarre. It's weird. It is weird.
That stuff is weird. They come across weird. They seem obsessed with this. A super weird idea from Jane Bennett.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's quite weird.
They're just weird. We're weird.
Let's just say weird.
Weird? What about Donald Trump is weird? Yeah, I just don't see it. Now, calling someone weird is a bit of a downgrade from he tried to overthrow democracy. On the other hand, that message didn't really stick. I mean, Democrats spent 4 years being like, hey, everybody, remember January 6th? And most Americans were like, we don't remember and or care. So now Democrats are like, hey, wasn't trying to overthrow the government kind of weird? Like, who even does that? And now people are like, yeah, I guess that is kind of weird. Let's kick things off with Donald Trump. He was doing really well with black voters when he was running against Joe Biden, probably because black people don't with ghosts. But Kamala Harris is now stealing back some of Trump's black support. So today, Trump sat down with an interview with the National Association of Black Journalists, and things got off to a rocky start.
A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Tough question. But hey, at least this is a good chance for former President Trump to address the concerns of black voters by answering with civility and grace.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
Okay, not a great start talking to a room full of black journalists, but you can still recover.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always been as a black.
I respect either one. I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe
I
that
think somebody should look into that too when you ask continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
I don't know what's worse, that he thinks she turned from Indian to black, or that he thinks someone should look into that. Who should look into that? Like, does he think the FBI is the federal black investigators? Kamala is expected to pick a running mate any day now, and according to reports, it's come down to about 5 finalists who all bring different strengths to the table. You've got Pete Buttigieg, the only man in America who goes viral on Fox News for non-racist reasons. It's also Andy Beshear. He's the popular governor of Kentucky and the first person with his accent to ever say the phrase trans rights. You've also got Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's actually the one who started calling Donald Trump weird, which again, I just don't see it.
The late great Hannibal Lecter is a wonderful man.
Totally normal here. Another top candidate is Mark Kelly, aka Senator Clean. This guy is a fighter pilot to an astronaut, which is extremely badass. I mean, how would Trump even attack this guy? Look at this Top Gun loser who went to space. Oh, shit. This guy would be so good against Vance at the VP debates. He'd be like, oh, you wrote a memoir about your hillbilly family? That's cool. I jacked off in space. Checkmate. Plus, he's got an identical twin brother who's also an astronaut. Like, how cool is that? This is just like the Kelsey brothers if they stayed in school. I mean, just think of all the crazy pranks they could pull. They could switch places, and now the other twin is the one doing absolutely nothing as VP. But as of today, it looks like the front runner is Pennsylvania's Josh Shapiro. He's popular. He's the governor of a pivotal swing state, and I know I'm a foreigner who can't understand English, but just listen to this guy speak, because I mean, is he doing an Obama?
You could not have a clear contrast in this race. You could not have a clear contrast between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Now, let me tell you something. He's pretty afraid. You don't see he's backing out of the debate now. He's afraid to stand toe-to-toe with our vice president. It's because he can't run away from his record any longer.
Okay, that's not just me, right? Like we all hear that. Like I was always expecting him to be like, and that's why you should vote for me, Josh Hussein Shapiro.
Since this race has already been so crazy, with Trump getting shot, Biden dropping out, JD Vance being JD Vance, I'm just glad that we finally have a normal presidential race with normal presidential stories. Right?
Breaking overnight, RFK Jr. confesses to leaving a dead bear cub in Central Park. Why, he said they did not have the time to skin and eat it.
What? What? I don't know what's worse, that RFK Jr. dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park, or that he said he only did it because he didn't have time to eat it. Ever since Kamala Harris became the de facto nominee, there have been 2 questions on everyone's mind. One, why does the sun go up and down if the earth is spinning left to right? And 2, who is going to be Kamala's running mate? Everyone had their own suggestion. Pick someone from a swing state. Pick a good communicator. One guy was like, pick someone with a sick Corvette. It's over, Joe. Let it go. But most importantly, everyone agreed that it had to be a white man. Well, today we found out if Kamala listened.
We begin this hour with the breaking news from the presidential campaign trail, where Vice President Harris has chosen Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to be her running mate.
Hang on. Hold on. Hang on. It's a white man. It's a white man. Yeah. I should have known. I have a cousin who's white. So this is big news. Kamala Harris has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate, and the reactions are pouring in.
I think Tim Walz could be an excellent governing partner to Kamala Harris and a real asset here.
He does come across as someone who is really relatable.
Somebody that people just enjoy spending time with.
A Trump campaign fundraising text message that went out to supporters goes, quote, Tim Walz will unleash hell on earth.
Mostly positive. One, unleash hell on earth, but mostly positive. Okay, obviously there's some disagreement here, so let's find out about this Tim Walz, which, by the way, it's not Waltz, it's Walz, W-A-L-Z. See, he's suffering from low T. Trump, you can have that one if you want. Now, obviously, I I already know all about Tim Walz, as I have a well of knowledge about every governor in America, even the ones from the boring states. But since you guys have probably never heard of this guy before, I Googled him in a panic on your behalf this morning. And what I found out is that Tim Walz got a lot done as governor. He legalized marijuana, passed family, yeah, it's a weed crowd. Yeah, he passed family and sick leave. He codified abortion rights, and he provided free meals for all school kids, which makes him an ironic VP pick. Democrats said, man, you've done so much as governor. We'd like to promote you to a position where you'll do absolutely nothing. But of course, Democrats are excited because this is a chance for them to lay out their specific vision each night. And let's hear what you got.
New this morning, we are learning how each night of the convention will highlight her vision for the country. Tomorrow's opening night's theme, For the People. Tuesday will outline Democrats' bold vision for America's future. Wednesday, they're calling a fight for our freedoms. And Thursday, a message for our future.
A bold policy move by the Democrats. Tuesday is for the future, and Thursday is also for the future. How do you have themes that are so vague and then still run of ideas by Thursday? This is like when the Fast and the Furious movies ran out of different ways to say that the movies would be fast and furious. Too fast, too furious. Faster and more furiouser. The fastest and furious. We get it. The car goes vroom. All right.
Now, you might expect that by 11:26, Joe Biden would be coming to the stage in pajamas and one of those old-timey sleeping hats. Instead, he gave his most high-energy performance in a long time.
Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. China will never surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. He never built a damn thing. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? Not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever.
Oh, excuse me. Is it getting hot in here? Aside from bringing the energy, he also brought all the feels.
I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I give my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return for the support of the American people. And I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
This was one of Joe Biden's finest moments. He was forceful, he was selfless, he was patriotic. Honestly, it almost made me wonder if maybe we should go back and... Oh, Jesus, Nancy! Damn it, I take it back!
When you see these two up on stage, it's very clear that for all the talk Democrats have about not looking back, they sure love to live in 2008. And frankly, who can blame them? Nobody else in their party can capture their vision of the future or speak to their values, and perhaps most importantly, nobody else can get under Trump's skin in just the right way.
There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theorists, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
I see what he did there. Yeah, that's brutal. That's the second time this summer the Secret Service has failed to protect Trump from a lethal attack. Donald Trump has secured the endorsement of RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and Elon Musk. 3 people who will help Trump reach voters who are undecided about what shape the earth is. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris just got an endorsement of her own.
Former Republican Vice President Dick Cheney announced that he will not vote for GOP nominee Donald Trump, but instead will back the Democratic candidate, Kamala Harris.
Wow. See, Kamala has something for everyone. Whether you're a trans person of color, or a white construction worker in the heartland, or an unrepentant war criminal who needs the blood of Iraqi children to power the machine that keeps him alive and out of the flames of hell for one more day. Kamala is your candidate.
Both candidates have now entered the arena. Biden and Trump did not greet each other, and Kamala, she went for the handshake, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible display of the upward tension that happens when your son is dating a biracial girl and you meet her parents for the first time.
Do I?
Konnichiwa! As before President Trump, you have the first crack at answering why you killed Roe v. Wade.
We've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And I did something that nobody thought was possible.
John Stewart from the I Was Watching This Live Times Picayune. What you just said, yeah, that's actually insanely false. The majority of people wanted it. You know what? Kamala Harris, can you address this with a bit more eloquence?
I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because their healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that.
She crushed that. This is like, what? This is like one of those Groundhog Day movies where you get to go back and fix the bad way that something happened earlier to the good way. And then you learn Italian and the piano, and then you get sad, and then despondent, and then you learn how to love yourself. Anyway, Trump will now finally have to answer to his abortion policy.
You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe.
You know, student loan smoke bomb. But we're settling into a rhythm here. Nice back and forth. I got to give it to Trump. He's sticking to his guns, and he's not letting Kamala Harris get under his skin. I actually think she's not going to be able to needle him.
I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Oh shit! He's just gonna start taking off his ears. I'm gonna say, motherfucker, let's go! Folks, the eagle has landed. She has attacked what is Donald Trump's most cherished family member, his rally crowds. Donald, remember your training. The question is about why you killed the bipartisan immigration bill. You don't need to think about the
First, let me respond to this to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies.
son of a bitch!
People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
What the fuck just happened?
But listen, Trump has energy, okay? Look how much he got done this weekend. He held a rally. He started a crypto company you definitely should put all your money into. And he got in 9 holes of golf. Well, 5 holes. That was a bit of an interruption.
Tonight, the chilling new details of the apparent second assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Yo, again? Hey, will you people stop trying to assassinate Donald Trump? Not only is it morally wrong, but you're also just giving him more things to brag about. They only tried to kill Abraham Lincoln once. That makes me twice as great as him.
Let's start with Donald Trump. According to polls, he's deeply unpopular with women. Maybe it's because of his legally adjudicated record of sexual assault. Maybe he forgot their birthdays. It's hard to say. But the fact is, he needs to win them back, and he knows it. So last night, he turned on the old Trump charm.
Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, much poorer, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy.
Excuse me, you really know how to flatter a lady. Please tell me more about the bags under my eyes. I love how he's acknowledging that we're stressed out as though he's not the one stressing us out. This is like Boeing being like, weird how people seem so freaked out about air travel these days. Originally, there was another debate scheduled for tonight. And The Daily Show would be broadcasting live, but there was no debate, and we are not live. In fact, if you're watching this right now, I'm already at home in bed, watching videos about how bad it is to look at your phone in bed. And now it's looking more and more likely that the first Trump-Harris debate was also the last, because while Kamala keeps saying she's down for a rematch, Trump wants no part of it.
The problem with another debate is that it's just too late. Voting has already started. It's too late to do another. I'd love to in many ways, but it's too late. The voting is cast.
I'm sorry, it's too late. I'd love to have my ass handed to me for another 2 hours, but there's just no time. There's no time. There's no time.
After all that preparation, the debate finally began at 9 o'clock. And right off the bat, there was a big difference between these guys and Trump's debate with Kamala, or Trump's debate with anyone. These guys seem to actually get along.
You're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good.
So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this.
Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this.
I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this.
I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said.
I actually agree with Tim Walz.
Wow. Maybe you two should run together. Maybe a date? It seems like you have a lot in common. Hello, CBS. It's Tim. We're going to share an Uber home.
But there was an October surprise this weekend that I did not see coming. And that surprise is this. Elon Musk has ups.
His rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here. Take over, Elon. Yes, take over.
Hey! He's acting like a guy who won a radio contest. Oh! I can't believe I get to beat on the washer dryer!
Now, Kamala's Lion's Den was Fox News, so I guess it was a Fox Den where she sat down with Brett Baer, so maybe it was a Bear's Den. Anyway, it doesn't matter what animal it was. The point is, it was very tense.
The first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
there were no concerns with.
Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And
but
Donald Trump
Well,
is.
you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
Acting
is.
George Clooney said
and
within a
if
few
you
minutes of
watch
talking to President
Donald
Biden at a
Trump-
fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden.
that we saw on the debate
Donald Trump
stage.
is on the ballot.
I understand, Madam.
How Donald Trump has
All of this money
has treated
that
and
has
talked
gone
about
in the
America's
past few
military
years.
and military service people,
Critics
calling
say
them
that it goes to
suckers and
Hezbollah,
losers,
Hamas,
has diminished
and
the
we're talking
significance.
over each other. I apologize.
So can we get that mute button from the debate so she can complete a sentence? Brett, you invited her on to speak with you. This is an interview with the vice president, not sex with your wife. You have to let the woman finish. So that was Kamala's experience in the Lion's Den, an interview with a news network that openly serves as the propaganda arm of her opponent. But Trump also faced down his biggest fear, Hispanic people. He attended a Univision town hall where one man asked him about January 6th. And if I'm reading that man's facial expression correctly, he was not impressed.
You know, what happened during January 6th, and the fact that, you know, you waited so long to take action while your supporters were attacking the Capitol.
These are people that walked down. This was a tiny percentage of the overall, which nobody sees and nobody shows. But that was a day of love from the standpoint of the million.
Gives you when you've obviously been lying to him.
It's just 2 weeks until the election, and I'm going to say this. I don't like it. We've officially entered into the fever dream portion of the campaign. Right is left, up is down. The Republican nominee is hanging out in a Bronx barbershop. The Democratic nominee is hosting some sort of book club with Liz Cheney. What the the Cheney? What are you doing with the Cheney? You're not hang out with the Cheney. They're Marvel. You're DC. You can't be in the same movie. It's a rights issue. And no one likes them. It is so surreal. This campaign cannot get any weirder.
Hello, everybody. So, first day at McDonald's, I'm looking for a job. So, if you don't mind, I want to work the French fry counter.
Give him the job. I implore you. I don't care if his references don't shake out. Save democracy, give him the job. Now, Kamala Harris is out there sweating the details over her new opportunity economy. Trump's just out there farting around.
I love salt. Wait a minute, I spilled some. Just, I'm very superstitious. You take it for granted. You say, give me French fries. I'll never forget this experience. I always figured somebody stuffs them in with their hand, and I don't like that. And they don't do it that way. You never touch them. It's really great.
Forrest Gump? What are we talking about here? This was actually one of his milder genital rants. This was kind of his Kidz Bop genitals rant. Classy, body positive. He was complimenting somebody else. I don't know why we have to parse everything that this guy says so sternly.
We have two enemies. We have the outside enemy, and then we have the enemy from within. And the enemy from within, in my opinion, is more dangerous than China, Russia, and all these countries.
Hey, who wants fries?
We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
You're not fun at all. That's not fun loving and mischievous. That sounded quite threatening. That's actually worthy of some real examination. And all the Republicans who have talked about having fun at Trump's rallies, I'm sure they'd express concerns about this type of rhetoric.
What I want to just make very clear is that it's my belief that what former President Trump is talking about are the people that are coming over the border that in fact are committing crimes, that are bringing drugs, that are trafficking humans. That is what I believe the president is referring to. I don't think that he's referring to elected people in America.
Oh, all right, good, because because I was worried. Because it did sound bad the way that he had said. I probably wasn't thinking clearly, but just to make sure that that is what he meant, let's give the former president himself a chance to clear up that he's really talking about drug and human traffickers coming across the border and obviously not elected officials.
Adam Shifty Schiff, who's a total sleazebag, is going to become a senator. But I call him the enemy from within.
But just Shifty Schiff, right?
And it is the enemy from within, and they're very dangerous. The more difficult are, the Pelosi's, these people, they're so sick and they're so evil.
Are you out of your mind?
In the home stretch of the 2024 campaign, Donald Trump has gained a critical new supporter, Elon Musk, a man of gravitas, a man of dignity, a man with roughly a 4-inch vertical leap, and president of the Funny Tummy Club. But he's also the richest man in the world. I mean, he's so rich, he bought Twitter just to drive it into the ground for his own personal pleasure. And now he's thinking, well, what if I did the same with America?
Tech mogul Elon Musk making a surprise pledge while stumping for Trump, launching $1 million giveaway for voters who signed his petition in favor of free speech and the right to bear arms.
Wow. Elon's giving $1 million to his fans. Now they can afford the best anime girlfriend pillow money can buy. So how exactly does this gift work?
So every day between now and the election, we'll be awarding $1 million starting tonight. Tonight's person is John Dreher.
Wow, how exciting for John Dreher. But maybe less exciting once you realize that they filled in the money section with John Dreher. What exactly do you have to do for that $1 million?
The only thing we ask for the $1 million is that you be a spokesperson for the petition, and that's it, really. That's it. That's it.
Bye. But the biggest attack against Trump at the moment isn't coming from Obama or Walz. It's coming from one of the top people in Trump's own White House.
This morning, Donald Trump's former chief of staff and retired General John Kelly with a blistering rebuke of the Republican nominee for president, calling him a fascist with no concept for the rule of law or the Constitution.
What do you think? Do you think he's a fascist?
He certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
Wow. Donald Trump's old chief of staff is calling him a fascist. That is huge. Although I will say, telling America you're about to elect a fascist is a pretty major thing to announce in an audio clip, You couldn't put on pants and say it into a camera? Let me back up here for a second. That word fascism gets thrown around a lot. It's one of those words you hear frequently, but you don't actually know what it means, like emoluments or demure. So let me give you a definition. Fascism is a nationalist political movement that builds a cult around an all-powerful leader who vows to protect his loyal subjects from racially inferior others and the enemy within. Now that you know that, upon hearing John Kelly calling Trump a fascist, you're probably thinking, yeah, duh. By the way, Kelly isn't even the only general who served with Trump who feels this way. General Milley, Trump's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, also said Trump is a fascist to the core. General Mattis, General McMaster, both Trump cabinet officials have said Trump violated the Constitution. And keep in mind, these guys were the adults in the room in the first Trump administration, keeping Trump from going full dictator. And they're not going to be there the second time around. Maybe it's just me, but I'm not ready to put the future of American democracy in the hands of Secretary of Defense My Pillow guy.
But anyway, because it's the last week, both candidates have been out there on the trail making their closing arguments. First, Kamala Harris had a rally with Beyonce. I cannot wait to hear. She'll do that better than me.
Your vote is one of the most valuable tools, and we need you.
No singing? Just a heartfelt statement of the importance of the election. And I'm voting for Trump. That's just. Well, you know, as luck would have it, Donald Trump was holding a rally of his own right here in my backyard, Madison Square Garden, world's most famous arena. Oh, they're not booing, they're saying Bruce. I bet Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden is going to be incredibly entertaining and uplifting as the Trump campaign enters its optimistic morning in America phase with its lineup of stars.
The illegals, they got whatever they want, don't they?
They're on the side of the terrorists. She is the devil, whoever screamed that out. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. She is the Antichrist, the first Samoan Malaysian low IQ. I love you, Donald.
I will never not be charmed by his girlish laugh. Now, generally, that's a lineup that you see outside Madison Square Garden, yelling at strangers as they try to get inside Madison Square Garden. And let me just say, how dare they desecrate the stage that the Piano Man has consecrated? How dare you? How dare you? Listen to me. You know how many scenes from an Italian restaurant he's going to have to play to exorcise the demons that were on that scene? There is not enough Downeaster Alexas in the world to clear out that xenophobic stench, you pieces of meat.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. You know, for all the talk about what the media got wrong about the last election, how it failed to communicate the stakes of democracy, I actually think people were pretty well warned that Donald Trump would govern as an authoritarian. The biggest miss, to my mind, was on tariffs. They went, to my mind, underreported. And when they were reported, no one believed he would do it, even though Trump talked about it all the time. Although, I should note, you would not have been surprised about the tariffs if you were a regular viewer of this program, where we talked about it a lot. We warned about them all the time, starting all the way back in January of 2024. Now, how many Americans, by contrast, know that Trump's 2024 platform includes a 10% tax, a 10% tax on all products imported into this country? Everything. Think of all the things that are imported, which would make everyday goods like considerably more expensive. That 10% tax thing, the 10% tariff, like, I'm going to bet that's the first time you heard. And again, we're going to cover this, right? I mean, in the campaign, Trump effectively said this. Yes, America, I know your number one issue is prices are too high, but don't you worry. I'm going to bring them down day one by raising prices on everything imported. That was his pitch in a nutshell. It made no sense at the time. It makes no sense now. But here we are. Trump inherited an economy that was quite literally the envy of the world, and he's basically tried to destroy it in just 100 days. All in pursuit of this one issue, tariffs, that he's been absolutely obsessed with dating back at least 40 years. He thinks that his own force of will is so powerful that he can overcome reality itself. He insisted during the campaign, and insists now, that American consumers will not pay the tariffs, that the foreigners, those exporting countries will. That is not true. Everyone on Wall Street and in Washington and every economic department in the country has been running around screaming this for a month. It's an import tax. It's a sales tax on imports. Trump thinks he can keep this going like Wile E. Coyote when he runs off the cliff and doesn't look down. But the data is coming in. Prices are going up. Here's a great example. Look at the popular Chinese e-commerce retailer Temu.
sells a bunch of clothes, tchotchkes at very low prices, with the caveat that you are importing them directly from China. Thanks to Trump's tariffs, importing a bunch of cheap stuff directly from China just got a lot more expensive. So Temu, Chinese-owned firm, added a line during checkout to show exactly how much Trump's tariffs are costing you. CNBC ran the experiment. Here it is, $30 to purchase 2 items of clothing from Temu, free shipping, and then $45 in import fees, those being Trump's tariffs, meaning your $30 order is now $75. See, to be very clear here, China's not paying those tariffs. Temu sure as heck isn't paying them. You are paying those tariffs, of course. This morning, there were then follow-up reports that Amazon might consider something similar for some products at their store. A price line telling you exactly how much Trump's tariffs are costing you. And well, the White House went absolutely ballistic.
I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why did Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American.
Now, around the time of that briefing, Donald Trump actually called Amazon founder Jeff Bezos to yell at him about the reported plan to basically show the American people, again, how much Trump's tariffs raised the prices. And guess what? Surprise, surprise, Bezos and Amazon caved. The company now says it was only considering adding the tariff line for its subservice Amazon Haul, which is a direct competitor to sites like Temu, where you import cheap goods directly from China. More importantly, Amazon says it's not going to add the tariff line anymore, and well, Trump was pleased.
How did you call it, Jeff Bezos?
Great. Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly, and he did the right thing, and he's a good guy.
It's always nice when a couple of billionaires get together to hide the cost of prices from people who are buying stuff. But look, Jeff Bezos understands the score, right? Here's the thing. Donald Trump wants direct control over the American economy. It's really striking the degree to which this is not a person who believes, even in principle, in free markets. He doesn't like free markets. He basically wants a planned economy controlled by him. That's how he described the economy. That means he's allowed to run the country like a kind of corrupt mafia state, right? Where he shakes down big companies, he uses adversaries, he cuts sweetheart deals to his friends. His own Commerce Secretary effectively agreed that even talking about the tariffs is an attack on the White House.
If a company were to say, we're raising prices because of the tariff, is that a hostile act?
I think if you go out of your way to try to make it seem like your price has changed when it's nonsense, okay? A 10% tariff.
Why is that nonsense?
Because a 10% tariff is not going to change virtually any price. The only price it would change would be a product that we don't make here, like a mango.
Wait, what? First of all, people will absolutely notice that prices rise by 10%. Second, it's not just 10% from China, right? It's 10% for everyone. We're still waiting on all the other tariffs, which are postponed, but from China, it's 145%. I think people will notice that. That aside, Jeff Bezos gets how the administration's operating, so he's not going to tell you about the Trump tax directly. But again, this is really key. Listen to this. It's still going to cost 145% more to import things from China, whether or not Amazon explicitly tells you what has happened. It's exactly the same thing Trump tried to do back during COVID, remember? Where he just hated all the testing, and he tried to keep the testing numbers artificially low so that there would be fewer reported cases. But again, this is just so crucial. That didn't actually mean fewer cases. It didn't mean less virus spreading. It was still spreading. People still noticed when they got sick and when loved ones died. So Trump can say whatever he wants. He can bully Jeff Bezos. He could try to sign an executive order that it's illegal in America to note that the tariffs are costing you money. But it will be the case that shipping containers will be empty. We know that that's happening. It will be the case that prices are higher. No amount of lying and bullying can change certain facts about the world. We really learned this during COVID. We learned it again after Trump lost the 2020 election January 6th, and here we are again. Can't overcome some aspects of reality. 100 days in, everyone's going to start feeling the impact of this Trump sales tax.
And we keep seeing U.S. citizens turn up in stories that are ostensibly about immigration enforcement or something having to do with immigration. I mean, Trump's immigration agents have told at least 9 U.S. citizen lawyers, doctors, teachers that they had 1 week to get out of the country or else. U.S. citizens, where are they supposed to go? First, it was 2 U.S. citizen lawyers in Massachusetts that we learned about. Then next, we learned about a U.S. citizen doctor from Cromwell, Connecticut. A few days after that, we learned about a U.S. citizen lawyer in Utah. He got this letter saying, it's time for you to leave the United States. The federal government will find you. He's a U.S. citizen. The next day, we learned of a U.S. citizen lawyer in San Diego. Same threat. Then we learned about another U.S. citizen lawyer in Austin, Texas. The day after that, we got new reporting on a U.S. citizen lawyer in Houston, Texas. This guy is born in Connecticut. He's a lawyer working in Houston. The Trump administration comes to him and threatens him to get out of the country immediately or else. Where is he supposed to go? The day after that, we learned of another U.S. citizen lawyer in Los Angeles, told by the Trump administration to get out of the country immediately, with all the attendant threats. I mean, it just keeps happening. Here's another one reporting from Wisconsin Public Radio. Headline: the federal government will find you. Immigration officials wrongfully told a Fox Valley man to leave the United States. Department of Homeland Security told a retired college administrator to depart the United States immediately. The letter to this random retired college administrator and teacher, an American citizen born in Western Pennsylvania, tells him, quote, if you do not depart the United States immediately, you will be subject to potential law enforcement actions that will result in your removal from the United States. Do not attempt to remain in the United States. The federal government will find you. Please depart the United States immediately. Well, at least they said please in that one. Now, in some cases, reporters who have been following up on these bizarre cases where U.S. citizens are being told to get out of the country, in some cases, reporters following up on these cases have been told by the Trump administration that these threats were sent by mistake. But not in every instance, and not to everybody who has received these threats. I mean, we've had Trump's immigration agents try to arrest Puerto Ricans in Newark and in Philadelphia. People from Puerto Rico who, by definition, are U.S. citizens by birth. But apparently the Trump administration has not been able to figure that out, so they've been arresting people anyway. In Arizona this month, Trump's immigration agents arrested a U.S. citizen in Arizona, held him for 10 days in an immigration prison, even though he is a U.S. citizen. Leon County, Florida, a week and a half ago, they locked up another guy, U.S. citizen, initially would not let him go, even when his birth certificate showing his birth in the United States was handed over to the court. And now they have started sending U.S. citizen children out of the country, including one case Friday night in which the deeply conservative Trump-appointed judge in Louisiana who got the case said that he had a, quote, strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. That judge, I got to tell you, in an extraordinary action, also himself personally tried to get the mother of that U.S. citizen child on the phone after Trump's immigration agents had flown her out of the country. The judge tried to get her on the phone himself so he personally could ask the mother whether or not what the Trump administration was saying about her and her child was true, since they offered him no proof at all, and he doesn't have to believe them when they offer no proof. They offered him no proof at all of what they were saying about this mother before flying that U.S. citizen out of the country without a single moment's appearance in court. And so the judge turned himself into a detective, trying to find the mother himself, to get her on the phone, to do some fact-finding, to figure out what had happened here, since nobody was before him in court, just the government saying stuff without proof. The administration says that this mother chose to take her children with her. But in both cases where we've had families like this, where we've had U.S. citizens sent to other countries, despite the fact that they are citizens, we've got lawyers for the mothers in both of those instances saying that the mothers were not given that option. You sometimes hear this statement that, you know, everything they're now trying to do to immigrants, they'll eventually try to do to U.S. citizens. It's not that. It's not just that everything they're now trying to do to immigrants, they will eventually try to do to U.S. citizens. It's that what they are trying to do to immigrants already, they are already doing to U.S. citizens. These guys do not color inside the lines, right? And they are counting on us being inured to the cruelty and chaos and just flagrantly reckless incompetence of all of it. Because they're saying this treatment is for immigrants. And the agencies doing it are just the agencies who handle immigration-related issues. But it's not true. It's citizens too. But honestly, even if it wasn't citizens, this is the behavior of our government with our taxpayer dollars operating under the constraints of our Constitution, which constrains how the government is supposed to treat all people in this country. I mean, 100 days in, if anything is clear, it's that, yes, some of what they are doing is intentional, including the cruelty, but a lot of it is just them screwing up, just them being completely slipshod and shambolic and incompetent in ways that ruin people's lives and in ways that are just dumb. I mean, today, for the dumb column, we got news that Trump's handpicked defense secretary, who he picked off Fox and Friends weekend, Pete Hegseth, Trump insisted on putting this man above everybody in charge of the Pentagon, despite everything we know about Pete Hegseth. Today, we got news that Pete Hegseth was sort of pounding his chest and typing in all caps and shouting about he, all caps, ended the Women, Peace, and Security program inside the Pentagon. And I bet he hated that name. He called it a, quote, woke, divisive social justice Biden initiative pushed by feminists and left-wing activists. He said, good riddance is ending it today, except the program he's talking about was actually created by Donald Trump. Something Trump bragged about for years as one of his big national security accomplishments in his first term. The legislation to create this program was sponsored by a congresswoman named Kristi Noem. She's now Trump's Homeland Security Secretary. In the Senate, it was sponsored by a man named Marco Rubio, who's now Trump's Secretary of State. What did Pete Hegseth call it? He called it a woke, divisive social justice Biden initiative pushed by feminists and left-wing activists. By which he means something created by and bragged about by Donald Trump and his cabinet. Because with the vast resources of the U.S. Defense Department at his disposal, Donald Trump nevertheless found someone to put in charge of the Pentagon who apparently can't Google. Hasn't learned that yet. Donald Trump told The Atlantic magazine in the interview they did with him this week, quote, I run the country and the world. My dude, you and your administration cannot run a group chat. You cannot figure out how to fire the guy who can't run the group chat because you're afraid that that would mean you're going to have to start firing everybody who keeps screwing up so badly. I mean, today, just like take a random glimpse at the news any day. Just today, the Trump administration, announced that they would reverse themselves and try to bring back the firefighters' cancer registry that Trump, for some reason, killed a couple of weeks ago, even though he's the one who created it and bragged about it in his first term. Today, the Trump administration, announced that they would reverse themselves and try to bring back the people who screen coal miners for black lung disease after Trump inexplicably fired almost everyone at the coal workers' health surveillance program. Now, they're trying to get them all back. If we have learned everything, it is not incompetent or evil. It's not a multiple choice thing. It's more like check all that apply. At 100 days, Donald Trump has the lowest approval rating of any president in the history of modern polling. The U.S. trade deficit is the worst it has ever been in U.S. history. U.S. stocks in his 100 days have underperformed the rest of the world by the widest margin in more than 3 decades. He thinks he rules the world. What he runs is a shambolic, cratered federal government that has agents randomly terrorizing Oklahoma City moms and their daughters and forcing them out into the rain in their underwear in the middle of the night, and then leaving with all their money.
So Todd, Vaughn is obviously talking to folks who are showing up to the Trump rally. That's a specific set of folks who are clearly in support of the president. Is that the sentiment that's felt broadly still across Michigan? He did win that state. Is there still a feeling like we're going to wait and see, we're going to hope for the best?
Well, he won the state, but at no point when he was campaigning in Michigan did he say the stock market's going to get tanked and prices are going to go up. I mean, he was talking about prices coming down on day one. There is very much a mixed feeling, and this whole issue has been politicized to a point that's not terribly surprising in the direction the country's gone in, and Michigan's just a microcosm of that. If you're a Republican and you're a supporter of President Trump, even if you have some doubts about where prices might go, you're generally supportive. We've talked to voters, we've talked to more than 100 for a story that's coming out tomorrow. We found that, their people are still supportive. They very much are buying into the idea that tariffs are needed to bring manufacturing back to a state like Michigan. Democrats, meanwhile, who historically have been more supportive of tariffs, are saying, we like tariffs, but the way the president's going about it is not the right way. It's going to essentially be a tax on everybody, and it's going to drive costs up, and we'd like to see a much more targeted way of going about this, and we're not seeing it. We're scared. So we're seeing both those sides, and frankly, more and more people who are concerned about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Vaughn is talking about, obviously, Donald Trump running on tariffs, but he was not running on the stock market tanking. He was certainly not running, as you said, on costs going up. He promised to bring costs down on day one. That has not happened, even though the White House is trying to claim it has. I'm going to play a little bit from Scott Bessent talking about the concerns that economists have about a future of empty shelves, certainly a future, or specifically a future of empty shelves that could hit us over the summer.
Are you worried about empty shelves? Because they say that a lot of these, the supply lines of the cargo ships are being held up. A lot of people are saying, turn it around, but the tax is high. I don't want the product. Are you worried about empty shelves?
Not at present. We have some great retailers. I assume they pre-ordered. I think we'll see some elasticities. I think we'll see replacements. And then we will see how quickly the Chinese want to de-escalate.
Justin, I'm going to throw that one to you. What do you think of that?
If I hurt the American consumer enough, we'll see how quickly the Chinese want to de-escalate. Well, I'm not sure which side's meant to be looking out for us right now, Katie. The thing, he might be right. Bessent might be right to say that shelves aren't going to be empty, but the reason that would be is if we have less stuff coming into the country, we're not making more stuff. The only way that shelves don't empty is if the prices go up. So I think at this point, any economist is forecasting either the shelves empty or the prices go up a lot. I'm actually in camp prices go up, but these are two pretty terrible flavors.
We're seeing not reversal, but a softening of the tariffs. And I'll just read how NBC News is describing what could be in this executive order. Again, it hasn't been signed, so who knows what it's going to end up looking like. But here's what we know right now. Automakers will be reimbursed for the cost of some of the tariffs on imported parts up to 3.75% of the value of a new car in the first year, but the measure will be phased out over 2 years. The 25% tariff on automobiles and car parts won't change. I mean, Justin, you're in Michigan as well. What is this going to mean for the Michigan economy, for jobs in Michigan, for those union workers? Is it going to be a temporary fix that ends up lasting? I mean, just translate that into human terms if you can.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to compliment the administration. For the first time ever, you'll notice that they're talking about phasing something in over time, which, given that it takes a huge amount of time to set up new factories and turn around your business and so on, is what they should have been doing from the start. Now, they're doing it for the auto sector, which comprises 0.63% of employment, which means that 99.4% of us aren't getting any help here whatsoever. And I think that's really the problem with tariffs as an instrument. The big back down here, and it's really important to 3 big auto companies, matters quite a lot for 3 big auto companies, but realize they're a small share of the economy. And the folks who aren't getting this sort of help are the folks who are not from highly politically organized, lobbyist-rich companies in swing states. And to give you a very strong sense that there's not a small business alive that's calling the White House and asking for carve-outs. So this is going to be cheaper steel for the auto manufacturers, but not for anyone else in the economy.
Vaughn, as you are at that rally, what do you expect from this administration? Because this is something of a softening, it's something of a reversal, but it's phasing in and out, as Justin was just mentioning. This is an acknowledgement that there's an industry that's going to be hurt. Do we expect to see more versions of this as time goes on and as the economy doesn't respond well to the continued tariff war that's not just, by the way, China, but happening across the globe?
Right. I think what is notable about the softening of approach is that, by and large, we had talked about a candidate, a president, a businessman who so often hails himself as somebody who plays tough, plays hardball. He's not going to back down. He's not going to be the one to pick up the phone and call President Xi. And yet, what is notable about the softening tariffs of reversal or the 90-day pause is the fact that the president has shown a willingness to react to a downward slide of the markets, increases in prices, consternation that is reflected in polling here. And by and large, when you compare his actions in this first administration, he was much more emboldened than he was even during his first advent. Because if you look at the first administration, we were using terms like striking to describe his increase on the tariffs on Chinese goods from 10% to 20% during the first trade war. This go around 145% trade war or tariff blows that out of the waters here. And so there was an emboldened President Trump, yet one who clearly was unwilling to face the headwinds that came in such swiftness. There was supposed to be an effective homecoming with majorities in the House and the Senate, and this has been anything but a homecoming, and one that he had to turn the tide here rather quickly. And so some acknowledgement that he was willing to change policy here, though albeit small steps here.
Yeah. Let's also bring in NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans, who's just joined us. Christine, I want to show you. I want to talk to you about the cost of cars, because we've been talking for a while that it could go up $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, $12,000 for a car. I'm going to put up the a graphic talking about the impact of President Trump's 25% tariffs on imported vehicles. You can see the numbers when it comes up on the screen. This rollback that Ron and I have just been talking about, is that going to make it cheaper to buy a car again, or how's it going to affect the price?
No, I mean, maybe it'll take a little froth off the top of how much more they're going to cost. But for many of these American automakers, they had been really lobbying hard because they have U.S. operations, they invest in the U.S., they have thousands and thousands of U.S. workers. They didn't understand why they were not being treated like American companies and given a break, essentially, for these foreign auto parts that they use and to be competitive with the rest of the world. So this is something they've been lobbying for. But this is sort of like, now instead of being cut off at both knees, they're cut off at one knee. Essentially, is how you kind of look at that and think prices are going to rise in the auto industry. But look, this is about prices rising. It's also about potential shortages in other parts of the economy. It's about job losses. I mean, a big West Coast port union was basically saying, look, you're going to see a lot of job cuts soon because the people who are moving the goods that are not coming anymore, they're not going to have the hours, not going to have so many jobs.
The Port of LA already experiencing that.
Exactly. And when you look at the tsunami of orders that came in to get ready for Trump's tariffs, and now they've just fallen off the cliff, it's disruptive. I've just counted the sixth American bank or sixth big Wall Street bank in the past 6 hours has come out and said that when we see a GDP number tomorrow, the first read of first quarter economic growth, it could be negative.
Oh, all right. On that note, I'm going to give this to you, Justin. I'm going to put up a chart showing how past presidents have performed in their first 100 days according to the stock market, the S&P 500 for the first 100 days. Joe Biden's top of this list, 8.5%. That's how well he did with the S&P 500 in his first 100 days. Look at Donald Trump 2024 down there, negative 7.8%. He is ahead of only Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. How do I read that? How do you read that?
Yeah, let me put that in more directly human terms. Stocks have fallen 8% under Trump since inauguration day. The market cap of the S&P 500 is $52 trillion. Multiply one by the other, you get 4 trillion, divide by the number of households, and now it's going to get human. That's $33,000 per American household.
Wow.
So the cost to your 401k, to the average viewer out there, is one car. It's cost you one car in 100 days. Good luck for the next 3.5 years, I reckon.
Once again, Donald Trump's trademark hubris is on full display. When asked about his second term, Trump told The Atlantic, quote, "I run the country and the world," end quote. While Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney begged to differ as he declared victory in federal elections late last night, saying his country would never yield to the United States.
America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
Charlie, what does that say? I mean, you're a former member of Congress. You've worked with our Canadian allies in the north, our Mexican allies in the south. What does it say when the newly elected Prime Minister of our friend to the north in Canada saying essentially, "Hey, these guys are no longer to be trusted. These are people who want to break us so they can own us." What does it say now about this relationship and what it may mean for us as Canada looks elsewhere to trading partners, geopolitical partners, etc.?
Well, this is a tragedy. And I understand why Mark Carney is saying what he's saying. His country has been mocked, it has been insulted. It's grotesque. And remember, when Trump won, he imposed tariffs on Canada, steel and aluminum, in the name of national security. I went to Normandy. The American cemetery visited. The Canadian one is right down the road. Mm-hmm. They were with us. I mean, these are our closest friends and allies. The trade relationship we have with them is mutually beneficial. And now he's put us in a situation where they're talking about even going to the EU or other arrangements. But again, it's the shattering of trust, the breaking of relationships. And to what end? Our dearest friends. Why would this doesn't make any sense to anyone? He did not campaign on annexing Canada. Right.
Yeah, I don't remember that speech at all.
It's so insulting to them. I understand why they're saying what they're saying. I wish it weren't that way. But how do we put this back together again? That's the question. I don't know how we do this.
I don't know, Ron, how we do it either, because the financial impact is going to be real as Canada, Mexico look to do their own free trade kind of arrangement. Then both of those countries look to Europe, look to Asia to develop their own pipeline. The U.S. is not involved in any of that. What does the economic landscape look like if America, as everyone is projecting, gets further and further isolated financially?
Look, I truly and sincerely believe that if you go back to 2015 and you listen to folks like Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller and others, this is part of a much larger plan to disengage really from the rest of the world in economic terms, in geopolitical terms, in military terms. The president has often said he'd like to leave NATO, although has not brought that up recently. They want to reorder the post-World War II architecture so that the United States, although this is not possible in modern times, to become completely independent of other entities, other countries, continents, however you want to characterize them, and move us to a period more akin, as the president keeps discussing, it was like 1870 to 1913, when he believes the U.S. was at its most powerful and its richest, which is not the case at all. We are currently the most powerful and the richest nation on the planet. But there is this bizarre philosophical fixation with that period, with tariffs, paying for the elimination of the income tax, which is virtually impossible. I think you have to kind of zoom out and take a look at the larger picture of not only the president, but the people around him who really want to reshape the global order. And it's a very strange and in many ways, I think, extremely disturbing mindset.
And 1913 America, Maria. it just gives you all the warm fuzzies to know that we're living, he wants us to live in 1913 America. I want to play for you, though, some sound from Trump supporters at a rally today on his first 100 days regarding the economy. And I have a question for you on the other side. Listen.
What do you make of his first 100 days?
I'm glad. I don't like that I lost money. Retirement, but I figured it's going to come back. So
how confident are you that the stock market will come back?
I'm confident confident that President Trump has our best interests.
I don't know how much of that you were able to hear, but basically you had Vaughn asking, what do you make of his first 100 days? Deb, the woman we saw there, I'm glad I don't like that I lost money or retirement, but I figured that's going to come back.
There is such a blind faith from Trump supporters that this is going to be part of the pain that he promised, but on the other side, there's going to be paradise. I have to say, I'm so glad that Ron brought up what is the playbook that the Republicans under and Trump and those folks that surround him, what they're trying to do. It is this idea that America's best when we're completely isolationist. They skip over the part that it was our engagement that actually created the modern day world order. And have you ever played Risk?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if you play Risk
Yes.
and you go, if you haven't go dust it off, play it right now, because then you're going to understand that that's all they're doing.
Right.
They're literally shuffling different pieces and saying, you know what, we're going to annex Greenland and Canada and take back the Panama Canal. And then you go ahead, China, go ahead and have Taiwan, and Russia, you do whatever you need to be doing, because these are the players now. And if we pay close attention, this is where we need corporations to actually come back and have a spine. They have so much to lose in this idea of isolationism, because they're not going to be calling any shots.
Almost 4 years after Donald Trump called it, quote, a disaster waiting to happen, the president is now all in on crypto. The New York Times has this unbelievable piece out about how Trump has become a monster player and a policymaker in one of the least transparent industries out there, crypto. With me now to discuss one of the authors of that piece, Eric Lipton, investigative reporter for the New York Times, and Dan Nathan, CNBC contributor and co-host of the Risk Reversal podcast. You know, before we started, Eric, Dan and Stephanie, you're all over the crypto. It's not the crypto that I'm all over. It is the massive conflict of interest. Scott Galloway said it recently. It's like these 100 days, what have we seen the most of? Executing pure grift. I want you to walk us through, what did you learn about Trump's platform that he's built? Because at the same time, he is the chief policymaker.
Yeah, it really is pretty extraordinary. Simultaneously, Trump is appointing the top financial regulators in the United States, and he has built one of the fastest growing and really, quickly emerging as one of the largest stablecoin players in the world. And so he is simultaneously both the regulator and the regulated, and he has just really historically massive conflicts of interest here that just don't have very many precedents in American history. And the deeper you look at World Liberty Financial, the more complex and troubling really the conflicts are. And so what we try to do is, this is less of a story about the cryptocurrency industry and more of a story about this operation and some of the challenges it presents to being both the regulator and the regulated.
Dan, the industry hated the former SEC chair, Gary Gensler. They felt like he was completely anti-crypto, but one of the reasons was he truly understood the industry, right? It's like if Neto Soprano became the chief of police, it would be bad for business if you're in the mob. But in the case of World Liberty Exchange, right? This is Trump's crypto platform. It's filled with foreign investors.
Right. So the big concern there is, right, this is like the perfect Ponzi scheme, if you will, if you have this thing.
Yes, I will.
And you can't really track a whole heck of a lot that goes on there despite it being on a blockchain, right? If you're a foreign sovereign, and you can just invest in this thing, you put it in, and how this company makes money is through interest, through transaction fees and the like here. So obviously the more money that goes into it, the better it is for the Trump organization. I think I read, and maybe it was in Eric's piece, which was epic, by the way, that 30 or 40% of his net worth right now is tied up in this kind of crypto grift, if you will. So again, I just don't believe, I've been in financial markets for a very long time, and I think the norms that you guys are talking about really existed for traditional financial assets and the like. And he made it very clear in his first administration, he just doesn't really care about that. I just think, for the most part, people are not going to care about this either, unfortunately, until possibly his voters, his people, actually are on the flip side of this when it goes south. And it will go south. If you just go back and you look at all the crypto assets that have existed, right, since it's been created, I think Bitcoin was created in 2009 or so, 90 5% of them have gone the way of the dodo. That means like there's been grifters who've actually sold, taken the money out, and then they call them the bag holders and everyone else who basically watches this stuff go to zero. So I'm pretty confident that a lot of these other assets will do that. Just think about this. When Trump is out of office, do you think there'll be any demand like for these, cryptos, that these meme coins and the like that he's involved in? I would say probably not.
Eric, what was your biggest takeaway here?
I guess the biggest takeaway is just that actions that President Trump is taking as an executive in the White House are directly impacting his business operations now. And again, it's just the president is exempt from the federal conflict of interest law. The president and vice president are the only two executive branch officials that are technically exempt from that criminal statute. And so, they do have this ability to have conflicts of interest, and it is this a privilege because they are the top executive that they were given. But historically, presidents have always attempted in modern times to honor the conflict of interest law when it comes to their own financial personal interest. And in this case, for example, the World Liberty Financial was building a stockpile of Ether, a form of cryptocurrency. And Eric Trump is actually tweeting about how good time to buy Ether. And then a few weeks later, President Trump announces his intention to include Ether in a crypto sovereign fund that he's going to create. And that pushes up immediately that same day Ether's price. And it effectively prints money for the Trump family. They didn't sell their Ether that day. They could have sold it that day and taken that windfall and walked away. But that's just what I mean. Another pretty extraordinary example is one of the investors is Athena Labs, which is a crypto company that's in a partner with World Liberty Financial. Athena Labs was financially backed by Arthur Hayes. Trump just pardoned Arthur Hayes. And so Trump has effectively pardoned a business partner of his own company. And so, again, how is that possible? I mean, the conflicts of interest everywhere we look. I mean, today, World Liberty announced that it has $1 billion in deposits in its new stablecoin, which was just created. So overnight, it's become one of the largest stablecoin issuers in the world. But President Trump is pushing Congress to enact stablecoin legislation that would help legitimize stablecoin operators domestically. So, and Trump is now effectively one of the largest stablecoin operators in the world. How is that possible? Again, it's just everywhere we look here, we're seeing these kinds of conflicts of interest that are really kind of startling in just how bold they are.
It goes beyond Liberty World Financial. Tether. That's a name not a lot of people know. That is another crypto firm. They were once accused of fraud by regulators. Howard Lutnick's firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, were the ones who did it. They were their banker because no other investment bank would do business with them. Well, just last month, their CEO joined lawmakers for a private lunch near the White House. Like, this is a whole new world, Dan.
Yeah, I guess going back to just what exists in this crypto universe, I mean, for all intents and purposes, yes, there was some fraud in and around these stable coins. And, Eric just mentioned how World Financial is launching a stable coin. The whole idea here is that they are meant to be pegged to $1, right? So you have actually this collateral for them. Why would somebody use a stable coin? Well, if you're transacting within the crypto space, it's meant to be stable, right? It's something that it's faster if you're doing, international transactions and the like here. So there was some fraud in and around that because they were saying it was backed by $1 each coin, and it wasn't.
But now, even if there is fraud, Eric, the DOJ has said they are no longer going to be regulating. They're not going to be prosecuting anyone in the crypto space unless there's trafficking or terrorism tied to it. So you can be a white-collar criminal, you just can't be a terrorist.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, one of the early things that Trump did in his first 100 days was to at DOJ, they announced that they were discontinuing most of their crypto investigations. The SEC has dropped or frozen many of its inquiries, including an inquiry into Justin Sun and Tron. And among the top investors in World Liberty, Justin Sun was celebrating that he invested $75 million into World Liberty, and he is now closely, related to the Eric Trump, and they're meeting, just in Dubai a couple of, in the last recent days. Eric Trump is in Dubai right now at a crypto conference. And so Justin Sun was the subject of a 2023 SEC enforcement action. And just a few weeks ago, there was an agreement in court to suspend that inquiry. And so Justin Sun invests $75 million into the Trump family business. Justin Sun's SEC investigation is frozen. So again, how is this, these kinds of things are, it just, they would be scandalous, and they would be the subject of, again, cryptocurrency is sort of hard to understand. And I agree that this is not going to break through in a way that's going to really change anything fundamentally. But in any other administration, this would be scandalous, and we would be talking about it incessantly.
My name is Scott Payne. I served in the FBI for 23 years as an undercover agent. I infiltrated biker gangs, the KKK, and America's neo-Nazis. And this is everything I'm authorized to tell you. We were all worried about my safety. We have quick response teams, but the bottom line is if I'm in the middle of 100 acres and the crap hits the fan, what are you going to do for me other than avenge my death? Unless I take care of it on my own. So, that's kind of that undercover mentality. If you're only going in because you're expecting 3 SWAT teams and HRT to be there for you, you probably shouldn't go in. There was an opportunity to do the Outlaws Motorcycle Club in Massachusetts, out of the Boston office. My game plan was to just go in cold. I think I went into the Outlaws case around July of 2005. Taunton, Massachusetts was what we were going after. They had pretty good intelligence. I'm like, hey, what do you know? And they were like, they showed me, hey, this guy right here, he loves to be surrounded by big guys. He loves to be the center of attention. So they had that down. And I'm like, okay, cool. That lets me know, all right, I can be me. We knew that they frequented a strip club. And for those that don't know, in the biker world, you have a mandatory meeting every week, and that's called church. And depending on the club and the chapter, sometimes that's where you talk about your criminal activity. You cut your phones off, airplane mode, leave them outside, go inside, and that's all ways to thwart being infiltrated, to thwart law enforcement detection. I kind of made some stops at that bar when they weren't there. Kind of got to know the crowd a little bit. And then one night, when we're ready to swing for the fences, the surveillance is like, hey, they're leaving. They're on their way there. I'm already at the bar. I'm like, cool. I had asked them, I'm like, hey, can they wear their colors in the bar? And they're like, no, we don't believe they can wear them in the bar. And I go, oh, that's good. That's an advantage for me because now I'm just a tattooed dude drinking, staring at half-dressed women, listening to rock and roll. And so was that guy. But that part of the intelligence is wrong. So I'm in there, I'm on one side of the bar, and here comes about, 12, 13 outlaws, all with their colors on, and they take the whole back section of the bar. Well, that changes any kind of approach for me, right? Well, what do? You walk up and go, hey, especially this accent in Massachusetts, come on. But you walk up and go, hey, you boys like to ride? I'm probably getting smacked at a minimum, right? So I just started being me, trying to ingratiate, just getting to know some of the outlaws, just shooting shit, guys at the bar. And then they had somebody kind of check me out in the bathroom. That was a little weird. This big jack dude named Scott Town, who I got to befriend and know very, very well through that case. Door swings open, and here he is, barrel-chested, big muscles, and then I see him eyeballing me and start to walk up. So for that split second, I'm thinking, I'm getting jacked. He's probably going to slam me or something. I'm just ready, prepared for anything. Well, he starts questioning me about where I've been, this, that, and the other. Don't bluff, because I did throw out some stuff. McAllen, Texas. He'd been to Brownsville. Greenville, South Carolina. He'd been to Spartanburg. He knew all the places I was talking. So had I been bluffing and not knowing what I was talking about, I probably could have blown it right then and there. For protection and safety, I got me. I don't have a gun. I'm pretty sure I wasn't even wired that night, because me personally, I don't like to be wired at the beginning. I mean, if we would start fighting, it's just been me fighting, Hopefully a cover team can hear me. You should have a cover team on you if you're out. A cover team would be like my case team, but they're a response team. You might have multiple response teams and they may do shifts. But for the outlaw case, it was basically me for the 2 years. It was basically me, the case agent, FBI case agent, it was a friend of mine, Massachusetts State Trooper, task force officer, and it was a Brockton PD detective. And we had a DEA counterpart, but for the most part, it was those two task force officers, the agent, and me. Sometimes gaining trust from somebody takes a long time, but I just started hanging. And that night, that first night I bumped them, they invited me to their Northeast Regional meet, which was called the Lobster Fest. I made sure I came back for that, started meeting more people. And I was just hanging around, you know. But, you know, what is a country guy doing in Massachusetts? I'm going to have a reason that's believable. I said I was a site survey specialist because I grew up landscaping. And I started looking for something that I felt comfortable talking about and being able to do for a living. But eventually I started letting it be known that I'm not just a legit businessman. I do some criminal activity too. And then I started doing some things. What it turned in for them was in the beginning, they would report vehicles stolen. They would get their own insurance money. I would buy those vehicles off of them at a stolen price. And what they believed is that I was moving them to Mexico. And then we start getting more trust because we're hanging more and they're learning more about me and I'm learning more about them. And then it becomes, hey, we just carjacked somebody. So now they're saying, Tex, we got a hot car. We need to get rid of it. I'm like, okay, I'll get rid of it. So take that one. I started dropping breadcrumbs about the fact that I did used to be in the dope game. And I did have contacts in the cartel, but I got out of it because some of my boys got locked up and the heat was getting too close. In the Outlaws case, there wasn't a part where I was going to get taken down, but there were several times during that case I did get stopped by law enforcement as our team surveilling me, and I'm getting questioned with outlaws in my car, and I'm getting browbeat by a state trooper, and I've got to stay in roll and hopefully not go to jail, you know, kind of thing. So if that would have happened on the case like that, I'd just go to jail. I wouldn't break cover. I'd let somebody come bail me out and figure out after that. But hell, it might even bolster my reputation with the outlaws, you know. The biggest lick, we came as a year and a half into the case. I'd laid out that I was actually involved in the drug game. And we did a deal where we had a load of dope transferred to another vehicle. So we ended up doing 40 kilos of real cocaine, 1,000 pounds of real weed. What they thought was it was a drug crew selling it to another drug crew. And they got paid for helping protect it. But the big issue in that case that most people like to talk about is the night before the op was supposed to happen, Joe Doggs, who was the president of the Taunton chapter, said, hey, man, I want you to come over to the clubhouse. They were having church, that meeting I was talking about. And Clothesline, the enforcer, who's supposed to be my good buddy, says, hey, Tex, you got a minute? And I said, yeah. I've been in that clubhouse umpteen times, man. Who knows how many? There's only one door I've never been in, and that's the door he opened. And we went down a tight stairwell to a basement. But I'm being generous when I say basement. Northeastern home, split level, more like a cellar. You know, I couldn't stand up straight. I'm 6'4", and I could probably touch the wall on both sides. Well, they brandished their weapons. And he's got me down there, and I just walking down into that dark, tight area, one outlaw in front of me, one behind me, I'm like, something's not good, man. This is not good. And everything starts slowing down in your head because you're having an adrenaline dump. He walks me down there and he says, hey, there's a lot of going on. It's my job to protect my brothers. I need you to take all your clothes off. I need you to write down your full name, your address, your kids' names, your wife's name. And I start real briefs at that point. I'm like, oh, hell. Because being stripped in a basement at gunpoint is not a big deal if you're not wired. You're just naked. It's uncomfortable. It's cold. When you're wired, it's a big deal. And I went to write my name down, Scott Calloway, and I couldn't remember my middle name. It's because I was having an adrenaline dump. I couldn't remember nothing. Everything I'm having the auditory exclusion. Everything's going woof, woof, real slow. You can feel your heart beating, your hamstrings get rubbery. And I was trying to remember, I was going Scott Joseph Calloway. And I'm like, nope, that wasn't my middle name. That was another alias. And I'm just going through this Rolodex in my mind. And then I'll do something that we train. I had no idea I did it then. And it was basically a distraction technique, but it's also me trying to get information. Must have been my subconscious doing it, right? And I say, what else do you need? And he says, what? And I'm like, my name and what else? Then I hear them yell up to a probate and say, hey, what else do you need for that website? So now I'm doing active listening. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gathering intel. I'm like, okay, they're going to Google search me. Back then, there was a huge thing called whosarat.com. You go on that. Anybody that was like locals that get popped, if they could ID the narc and put a picture, they put it on whosarat.com. I took my jacket, my shirt off. I took my boots off, and I dropped my pants and underwear down around my ankles. And I did remember my middle name finally, and I wrote that down. But the whole time I'm doing things that we teach. I'm like, I'm talking, I'm looking at Clothesline, and I'm like, I didn't say it, but my eyes were saying, tell me everything's going to be okay. What the hell's going on? I looked for plastic. If I'd have seen plastic on the floor, I probably would have tried to fight my way out of it. But I mean, what the hell could I have done? I don't care how tough you are. 13 outlaws, you're downstairs. You got to get upstairs, get out the door. So I'm talking. But in his look, he's kind of looking back, and he says, at one point he tells me, he goes, trust me, man. If somebody accused me of being a Fed, I'd smash them in the mouth. And I looked at him and I said, I'm not happy. That was true. I was not happy. And he said, I wouldn't be either. So I think we're done. Then he grabs a piece of clothing. And he says, hey, I'm not going to find anything in here I don't want to, right? Like some naked pictures of my old lady. And he laughs. He goes, my laugh's like this. Because, without giving too much away, there was something in that piece of clothing. And he starts needing it. He starts looking at it. And he's going over this whole piece of clothing. And he looks right at it, but doesn't see it. And I pass. And we immediately go back into business. Now, several things to be learned from that. A lot of people ask me, what would you have said if he would have found it? And to this day, I remember it like it was yesterday. I got two responses. One would have been to buy myself some time. If he would have said, what is this? I would have said, I don't know, some naked pictures of the old lady, because he already threw that bone. The only other line I had was, the gig is up. I'm an undercover FBI agent. I can walk out of here and we can see each other in court, or all hell's going to break loose. However, that would have been a bluff on my part, because to my knowledge, every time I was in that clubhouse, the cover team really couldn't hear me. That night when I turned in my equipment to the case team, what I found out was Sergeant Higginbottom, Higgy, was the Massachusetts State Trooper, and Joe was the Biker police guy. That first exchange between me and Joe Dogs at the door made their spidey senses go off. Or if you're me and you're a believer, it's the Holy Spirit talking to you, divine intervention. What Higgy and Joe did is they suited up, vests and everything, ready to respond. But because they knew how fortified that door was on the clubhouse, the cinder block wall around it, their plan was to drive the vehicle into the cinder block wall to breach it there, because it would be easier, in their opinion, to breach that door. I can't tell you how many people in my law enforcement career, or even today, that I would know and I'd say they would have pulled the trigger. They would have went in there. They wouldn't have waited. But Higgy and Joe knew me enough to listen to my voice, and I was in control enough to where they didn't, and we passed the test. The case was very successful. I will tell you, there's a whole nother side to that 3-year period. I had been going at a pace for 3 years where I'd stopped taking care of myself. I'm a workaholic. So in order to work these cases, I would take my days off. I would be undercover in Oklahoma over the weekend, come back, not take a day off, go right back to work, because I wanted to make my bosses happy in McAllen, so I could go do the undercovers and be on SWAT and do all this other stuff I was doing. And it eventually caught up to me. By the time the case was ending, I was a zombie. I was on antihistamines, decongestants. I was taking hydroxycuts after drinking 3 cups of coffee. It's a cocktail for anxiety. And that's what happened to me. I crashed physically and mentally. I probably slept like an average of 16 hours a day for a week, but I bet you the first 2 days I was close to 20 hours. I wasn't depressed or sick. I know what they both feel like. I was just that daggone tired. The case finished with a reversal. I helped set up the deal to get the cars, And then the guy that asked me for that deal, when the undercover truck drivers that were working for me on the case were picking up the vehicles, he pitched them for the 10-kilo deal. They said, yeah, we can get it. And they delivered it to him, and we took it down. Everybody pled guilty. And I don't know if the Taunton chapter ever came back, but it was pretty much defunct after that. Do I believe that white supremacy in the domestic terrorism realm of the FBI is probably the most violent, most dangerous? Yes, based on my experience, because the militia groups that I infiltrated and stuff, a lot of them are just pro-gun. And it goes back to what it's always been. If you come to take their guns, you're going to have a Ruby Ridge or a Waco. In 2019, we started hearing about the base. So the base was an organization considered accelerationist. They want to accelerate the collapse of society. They don't believe there's a political solution to save the white race. They believe that society is going to collapse on its own or from man-made events, and they want to speed it up. So we've got people out there just call in and say, hey, I was on this Telegram channel, and there's this guy going by TMB, and man, he is saying some crazy stuff. So we start watching. And it's just spewing hate, and that's not illegal. You know, First Amendment protection in the United States. And we knew that pretty much the leader was a guy named Ronaldo Mazzaro. His online monikers were Roman Wolf and Norman Spear. And then I would kind of post, hit them, hey man, I like what you're saying. I train all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then they might like it back. Well, at the end of all their stuff, they're always recruiting. And it said, if you're interested, email thebase_1. So I answered it. And that started a series of questions through emails over probably a week or two. And then it got to the point to where, I mean, they're asking you your ethnicity, where you live, what's your background, what's your belief system. And I was instructed to download the app called Wire, kind of like a WhatsApp kind of thing. You can do calls on it too. And I think it was July of 2019. I did approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes of an interview. It was basically a panel. I think I remember hearing like 5 different voices, and some of them were really young. But Ronaldo was on there. And I get peppered with questions, and I'm answering them back. About 24 hours later, I got a ping on Wire, and it said, we'd like to have you. We'll hook you up with the cell leader closest to you. The base wanted 3 to 5 man cells all over the world, waiting for that call for the blue alert. And it turns out that Al-Qaeda, translated to English, is the base. Don't know if that was a coincidence, or that's why Ronaldo chose it. I go down to Rome, Georgia, and I meet TMB, the Militant Buddhist, and Pestilence. Now, listen, they're pretty squared away, because even though they're young, like 21 and 19, they told me where to go in the town. They told me where to park. They told me to take a picture in the town of Rome, Georgia. There's a Capitoline wolf. It's the Roman wolf statue. They wanted me to take a picture of that and send it to them. So I met the case team right before that. They want to put a tracking device on my truck because, again, we don't know who we're meeting technically. We don't know where we're going. They don't want to lose me. I don't want them to lose me. I go and meet them, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get checked. I mean, if they're worth anything, they're going to check me out, you know. So they come up. I go, hey, man, how's it going? I go, at that point, I was White Warrior. I changed it to Pale Horse shortly thereafter once I was in the group. He's like, hey, man, put your phone on airplane mode. I need to check you. So, okay, airplane mode. He pulls out this wand I'd never seen. To me, it looked like some kind of Geiger counter. I mean, it had all kinds of lights and buttons on it and the triangle card. I'm like, and he's running it all over me. I'm like, okay, cool. He starts going down the truck. He starts getting to the back of the truck, which is where they install the tracking device, and that thing starts going nuts. And I'm like, it picks it up. And turns out that piece of equipment, that kid who doesn't have a job is holding, is $500. It's not chump change. And it does detect everything. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, any signal there is, it'll color code it, make a different sound for it. Right when he's getting to it, I was on a hill, and the power lines are pretty low right there. And Pestilence says, I wonder if it's the power lines. And he said, hang on. And he walks over. I'd already dropped my right leg back because I thought we were getting ready to throw it down. I'm like, right, here we go. He walks over the power lines, and that machine goes nuts. That detector goes nuts. He's like, man, all right, It's the power lines. Follow us. So now I'm following him, and I'm like talking. I don't know who's watching me or what. So I've got like a cup. I got my phone. I'm driving with one hand on my knee, and I'm going, "Hey, can you guys hear me?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I go, "You need to shut the tractor off." They're like, "Well, we're afraid if we shut it off, we won't be able to cut it back on." And I'm like, "Well, I'm telling you, if you don't shut it off, it's probably going to be the quickest undercover I've ever done." We pull it to an abandoned concrete plant. That's what it looked like to me. And it turns out that that TMB, which stands for the Militant Buddhist, his real name is Luke Lane, and his dad had 100 acres in Rome, Georgia. And that's where we start training. And that's where I start meeting more members and identifying members of the base as they come down to train. So we're out there, and it's semi-automatic AR-15s. And you got to remember, at this time in my career in life, I've been the lead the principal tactical instructor for the division forever. I've been a firearms instructor. I can't go out there and tell them what they're doing wrong. I can't go out there and make them better. That weekend, a 19-year-old kid led firearms and tactical training, and it was good. As I'm watching, I'm going, if they really wanted to go back, they're probably going to get the drop on a lot of people because they're doing magazine exchange drills, fast firing drills, speed, accuracy. No, I did not show my what I consider above average marksmanship skills when I was shooting for them. I threw some rounds. I jacked up some magazine exchanges. Everybody was always building their kit. And by building your kit, I mean bulletproof vests, plate carriers, rifle repellent plates. They call it battle rattle, which would be duty belt if you're a cop. But you got your battle rattle, you got your pistols, you got everything. They wore Flecktarn camo, only Flecktarn because that's the German pattern, and they're white supremacists. In the domestic terrorism world, if you got a base member who's predicated and you can open a case on them, but they live in California, well, California, LA division is going to have to open that case. You got one here in New York, New York's going to have to open that case. So you got all these case teams, and it got to the point to where every Monday was a meeting between like the higher ups, and they blessed me enough to have me on the phone, which was good because I'm a ground level person. They could be like, "Hey, this is what they're doing." And then every Tuesday was a meeting between all the United States attorneys, the assistant United States attorneys and locals. It got pretty big pretty fast. There's a couple of different ways that the base was recruiting. Online was huge, but the accelerationist groups seem to be really big into what they call stickering or postering or flyering. It would say, "Save your race, join the base." And there'd be a picture of a swastika and a dude with a military hat on kind of thing. And then it would have a QR code. So you scan that QR code and it takes you right to BitChute to a video, and it's a propaganda recruitment video that the base did. I was in tons of them. We did a lot of filming down in Rome, Georgia for the base. You know, it might be like a voiceover. It might show, it might be some strong heavy metal, black metal song, and it would just show us running and like fighting and shooting. And there's always like a magazine dump at the end where all of us on the line just emptying a mag. And the rule was every recruitment video had to be better than the last one because we want to be better. There's a very powerful recruitment video out there called The Lion of Europe, but you can't pull it out. I mean, you might be able to find it on like maybe a Telegram, but if you try to even put it on a Google Drive or anything, it gets flagged right away. And again, you got to remember, these guys call your mass murderers, your white supremacy mass murderers, they call them saints. They have a leaderboard. The leaderboard shows scores. And then it gets down and it says, "What are you going to do to make the board?" Saints, a leaderboard. What the hell's wrong with you? Generally, you're going to find somebody that's satanic in that group. And there's groups like Order of Nine Angles, and there's some other ones that are out there that are, I mean, the stuff they spew and write down is pretty horrific. I mean, like mutilation of children and a lot of satanic stuff. So fast forward to Halloween of 2019, we held a hate camp in Georgia. Probably about 13 base members from all over the country came. That Halloween night, they stole a ram from a local property. We went down and held a pagan ritual, which I think is pagan. I got plenty of friends that are pagans. I mean, I got Viking stuff all over my arm. But they twist it just like Christian identity twists the Bible. So they kidnapped the goat ram. We sacrifice it, a pagan ritual, drink its blood. A lot of the members do acid. The next day we did training. And then we had another little hate camp where built a fire down there, burnt Bibles, burnt American flags, screaming, F your Jewish God, you know, F America, F Jews, that kind of thing. But after that, I gained enough trust. We uncovered several murder plots that Luke wanted to bring me in on. They had found a couple that they believed were an Antifa couple and a couple of counties away, and they wanted to murder them. Luke had already started making a list of lefty journalists and reporters. And I'm like, so you actually want to start killing people who are in the news and on TV and stuff? And he goes, yeah. And I go, okay. Well, it's a good thing we're going to take a run at this family. It'll be good practice. Meanwhile, the Baltimore, Delaware crew believed that the huge gun rights rally that was going to be happening in January of 2020, their idea was they thought this was going to be the set off of the Boogaloo. They had also started getting really crazy, talking about like breaking out saints from the prison, using that 6.5 Creedmoor with a $6,000 thermal scope to shoot cops at night. The big thing for us was trying to make this timeline work and get all the evidence we needed to get an airtight case, which we had good ones going anyway, but you could always like, hey man, if we could find this out kind of thing. I flew to Baltimore on a Friday, drove up to Delaware, was with two of the base members there, sighted in their weapons, hung out all day, went got something to eat, started having a few drinks. I flew to Atlanta on Sunday, drove up to North Georgia, met with those base members to finalize the murder plot. I picked Luke up to take him to lunch. I feigned that my truck had issues and pulled over on the side of the road, got out to work on my truck. And then that's when another truck came over. I started talking to that person. But while that's happening, the SWAT team's coming over the hill in their Bearcat armored vehicle. And I jump in the truck, drive off. They take down Luke without incident. They pick up Pestilence at his house. So by Friday, it's starting to come out. And now I'm in the main chat. I haven't responded. I'm not answering anybody. They're like, has anybody seen Pale Horse? Look at this, so-and-so and so-and-so. And it's going and it's going. It's like, wait a minute. This report says there's a federal agent that infiltrated us. They're like, who the hell's the Fed in here? And I'm just waiting. I'm waiting. And Nazaro figured it out. He goes, he attended every training, which could be a red flag. I should have picked on something like that. And as soon as he started saying that, I go, he knows it's me. He's figured it out. And somewhere around like 5:15 on a Friday night, it was like, Roman Wolf has removed you. So I screenshotted that and sent it to all the case teams, and I put, and I'm out. And that was it. We took that one down. Your story has to be straight. We call it your legend, but your backstory. In other words, especially if I'm planning on going deep undercover, it may not work, but plan for it. Because if I came in here with crappy backstopping and a name that I don't have anything associated, you know what I mean? If it's not real, if it doesn't look real and it's not real and tangible, you can't touch it. Then all of a sudden something breaks and you can go deep undercover, you're screwed because you had a bad foundation. So know your stuff because you're going to get tested on it. Don't bluff because if you got my luck, you're going to get called on it. Another big one that I saw and personally dealt with is you need to be able to see that a situation is deteriorating and be aware of it and get out if you got to. Or maybe everything was heating up and they're like, do it, and you fake it, and then they're like, all right, everything's cool, man. Then now you know that the situation is back. For me personally, the way I was trained and the choices I made, I always stuck very close to who I am. I mean, it's still me. The jokes are the same. I just may or may not be married, may or may not have kids, may or may not have played college ball, may or may not be a musician and a singer. But I mean, I'll probably ride motorcycles and lift weights. Is there a danger staying close to the truth? Again, case by case, subjective, because it could be. If I got it way too close, like you can figure out that I'm married and my kids and stuff, but I generally felt better and more secure being close to who I am. There's a few rules for undercovers. That really goes for sources too. We can't be involved in an act of violence unless it's in self-defense, right? We can't lead and come up with the criminal idea. You know what I'm saying? That'd be an entrapment issue, right? Let me say this. Operational security. You should never have anything personal that ties to you. I mean, of course, I'm wearing my personal clothes. What if I went and picked up my coat from the cleaners and it says Scott Payne on it? And now I'm undercover and somebody grabs my jacket, and you know me as Tech Scott Calloway, and now you see Scott Payne in the jackets. You got to be totally clean. One of the things I would do to kind of get in the role for almost all my cases is I take the cross off. I take my cross off my necklace and I put a skull on. When I got home, I'd switch them back.
This might be tradecraft. Why would you ever alert your cover team if you were in trouble?
It's not tradecraft. It gets kind of funny because you go and you meet case teams and case agents all over the country. And if you've been in there, you get along in the tooth working on the covers and stuff. And it's always like, hey, what's your code word? What's your safety word? And I'm like, how about this? If I yell help multiple times in a row, that's my code word. You know, and I get it that you want to set them off or not, but I've been on, especially at the NARC level, that I got so much experience. You say, okay, your physical signal is going to be, you're going to take your hat off, you're going to tap your head, put the hat back on. Person's never done it, their baseline's never done it, but for whatever reason, subconsciously it's in there and they don't even realize they do it. They're talking to the bad guy, they take their hat off, tap their head, put it back on. It wasn't time for the signal. They did it by accident. Now my go word, we could come up with something like, if you want a word where, for me to let the team know I got the evidence, like for something quicker, maybe we're doing crimes against children, we're ordering escorts or whatever. Once I get that money in exchange for sex thing, I can come up with something, bathroom, something simple. But yeah, I always try to keep it simple. People ask me a lot, what was it about undercover work that drew me? I've always loved connecting with people. I'm a people person, gift the gab kind of guy, but I will tell you this, I was always fascinated with undercover movies. I don't care if it was the cheesiest undercover movie, I love it. I was a cop first from 93 to 98, and for 3 years uniform patrol, 2 years licensed narcotics. So I was already certified to do undercover work in the state, and then I was applying with the FBI. And I got accepted in 1998. It's a selection process. Every field office has an undercover coordinator. If you have a seasoned undercover coordinator, they should be sitting you down, not giving you things that are going to be in the certification course, but talking to you about. If you came to me right now, I'd be like, okay, so what do you think undercover is? What are you picturing? Do you have a family? How long have y'all been married? You got kids? How old are your kids? Things like that. But again, the undercover program is completely voluntary. Even if you're certified, let's say you make it through the certification process, nobody can make you work undercover. They can make you be a case agent, but they can't make you do undercover. Then at some point you're going to have to go do psychological testing. We have something called the Safeguard Unit. So you do psychological tests during the day. And you're going to sit down with a clinical psychologist. That may be an FBI agent that's taking a position at Safeguard Unit, or it could be somebody we've contracted in. And then you sit down with somebody like a Pistone, or like hopefully me later on in my career, somebody that's seasoned, to talk about things outside of that. Like, man, how are you doing? How's your family doing? How's your division? Do they support you, or do you get a lot of grief for being in an undercover program? They might run you through a scenario or two, and then they're going to do all of their crunching back at headquarters and stuff, and they're going to come down with 40 candidates. It's a 20-slot school, but they have 20 backups, just in case somebody falls out and you can slide another one in. I got certified in 2002 with the undercover certification. I think in 2003, I started role-playing at the school and eventually started teaching blocks at the school from 2003 till I retired in 2021. I've never seen a 100% graduation rate. That doesn't mean it's hazing. That to me, it gives the course credibility. You go through that process, and if you make it, it's 2 weeks, no days off, pretty big on sleep deprivation because it really brings out the weaknesses. And we want to see that as trainers, as undercovers. We want you to feel it if you're going through it. If you're going to drink while you're undercover, which of course you can, and we want to see how you are. You lose your stuff and start wanting to fight everybody, or you take all your clothes. Things we want a red flag. New York City was my first office in the FBI out of the academy, and I was already doing some cameos here. And cameos, just like it sounds like in the movie thing. Like I hopped in a truck with a task force guy, and we delivered 3,000 pounds of weed to a Jamaican gang. That's a cameo. We're delivering it, and then they're going to get it. And when they pop the box, everybody runs in the rest of it. Well, there's huge differences from when I started undercover to when I finished. Hopefully you get wiser. As far as me as a Greenville County narcotics officer, and the first time they rolled me down the street in a high trafficking drug area, and they gave me a $20 bill and told me, all you got to do is pull down the corner, they're going to run up to your car, you tell me you want a 20. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I mean, I bought smoked weed prior to becoming a cop, but, you know, multiple times, but I didn't know about pulling in, you know, to those areas. And I remember I rolled down there and I was so scared. You know, the guy comes up and he's like, what you want? He's in my window. He's like, what you want? I cracked the window just enough to get a $20 bill through it. Like I'm trying to insert into the vending machine, you know? I'm like, I want it to, I'm sure my voice was high because I was scared. Like, I want a 20. I handed it through, slid it through. He rolled down the window so I handed it to you, you know. He hands it to me. And it was probably a sliver of, I don't know, it could have been soap, who knows, you know. I'm in New York. I'm assigned to New York. 9/11 happens. I come back as soon as you can fly commercially. And I help cover leads, running up and down West Side Highway and other highways. It was very surreal. But I saw a canvas for some undercover work in San Antonio. I put in for it. I got approved for 30 days. And once that happened, I became the primary, and they ended up transferring me. So I went to the border of Mexico for 6.5 years. And while I was there, as a case agent, I'm working cartel stuff and this, that, and the other. I can tell you transparently, I can't talk about the case because it was only like one of the only ones I did that was classified. It's been outed, but I don't want to be put in a box. Operation Poetic Justice was a public corruption undercover operation. And it took place, I want to say around like 2009 to 2011. The FBI is looking for systemic public corruption. Which means more than just one person, generally speaking. And that was the reporting. And it had been reported for years and years, but nothing was found. And so I went in and then, you know, tried to infiltrate, ingratiate, get to know people. I was relatively new to the Tennessee area that we were in. That was right when the big opioid crisis was happening. I went in there to try to give me something, you know, some kind of something to be a little dirty. And I came in with purported stolen cigarettes. And those things went like hotcakes. Because out there in the rural Tennessee area, they had no problem getting their opioids. But man, they did not like paying that much money for cigarettes. So once that happened, I was like, oh, this is our end. And I started bringing in reportedly stolen cigarettes and selling them. And I was selling for $20 a carton. And they would give me like 2 Oxy 80s, which were going for $1 a milligram. So they just gave me $160 worth of drugs for the $20 carton. And then we started trying to wrap in some local law enforcement. And we did good. We got a constable who was dirty. We got a guy that was a reserve who became a cop while I was in that case. There are a few things a good cop hates worse than a bad cop. Don't tarnish the badge. I mean, dadgummit. We did get the constable on some dope charges. We got the cop, and he was still buying stolen cigarettes from me. I mean, I'd seen him do cocaine and stuff, which is just heart-wrenching when you're a cop. When you are blue, you know, you took the same oath I did. What the hell's wrong with you? You know? But we got him because he was buying what he thought were stolen iPads and stuff from me, TVs and stuff like that. But most of the charges were drugs, just from the pills and the cocaine. And we did like 51 indictments, but most of them went state. That was a 1.5 year case. I kind of broke my own rule. Don't underestimate. Earlier, I talked about you need to be able to tell when a situation is deteriorating and not stay in it if you can get out. Early on in the case, I'm at this trailer, Mike and Sherry, and there's other people there. And I just wasn't paying attention. All of a sudden, everybody's gone. It's just me, Mike, and Sherry. And what I'd done is to validate my knowledge about drugs. I had picked up some cocaine the previous trip there, and I bitched about it, as a good drug dealer would do. You know, I'm like, that wasn't worth it. It was stepped on because I knew the purity of it. I go, that wasn't nothing. Well, that was Mike's end. He goes, well, not my stuff. Try this. You're talking to a mountain man with no teeth in his head who drinks all day, does cocaine, and pills all day. Good guy that I could bond with when he was good, but when he was bad, he was bad. I mean, he would just go off, hard to trust, hard to be around, kind of thing. Violent. It's a chess game, right? You're always trying to think of the next move. I missed it. Now I'm sitting on the couch, leaning backwards. I got a red bone hound in my crotch, growling. Mean dog. Growling, teeth showing. I'm leaning back as far as I can on the couch. There's an open bag of cocaine in front of my face, and he's going, do it. Do it. If you're not a cop, do it. If I find out you're the law, you're a dead man. You hear me? He also had a short barrel, double barrel, 20 gauge shotgun with a hammer's cocked back sitting right next to him. What was going through my head immediately was, you idiot. Like, I can't believe I let my guard down and now I'm in this position. I'm like, I'm not doing it. I mean, I told you, man, I got heart issues. I used to do tons of it. I was a power lifter. I ain't doing that shit no more. Well, then he's like, well, Sherry's on the rescue squad. So-and-so on the squad's had heart attacks. He got a bad heart. He did this morning. He's fine. And I'm thinking, well, that's great. But eventually what happened was, he said, well, just taste it. Just taste it. And he wasn't backing away. Clearly the situation's deteriorated. I did a sleight of hand move, and I faked the taste test. I did not stick it in my mouth, and it was fine after that. Don't want to give away trade crafts, right? But you don't do dope. Now, if your life's in danger, yeah, I'll do the dope. And then I need to tell the case team, and I need to tell the United States Attorney's Office, and I need to get to an emergency room and let them know that I've ingested a drug to make sure I'm not going to OD, especially today. I mean, look at the day with fentanyl and everything. Hell, you can touch that and die. Let me give you an example. Narcotics street level. I'm a narc in the middle of the 90s. And our MO was kind of like, you could get 3 buys from a location. That was good enough for a search warrant. You know, it wouldn't always be exact, but roughly we get 3 buys out of a house, we hit it. So I'm going to buy from you, and I'm a user. I could probably come up with a reason not to do it in front of you 2 or 3 times. But can I come up with a reason not to do it for 2 months? No. It's all your story, and it's got to be believable, and you got to believe it. You got to sell it. Myrtle Beach happened because I did see a canvas. There was a young man who had already been to prison. He was a felon. He shows up at a Ku Klux Klan rally, but he is so radical that he is scaring the white supremacists. This guy was attracting attention because he was so radical and wanting to hurt people. And it got turned over to us. I come in as, it's a role I like to call closer. I don't know if there's a correct term for it, but to me, a closer is this. You want to do something, you want to blow something up, I'm the guy that can get you the bomb. I'm the guy that can get you the gun. I'm a closer. In this case, Benji McDowell was his name. Lived about 45 minutes outside of Myrtle Beach in Conway. So I meet Benji. We go down to Myrtle Beach, meet in the hotel room and talk. What are you really planning on doing? We saw what you posted. We've seen what you said, but do you have the means to do it? How many steps have you taken to make it happen, if any? Those are things we're trying to find out. And if any kind of murder or harm to innocent people is going to happen, we got to stop it. So basically, he just kept saying, I got the heart, I got the heart, I got the heart. I just don't know how to do it. I need some guidance. I'm not going to guide you on how to shoot the synagogue. He'd already looked at the synagogue. He knew that they were having a Saturday family day. And I did point out to him, hopefully, and this kind of slow things down, because he wanted to do it in the county he'd been arrested in. And everybody knows he's a felon. So I was like, I talk like a criminal. I'm like, hey, aren't you on the radar here? Oh, yeah. So day ends. I'm sitting at the bar at the hotel because I fly out the next morning. I've already turned in my recording equipment. My undercover phone rings. It's Benji. He goes, I like what you were saying. And you're right, I am too known here. I'm going to find another spot a little further away. In other words, another target, another synagogue or whatever, a little further away. But until then, you think you could hook me up with a 40? I didn't even miss a beat. I said, yeah, man, what do you need? Glock? Sig? What do you want? He goes, I like a Glock. All right. He tells me how many rounds he wants. He tells me he wants a hollow point. So if you're a felon, you can't have a weapon. I was doing some more calls, coming up with a gun. And then he sped things up because he said, "Hey man, I'm leaving. I'm moving." He was staying with his mom, and we were like, "Where are you going?" He said Alabama, but I'm like, the case team's like, "Dude, we've got everything written up. We can't let this dude hit the road and lose him possibly, or him hurt somebody." Number one, and I drove through the night or whatever to Myrtle Beach, and so then we go and pick him up, and I sell him a gun at the gun he requested at a decent price. Wanted to be safe. You know, I gave him a gun. The gun was inoperable, and then we were both arrested by the case team. The case team came in and I remember getting my head slammed off the side of the SUV I had rented. So like they come rushing in, and I'm looking at Benji, and I'm like, be cool, don't say nothing. And they grab us and they get him. And actually, one of the cops in Myrtle Beach used to be NYPD, so it's total New York accent. And you know, because we connected right off when we met. I'm like, I was in New York. He's like, oh man, good. Yeah. So he's the one that slams me. And then he goes with his New York accent, your friends from New York say hello, you know, something like that. And I was like, when did the ad-libbing come in? What was that? But I will tell you, I said, you guys need me to stick around, whatever. They go, no, we got it, Scott, thanks. As I'm driving back to Tennessee, they called me shortly. I mean, probably within an hour. And they said, listen, he confessed to everything. So I congratulated the case team. Because, see, that was going on while the bowl haircut Charleston church shooter was in trial. And he represented himself in trial. When you teach tactics, we never name the shooters' names because that's what they want. I'll name the victims all day long. I'm not giving them any more publicity, right? Mass murders. But Benji told me, when he was explaining what he is, I want to do something. And he goes, I want to do something in the spirit of Dylann Roof, but on a grander scale. So, don't know how many lives we saved that day, but we saved them. So the true definition of undercover work is you are forming relationships that you are potentially going to betray. And you need to figure out and rationalize in your mind how you can do that without it having an adverse impact on your psyche. It's not always easy. At least it wasn't for me. Like that Scott Town guy, I bonded really, really tight with Scott, even to the point to where, you know, I'm rocking his newborn daughter at his house. We finished each other's sentences, loved working out, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you're breaking the law, I mean, there's going to be that point. Hopefully the case agent sits down with you and says, you're an adult, made a decision to break the law, you got caught, let's start here. Hopefully that's what happened. But I will tell you that the last words I spoke to Scott, he didn't know I was FBI. He called me. I was actually in Nevada helping putting on undercover training. And I always kept my undercover phones on. He's like, hey, I just heard you 2 truck drivers and Big Timmy got arrested. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. He goes, I just wanted to let you know. And I said, well, you know, they do things on the side. I said, hey, I'm going to get up and take a shower. I'm going to find out what's going on. I'm going to call you back. And I said, okay. His last words were to me, Beep, I love you, brother. And I went, I love you too. And I hung up. And probably within 45 minutes, the SWAT team was hitting his house. That's the last time we spoke. I know he's out now. I would talk to him. He might punch me. I don't know. It might be a throwdown. we might finally have the fight we always wondered about, you know. But I don't hate the guy, you know. He made some decisions. Hopefully he's doing well. That's what I hope. I hope he's doing great. I love a success story.
Have you ever witnessed somebody hearing that you were undercover for the first time in person? Have you ever seen that?
Yes, plenty of times. One of the ones that's usually funny is you arrest them, and maybe the case team's talking. It doesn't have to go like this. Maybe the case team's talking to them. Now I'm in another room listening, right? And they're lying to the case team, lying. No, I didn't do this. No, nothing. And then you walk out and you say, hey, how's it going? And they go, hey, Scott, how is it? And I go, hey, just so we're clear, like, what about your creds? Special Agent Scott Payne with the FBI. This is what you usually get. Oh, I knew it. I'm sorry, what? I knew you were undercover. I'm getting more country accent because the one guy I'm thinking of, that's what he said. He goes, I'm mimicking Mirror. I can't help it. He goes, I am. I knew you was undercover. And I went, you did? He said, yeah. And I said, and you continued to sell me cocaine for a year and a half? And he's like, well, hell, I like you. I always like to have more than one recorder because there's a chance something can go wrong. You want it to be concealed comfortably, especially if you're deep undercover. These are my personal opinions. And I would always have a backup because, you know, video and audio is a lot of evidence. So you might just be spot checking. But picture now we're at trial and you're the defense attorney and you say, well, how come you only recorded that 5 minutes? Why can't we see everything else that was going on? Were you doing something? It's just about creating doubt in a jury's mind. And the undercover technique gets such great evidence. It's usually so overwhelming that the only thing a defense team can do is they can try to claim entrapment, which shouldn't be an issue if you're decent undercover, because that's like one and one. We know we can't entrap. I can't put the words in your mouth. That's wrong. They can argue entrapment, or they try to make you look like a piece of trash on the stand. That's it. Because I mean, that evidence is like there. Like, it's your client saying it and doing it. But I always did backups. I've had multiple devices on me, and then 3 days later, I go to listen to the recordings, and they all crap the bed. And I would document in there. I would say it should be noted that every piece of equipment died, you know, malfunctioned. I wouldn't say crap the bed in the 302, but yeah, it malfunctioned. I have never had to testify in an FBI undercover case. As I said earlier, the evidence is so overwhelming. Now, as a case agent, I have, but for me as a law enforcement officer, I took an oath to the entire Constitution, not just one amendment or two, all of it. And if you're breaking the law, don't be mad at law enforcement. We're just enforcing the law. You got caught. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying what you did is wrong. I'm saying you're an adult and you made a choice. You chose this and you got caught, and it's illegal. This is the problem with the FBI. You have a headquarters level that's disconnected from the field level. But at the end of the day, we're a law enforcement agency, and we need to enforce the law. When Mueller came in, it seemed like we got further away from working cases. They started bringing people into the FBI who had zero law enforcement experience whatsoever and giving them the top 3 or 4 positions of the FBI. You got somebody from Goldman Sachs coming into the FBI at the top. What do you know about national security and law enforcement? My personal opinion is, yeah, I think changes need to be made. I came in under Louis Freeh, and I truly believe that Louis was the last real director the FBI had. But he was also an agent himself and an assistant United States attorney. I know that's going to be like really hard to find somebody with those qualifications to come in to be the director. And when Mueller came in, the FBI, he wanted to push the FBI into more of an intelligence agency, kind of like CIA, taking almost like a broken model from CIA and applying that to the FBI. The bottom line is case agents is what should be important. Everything else is a collateral duty. You want to try out for SWAT? You want to be a SWAT operator? Cool, try out. You want to be a firearms instructor, tactical instructor, active shooter instructor, undercover coordinator, source handler, evidence response team? All those are collateral duties. You should be an investigator first. If you're willing to stay in D.C. and live in D.C. or in that area and stay in the J. Edgar Hoover building, you can make rank. You just keep staying and keep moving up, but then you end up with somebody with a very high position who has hardly any experience working cases. And you end up with a McCabe, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page situation, and they do wrong things because they did not know what to do, because they did not work cases. I retired June of 2021. After the base case, I'm sitting in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, putting on training for online covert employees that do domestic terrorism cases. And I just remember sitting there in Arizona and thinking, I'm completely satisfied with my career. I still travel around speaking for conferences. It could be civilian groups. It could be citizens academies. So my book is called Codename Pale Horse, and the subtitle is How I Infiltrated America's Nazis. You learn from each case how my skills got sharpened more and more. How do I balance the personal life and professional life? Mine overlap. They kind of overlap. That's just the way I work and my family works. I've shared a lot with my wife. Obviously, this is classified. I can't, but the way my marriage and family works, it's not like that typical military mold where you can disappear for 3 months and say, I can't tell you what I'm doing, but I love you. And that doesn't work. Not mine. I could be gone for about 2 weeks. And after that, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to bring the bad stuff home. There's a whole bunch of training for years and years and years in law enforcement. Look, man, they got that imaginary bush, or you got a bush outside. When you step out of your car and you get ready to walk into your house, the family's been waiting on you all day and misses you. Take all that from your job and set it on that bush. Go inside, be with your family, be a husband, be a father, and on your way back to work, pick it up off the bush. Now, I'm going to tell you something very personal. In the Outlaws case, when I was in the basement, that night on the way home, I had bought my wife, everybody knows Miss Burner phones now. So I bought her that phone, and I'd call her no matter what time it was. We were young in our marriage, pretty young, within 10 years at that point. And I would call her. I don't care if it's 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning, I'm finishing up. I'd be like, hey, babe, I'm on my way back to the hotel. Just want you to know everything's good. I'll call you when I wake up. Sometimes she'd talk to me for a while. Sometimes she'd say, okay, love you, go back to bed. That night when I called her, the first thing she said was, are you okay? And I said, yeah, why? And she said, I was driving tonight with the girls in McAllen. And she said, I got this overwhelming feeling. And she said, I pulled over on the side of the road and I started praying for you. So I matched up the time as when I was in the basement.
Hi, I'm a producer and authorised account. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment with more topics that you'd like us to cover in this series.
It's just blowing my mind coming down to these regions and hearing it from everybody.
Because we're in a crisis mode down here.
10 high-speed chases a day.
He's flying. What are we doing, 130?
Yeah.
There's no rules.
So how many containers in total? Thousands. Yeah, thousands.
Neighborhood right behind us here is where they fled to. You get one car caught, the borough law enforcement resources, they get 9 through. That's called business. You see the wall here, this 31 foot? That was Price Obama. They're recruited through social media.
And it could be some 13-year-old from Phoenix making 10 grand a run.
Yep. They're double stacked to secure it. The federal government sued the state. Aren't we part of America too? The smugglers drive down this highway south to the border. There's nothing you can do about that. No.
Yeah.
$1,000, $1,500 just to enter the region.
How hard are the cartels laughing right now, sitting back with some popcorn?
And I say this all the time. Their best friend is in Washington, D.C. That's a horrible thing to say.
They're demoralized, huh?
Demoralized, they're frustrated, and they're insulted. Who is talking about border security right now?
Nobody.
I've been here 38 and a half years. It's the worst I've seen.
Good morning, guys. Here in southern Arizona, Cochise County, the Mexican border is a few miles that way. Last year, 2022, was the record number of undocumented migrants coming over the border in the United States at 2.76 million. That's the latest estimate that I could find. 1 million more than the previous record. So, to say it lightly, there is a huge uptick in crossings on this border. And there is one person in law enforcement, one department, who can speak openly about this situation. Nobody else can. But that one department is the sheriff's department. And so that's who we're going to meet up with today, the sheriff here, to get better understanding of what the situation is like here on the ground. Let's do this. All right, Sheriff Daniels, where are we heading?
We're going to head to the border.
They're chasing right now.
Okay.
Can I show the screen or no?
No.
Okay.
I want that, but not sure if that's popping up first for me, so let's head down that way. To put it in perspective, we had 1,578 people booked in our jail last year for border-related crimes. Only 78 was foreign-born or illegals in this country. 1,500 people came to my county to commit criminal international crime. We don't have give-ups. We have complete fight and flight, pursuits, camouflage to get away from us. Nobody runs up to us and say, hey, I'm giving up.
So let me explain that really quickly, or have you explain it. There's give ups and gotaways. So some migrants are coming over and they're giving up because they know the US government's going to take them in, right?
Yes.
And process them. Then they're going to have an asylum court hearing, who knows what, perhaps years down the road. But the gotaways are the ones, and I'll have you explain that. And that's what we're dealing with here, right?
Yeah, we deal in Cochise County primarily by high 90%, if not almost 100% of gotaways. These are people that are seen on cameras, seen by citizens, seen by my camera system here in Cochise County, and we don't get them. We can't find them. They get away from us. These are 100% smuggled through the cartels. They bring them up here, they smuggle them, they put them in cars that come here from all over the United States, and then they take off on us. And that's what Cochise County is all about.
So I was just up in Yuma County. I saw both. I saw give ups and getaways. What you're saying is every area of the country on the border is different in that respect. Like there's no uniform, like it's all happening the same way everywhere.
It's different. Everybody has their different challenges based on the terrain, based on population, and most important, based on the cartel south of us.
What's their status right now? Are they increasing power, decreasing power? I know there's a shakeup with the Sinaloa cartel. Like
one thing that we haven't seen as they have this external rift with power within the Sinaloa cartel, the product's still coming. I mean, we know the humans are still being smuggled, which I call, by the way, modern day slavery. They stuff these people, they take their money from them. There's nothing consensual about smuggling, even though that's a definition between smuggling and trafficking. When you shove a 7-year-old in the trunk, or you shove a 7-year-old in the back of the top of them with a bunch of adults on top of them, there's nothing you can do about that. No.
Yeah.
Sheriff stand for 3 objectives: public safety, national security, and humanitarian. And that's what I'm talking about, humanitarian. So there's not a win in any of those categories. In fact, just the opposite. It's a lose-lose to this country and the people that are being exploited.
So this is quite a nice neighborhood.
It is, but we're close to the mountains. And whenever you get close to the mountains, that's where they're dropping out of when they come down.
You're saying they're coming over the mountains here? That's a serious hike.
Oh, it is. So right here in this neighborhood, they just took 6 illegals in this community, and then 2 United States citizens that were smuggling. So my office took custody of me, told the vehicle.
How long ago did that happen?
30 minutes ago. So this is it. They got right behind us here.
Okay.
This is a beautiful area. It's a beautiful county. It's a special county. It's home to 125,000 people. But this neighborhood right behind us here is where they fled to. In Cochise County, there's a new law that went into effect last year that if you smuggle for profit, we could charge them for a class 2 felony.
Okay.
So since the law went into effect September 28th, we're over 100 people that we've charged. So again, it goes back to, if you smuggle my county, the consequences are steep here for us at the state level. That's Border Patrol right there.
Oh, that's Border Patrol. Gotcha. Okay, so 2 U.S. citizens, how does this work, the smuggling? Like, are they coming from Phoenix or different cities in America and just doing like a caravan going back?
They're coming from all over the country.
Okay.
And they're recruited through social media to include juveniles. They go to Phoenix, they get their setup, get a car, whatever it takes, drive down here, they stay somewhere here until they're told to go to a certain point and pick up.
Okay.
They jump out of the brush onto usually a highway like this, jump out, get in the back of the car, head down the highway, they throw off their camouflage, throw it in the road, throw it alongside the road, and away they go.
Juveniles, what do you mean, like how old?
We got 13 years old, 14. We had like
They don't even have driver's.
No, they have driver's license. They take mom and dad's car, or whatever car they can get their hands on, and they come down here.
How much are they making per migrant?
When we first started last March, the details when it started getting hot and heavy here.
Yeah.
It was 1,000 to 1,500. Now it's over 3,000 per person.
Oh my God! So you can come down in a minivan, pick up say four migrants, like what just happened, right? And you can make over 10 grand like that in a day's work.
Right, and I'll show you some posts on that where, yes, they can get that. It's just incredible
scary money. It really is. But it tells you the business and the profits that are being paid. If you can pay those dividends back, you can tell you the billions of dollars they're making down here.
So do the traffickers here, are the cartels paying them directly, or the migrants coming over have the cash and are paying them?
Two thoughts. Now, first thought is the migrants that are coming across have to pay the cartel.
Yep. And what is that now, right? Is that
Minimum about $7,000
to get over this border?
Get over the border. You get 3 attempts. Then the cartels pay the drivers through social media to come here for $3,000 a head. These are U.S. citizens working for criminal cartels, transnational organizations across in a foreign country, and they're working here for profit. So there are labor on the U.S. side that coordinates the efforts, pays them, runs the stash houses, because they're taking them here, they're going to a stash house. And understand, a lot of these people don't have all the money, so they become servant to these criminal cartels. Drugs, sex, labor, gangs, you name it. So if I can stop it here, I call it preservation of life.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to do, stop it here. I mean, listen, there are sheriffs, there are other law enforcement that don't put the attention we do in Cochise County. If you caught here, there's consequences for it. This is a destination to come enjoy our county, not to break our laws.
I know it. So, a couple like this that lives here, do they know what's going on? Or not
Oh,
really?
everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
There's no secret that what goes on in Cochise County. We put out public safety reminders all the time. Let me just check what else we got here.
So it's that active. Like we just met up 40 minutes ago, and there was already one situation.
Yeah, this is not like it's 24/7 somewhere in the county. And the cartels spot us, and they're on the U.S. side. I mean, they're also on the Mexican side, but they spot us, and they got a very elaborate plan. So they know we're law enforcement. They know my interdiction team is out, and they'll flip the county, go their side. I mean, it's a cat and mouse game with deadly consequences. When you drive through these communities at over 100 miles an hour, I think last year we put over 150, 180, whatever it was, people in jail just for felony flight pursuits. From juveniles that we remanded to adults, all the way to adults. I mean, the numbers are staggering for us. We've always had smuggling, but we've never had to the degree. And I say this all the time. I've seen the good of the border, the bad of the border, and the ugly of the border. Now I've seen the ugly of the border.
The what of the border?
Ugliest.
This is the worst you've seen it
Worst I've ever seen.
since when?
I've been here 38 and a half years. 38 and a half years. It's the worst I've seen it. And it's worse because we don't have the messaging from Washington, D.C., from Congress. We don't have it from the President of the United States, the Vice President, or Secretary of Mayorkas. All you hear is the border is effectively secured. That's a false narrative. That's a complete false narrative. When people are dying in my county, we said that one last week again, when people die in my county, and they're saying this is secure, that's not an expectation that I think is successful.
Yeah.
We had 72 structures burned down in 2011. It started in Mexico, in an area where smuggling was prevalent. And we think it was a diversion fire, but it got out of hand and burned 72 structures, all the way up to back where we came from.
Diversion fire, explain that. I mean, it makes
Cartel
sense.
diversion.
So they're starting a fire, so you guys are all your resources.
There, while they bring something over here.
Do they have the upper hand right now, do you think?
They do have the upper hand. We've given them an extra hand to do that. I mean, let's just get real. We've allowed them to do this, and that's the most frustrating thing there is. We can get this back. It's just, you gotta have the will, and we don't have the will. Our will has been misplaced to open it, not close it. And remember, law enforcement, we have disciplines, we have policies. They have none. They have no rules. They know if we're coming to a city, chances are we're gonna pull back. We're gonna do some different interdiction compared to if we're in a rural area. You're taking a ruleless, lawless behavior that gets some disciplines, and it's frustrating.
So my question, I didn't have the camera on, but so if you're a 13-year-old doing this job, right? Wouldn't you go as low profile as possible? You creep in slowly. You would take the migrants out, make no noise. Why wouldn't they just go slow out of here?
And that's the common sense approach. And but this is nothing on this border we're seeing. It's got any common sense built into it. We had one the other day, just 2 miles to my left here, 115 miles an hour smuggling went by us very quickly and almost hit one of the law enforcement cars. We chased them, ended up crashing another car here, 5 miles to my right, and then we took the vehicle down with spikes. Driver got away. It's frustrating. I mean, that's so frustrating. But when you got 2 or 3 at the same time, and you got depleted rural resources, we're doing everything we can.
Would the cartel, because they don't care, they just want their money. So would they actually tell some 13, 14-year-old, like, go as fast as you can? Then it puts your resources on that car, and then something else can go.
That's right.
Over there or whatever.
Once you isolate your resources, it opens up a big avenue, a big path. And we know they do that. We know it. Strategically, we've looked at this whole county. This is the 38th largest landmass county in the country. 83 miles international border. I got over 90 deputies. The police departments, I mean, they got their resources. The troopers, they're limited in resources. I mean, and you got Border Patrol, and they're so tied up with processing, they've lost a lot of their enforcement aspects. So we're doing everything we can. On behalf of national sheriffs, I actually was one of 4, I believe it was, that actually sat on President Biden's transition team to educate him, inform them, bring awareness to what this board is all about. And I did that back in 16 too, the election after the election. I was very optimistic that we were going a different direction. I mean, they were very complimentary to the efforts, the education efforts, the awareness, and the enforcement, and the innovative programs that we're doing here. So I was shocked on the first day. This is before he took office. That the first day he declared the Southwest border a non-emergency and shut down all the projects. And we're still in frozen time in Cochise County. Even though Secretary Mayorkas called me over a year ago, December, and said, "Hey, guess what we're going to do? We're going to do this, Sheriff." And I've seen nothing.
So the border has always been political, right? It's always been a chip, a bargaining chip, let's say, by each side.
Yes, and it's got worse over time. And between President Trump and President Biden, it's got the worst I've ever seen.
So you do this, you go next to cars and look inside to see if anyone's lying down or what?
Right. If I pull up alongside that car, they recognize I'm law enforcement. You'll be able to see right away. A lot of them just take off like.
So how many times a day, like, is it a day, a week, a month? Like, how many times on this road here are you dealing with pursuits?
In the county here, I don't know the statutes on this road. County, we run 2 to 3, up to 10 a day. Somewhere in the county.
10 pullovers a day.
No, that's pursuits.
10 pursuits a day.
That's pursuits.
10 high-speed chases a day.
And you think about that for a second. And that's what, and you look at that's the cops actually engaging with the vehicle. You see, there's not a lot of cops out here. So they got the upper hand on that too. Those are ones that we actually get our hands, get behind, like I'm doing right now, or I'm actually doing proactive patrols.
So Sheriff, this is one of the main arteries, right?
This is about 15 minutes from the border. So the smugglers drive down this highway south to the border, pull off along the road where they're told to pull off. They jump out of the brush, jump in the car, and they're gone within minutes. And they come north right through here.
What nationalities are you seeing the most of right now?
We see it all. We see it all, but mainly from the Northern Triangle, Mexico, that area.
Right, because there's OTM other than Mexicans. Mexicans will be sent back immediately by Customs and Border Protection, right?
Pending their statement of asylum.
Okay,
They
and
say-
so
They say the fancy words, they don't.
the fancy words, okay. And they might get rid of their identification so nobody knows, right?
That's right. We see a lot of them.
Okay.
Where they don't even bring their identification. They start branding you.
We're the first sheriff to do what?
To be appointed on behalf of sheriffs throughout the country as a member of the Department of Homeland Security Advisory Council. This council is to help Homeland Security address community issues. So it's an honor. When President Biden took over, within months after he took over, this administration, to include Secretary Mayorkas, sent a letter to 28 of 31 of those council members and relieved this. In a time where the border needed the most attention. We were doing great things, but in his mind, this administration's mind, they want to go a different way. And what I've been told, that 2 things. One, that's the first time anybody's ever been relieved from that council. It's a bipartisan committee. Second of all, is currently there's not one law enforcement, active law enforcement that sits on that council.
Who sits on it?
Different groups, different organizations. The National Sheriff Association, our executive director, who's not a cop, he sits on it, but there's no active sheriffs on it. There's no sitting policeman. IACP, their executive director sits on it. But there's not voices from the community. Those are executive directors that manage our businesses. every day.
You spoke to Mayorkas directly. He came down here.
We met him in El Paso. We set up a meeting. We had several meetings with DHS leadership, which wasn't uncommon under the previous administration, maybe even former. But the meetings were all pretty much one way, where you weren't allowed to ask questions, you could just listen well.
Okay.
And then when we had the meeting, I set up a little about 10 to 12 sheriffs. I expressed my dissatisfaction to that, his letter. And he asked me, Sheriff, you don't think I have the right, or the administration has the right? It's not about legality. It's about what's morally and ethically right for these communities in this border right now, without even engaging with us. And he said they thought this administration and he himself thought they could do a better job. How can you say you're better now than you were under the previous administration? And whether you like him or not, and I said that, whether you like Trump or not, his policies were better handled. Then they come back and say, well, that was inhumane treatment. Let me just say this. National Sheriffs came out with a photo album, which was shared with all 3,000 plus sheriffs in this country, of the over 1,000 migrants that have died coming across our border illegally.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me that's not inhumane. That have died on U.S. soil. We just had one last week. That nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about. That's inhumane.
So we're right here. We're right here
at the border.
Okay.
We get out here, we'll take a look. I'll get you some film.
Look, it is sort of an old western town, huh?
It is. This is an old historic area. Been around a long, long time, man. This is one of the safest parts of the border in our county.
So this fence here, when was this put up, Sheriff?
This was done back in the mid-90s.
Okay.
People forget the history of the border, but if you look at the history of the border, heads up, I think we would like.
Okay.
In my business, we take all the luck we can. So this was a plan that was designed to operations, hold the line and gatekeeper from 93, 94 era. And what it did was it's plan of the peace. It protected the port of entries on the southwest border. It also protects the populated areas. Yuma, El Paso, San Diego were three populated areas that were protected. So they have a plethora of resources, staffing, technology. That's why you see so much.
Mm-hmm.
But as you go away from these designated areas, ports, population, it goes to nothing.
Okay.
And the idea of that back in the 90s was routing the criminal activity, the cartels, into those rural areas of the border, thinking that would be a deterrent for, well, come up 20, 30 years later, 26 years later, it's been the best concealment they've had. They have exploited our rural counties. That's why we're a byproduct of so much. You see the wall here, this 31 foot?
Yeah.
That was President Obama that brought that up to 31 feet. A lot of people blame Trump. That was actually President Obama. When President Trump took over, this was being remodeled, not extended, but remodeled by President Obama. That project was left over to President Trump, and of course, it's fake.
How is Obama with the border? Better than now, right?
100% better now. President Bill Clinton, Democrat, was very good on the border. So what has happened since we've had President Obama, President Clinton, and President Trump? We are so divided now that this border is so politicized now. I mean, two different lanes. And so we have complete open border philosophy and a secure border philosophy. There's no longer any more discussion about it. It's politically driven. It's not public safety driven for the people. It's politically driven.
Right. You can't, I mean, there's going to be no perfect solution, right? It's a messy topic and situation.
It's really not that messy. People make it messy because there's so many opinions that are political. It's actually, if you enforce the rule of law and you have a strong message that we will have a secure border, which also takes your oath of office to say, hey, I'm going to protect this country in America, whether you're local, state, or federal. I take one, support the Constitution.
Yeah.
And that says you will have a secure border.
Okay, so someone might say, oh, you're anti-immigrant. You don't believe in immigration.
Oh.
Is that, what are your thoughts on that?
You look at all the people coming across the border illegally and claiming asylum. If they just come to this port right through there,
yeah,
they walk up here and say, I want to claim credible fear, asylum.
And then they go to a court hearing somewhere here?
Well, that's where the system breaks. That's where the federal government breaks the system. Because
so there's no easy way to get the court hearing if there's a legitimate asylum claim. So
no, there is an easy way.
Okay.
And Secretary Mayorkas, when I said we need to have asylum immigration officers at every port of entry, every region of the southwest border.
Okay.
So when these people come across legally
Mhm.
here and say, hey, I want to claim credible fear, asylum, a judicial oversight from the federal government will address it right there. Within 2 hours, you'll know if you fit our rule.
So we just don't have the staff.
We don't have them. No.
They're just not here.
So what we've done is, once you make, I call them magical words, which is well known, they're released. They attend their first hearing usually within a year of that, to a year.
Okay.
They'll take it because they get a lot of their benefits and they still get in the system. After that's when they disappear on. That's when they disappear. Most of them you don't see.
Okay, I've done what, 4, 5, 6 trips now to the border, and I'm still piecing together because it's like a lot of pieces, puzzle pieces you got to put together. So let me get this straight. If you're like in Yuma, if you're not a getaway, but what's the opposite?
A give up.
Give up. If you're a give up, you get pushed through into the system immediately. Correct? Yeah, if you're a give up, like you're in the U.S., you have papers, you have a court hearing, who knows when, you can go off to whatever city, and you're legal in the country, and all you did was just walk over the border, not through a port of entry like this. So technically, that's breaking the law. But the only way to do it is to break the law. That's the way in, because if you do it legally, there's no one here to process anything.
And you're
Did I got that right? I got that right?
No.
Okay.
We need, this is the problem I have. I'm all about legal system. I'm all
Yeah.
about humanitarian. Everything I've talked to you about this morning goes back to true humanitarian. Whether you're from this country or not, it's irrelevant. The law states that if you want to claim a credible fear or an asylum claim, you come through a designated port of
Yes.
entry like
Yes.
this. You don't have to come across our border illegally. We've said it's okay because there's no consequences for not holding them accountable. Because you're breaking the law by coming to our country illegally. Most countries will expel you right away.
Yeah.
We don't expel them. There's no consequences. Just get across. You're here. Claim the words. It's happening. There's no difference whether you do it there now or if you do it where the law says you should do it.
So why wouldn't you do it where the law says you should do it?
The main reason is cartels want money. Cartels can't make money that way. The cartels want, they're in charge of this and they take control of them. Instead of doing it this way, they do it the illegal way. There's no rules. I mean, remember, we follow rules here. We're supposed to. The cartels have no disciplines and rules.
Okay,
That makes sense?
so if you wanted to do it the right legal way, you just come up the highway somehow.
Come right through here.
And go through, but the cartels aren't gonna let that happen?
No. These communities, in fact, to enter this region,
Yeah.
from Agua Prieta, the port about 40 miles to my east, even before you pay your fees to come across to be coyoted across by the cartels, you got to pay $1,000, $1,500 just to enter the region on the south side of the cartels.
And they know you're there?
They know you're there. Yes.
In Texas, they were getting tagged, like plastic tags. Are they doing that here?
Remember, we're doing different business. They all do it a little bit different.
Okay.
That's why you have different demographics on our border. But my point on this is this, and this is why I told Secretary Mayorkas, why don't we up the game of judicial oversight on all our regions and port of entries so we can address those immediately? Put this in perspective of community. I arrest somebody for DUI, I arrest somebody for murder. Within 24 to 48 hours is usually the norm hours throughout the country that you have to see a local judge, a justice of peace, or a superior court judge, district judge, I don't look at it. Otherwise, you're released. Think if I took those judges out of my community. I'd have to release murderers, DUI offenders, domestic matter people, and release them into the community. There's no difference here on the border. If you have judicial oversight that people realize that 9 out of 10 don't even qualify for credible fear asylum, and that's not my stat, that's the stat they tell us from the federal government. And you see them going back because they can't use those magical words. How many people are going to be in line anymore?
They're not gonna bother because they're gonna.
Right,
get sent
because
back,
our
yeah.
rule of law
Yeah.
doesn't accept that. And those that do stay, that 1, 2 out of 10 that can actually qualify for that, then we have a good process.
Well, it's a real great strategy to show people the first time in this country that breaking the law is the way to get in.
It is, and that's why
it's a great example.
That's part of that fracture. And they're gonna keep breaking the law because there's no consequences for doing it. When you can do it legally and still get the same end result, but it's more organized and orderly and people aren't dying. If you look at the amount of money, the humanitarian money that we're spending because we're not enforcing the rule of law, I was told that per week we're spending $60 million on health and human services.
As a country.
As a country. $60 million.
For
To take care of those-
illegal migrants.
Yes. staying in hotels, feeding unaccompanied minors, you name it. Where that number is today, I couldn't tell you, but I guarantee you, it hasn't got less.
I try to stay out of politics in my content. You know, we're so politically divided with everything. It's just shoved down our throats these days, right? So I want to be a channel where people go to like get a story and not be fed a narrative. What's your take on? I mean, there's just no way to avoid politics in this topic, right? I mean, it's just like one party wants to do one thing, one wants to do the other. It just seems like a game.
I would say this, and I continue to say, politics has no business in public safety. Never has, and it's been affected over the last few years. It gets worse and worse, and it's taking the morale away. It's hurting our recruitment, it's hurting our retention, and it's taking the respect away from our profession. If you cut the extreme left politics, the extreme right of politics, let our people go, we can get down the road on this. But a lot of voices on each side gone, it's only going to get worse.
And nobody's getting a full story of what this is, and I haven't even fully captured it yet at all because there's a lot to it. What you broke down there, I never even knew a lot of that information, and so none of our media really presents this to us, unfortunately.
And they don't. I mean, I've always said this: we're all entitled to an opinion, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And the facts on this border, and I look at national media. Why don't you put it out the way?
Why am I doing this?
Yeah, why don't I have you here? And I've talked to the national media, don't get me wrong. I mean, we have one major network that talks every day on the border. And you got the rest that don't, unless there's a crisis.
And you know, it's interesting, the majority of media will cover one story, which is true, but not the full story, that there are people leaving a terrible situation and they're seeking honest asylum. And that is a true story for some people, right? But that's a small percentage right now of who's coming over, because just like them, I would be doing the same thing. I see the opportunity up here. I'm going to run with my family. Of course I would. Why wouldn't I? Right? But they're only reporting that true asylum case, which is who knows exactly, but 10, 15, 20% of what's actually happening here. We have an 80% plus of another story that nobody's talking about that I'm trying to show, because it's just blown my mind coming down to these regions and hearing it from everybody.
You know, I will say this, and I said this a minute ago, if my lane's not immigration, it's not. My lane is a sheriff, though immigration blends into what we do every day. My lane is the crime of it, the public safety side of it, national security, and the death and destruction we see exploited by these cartels. That's where my lane is.
And I would talk to those guys and get them on camera, but they're not allowed to. There's a gag order or something now. They can't talk. That comes from the high ups. They're not allowed to be transparent in hotel lobbies. You know, when the camera's off, okay, we'll get into the conversations. But I can never record that. So the sheriffs are the only guys that can speak up, unfortunately.
I'll say this. We have a lot of Border Patrol agents, you know. I think we have 500-600 Border Patrol agents in our county, plus we've been up to over 1,000 at times. I have yet to meet a Border Patrol agent that hasn't thanked our sheriff's office, hasn't thanked our troopers, haven't thanked our local police departments for being there for them because they feel abandoned. But number two, which is most important, I have not heard a Border Patrol agent anywhere, even to include the leadership levels, saying, "Sheriff, this is working. We're proud of what we're doing right now at the border."
They're demoralized, huh?
They're demoralized, they're frustrated, and they're insulted. I promise you for that. And can they tell you that? Of course they can't tell you, but I sure as heck can.
Yeah.
I sure as I will. Until this is fixed, I will continue to voice these frustrations. See how the crap, the booties, the camouflage and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
This is a ranch land. The cows eat that, kill the cows. Stuff's up their digestive. That's all along our highways and there's brush. That's horrible.
So they somehow got through the fence here. There's probably some gaps, right? And then they came to here, and then there's a car waiting for them.
That's why you see so much presence here.
And usually at night.
Day and night. Usually around 4 o'clock, they start kicking really heavy. But they run early morning too.
And it could be some 13-year-old from Phoenix making 10 grand a hotel run.
Yep. We see a lot of Chargers. Dodge Chargers is one of the cars that we see often. They're big and they're fast. And then we see a lot of temporary tags where they buy the cars because they're making so much money. I call them disposable cars. See how fast this car is way up there? Hold it. See a Charger passing?
He's flying.
He's flying. Yeah.
This thing is pretty well modified, huh?
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing, 130?
Yeah, get up there.
So he slowed down.
Slow down now.
Okay, temp tags. Avenger, not Charger.
Yeah. I'm out of traffic. 346. Stand by. You can stand up there if you wish.
Never saw the show Cops, but I'm starting to feel like a minute.
How you doing? Is your license registration insurance? You just buy this?
Coaches 12.
Coaches one's gonna be in New Mexico, tempting. So you work here?
No, in service.
Okay, how can you have a New Mexico temp tag then? Do you work here?
I was going to.
He went to New Mexico. So buy the Okay, 'cause you can't have, if you work here, you gotta have Arizona. All right. You need to put it on there because it's flopping all over the place. Okay, I can't read it because it's up in the air, right? Coach, you want to show me quick? It's what we do. It's part of our interdiction down here. I'd rather check it, make sure everything's good, everything's right, address the traffic violation, but make sure there's no smoking in the back. And this one, there wasn't.
10 miles ahead, there's some guy going 110 miles per hour.
Yes, nobody's chasing this vehicle, 110 miles an hour, coming through our communities.
So if they're not getting chased, why would they do that?
Because the cartels tell them just go, go, go. And they tell us that we can finally get them. They told me to move fast. And they do that. They're afraid of the cartel. This is a game of fear. This is a game of violence. You can get one car caught, divert all the law enforcement resources, and they get 9 through. That's called business.
They're just really good at what they do.
They're very good at what they do. They run a good business. They're making billions of dollars a year. You got to figure they're doing something right. And I say this all the time. As a sheriff on the border here, their best friend is in Washington, D.C. And that's a horrible thing to say. But until they start addressing these criminal cartels, they're going to exploit people, they're going to kill people, they're going to harm people, and they're going to kill people with drugs every day in this country. And we're not doing a damn thing about it. These are all the containers that were at the border. So the site we're on is where Governor Ducey was staging these containers to secure the border. About 4 miles was already done. With the new governor, she has brought these down along with the former governor because the federal government came at the state, said you can't have them out there.
Interesting. So in Yuma, they did the same thing, yet the feds are coming in and filling the gap. They're filling up the wall there.
Right.
But they're not doing that here?
They're not doing that here. Behind me on the mountain range, about 10 miles is wide open. It's 3 barbed wire fence. These were put there to help. They were double stacked to secure it. The federal government sued the state under the former governor and said, hey, take them away and we'll fix it.
So are they fixed? They agreed to fix it or no?
They said they would, but my understanding nothing's happened yet. So
no material is getting put out there yet or anything, so the gaps are there.
Again, over a year ago, the secretary told me he was going to come in and do a bunch of stuff in the county, and that hasn't happened either.
How hard are the cartels laughing right now, sitting back with some popcorn?
I've said it, I'll keep saying, the winners are the criminal cartels, and every day that goes by is the day they exploit another human being in this country. The money that they're spending on this border, putting them up, putting them down, it's just, again, these are tax dollars to the citizens of Arizona.
So how many containers in total?
Thousands, they had thousands of containers out here. Because you got to figure, we're going 10 miles, 2 containers high, a lot of containers.
And when did this start? When did they start putting those?
Around September.
Okay, so it's pretty recent.
Yeah, this is all recent. So between the federal government and state government, millions and millions of dollars have been flushed. Because political division, one likes it, party one doesn't like it,
and then it switches every administration.
As your rule has it.
Also, people vote on what affects them the most, right? So if someone's not dealing with this border issue directly, it's not even on the radar.
It's not. I mean,
and for you guys, it's the number one thing.
You know, I always look at how people's lives are affected. It goes back to their quality of life. Ask my rural folks that live in this county that have people coming through their yards every night, camouflage, or coming up through their pastures, or they die on their property. I mean, where's the quality of life? I guarantee you, if you had the numbers coming through this county that you see in across the southwest border, and all our communities coming through Washington DC or downtown New York or any of these affluent areas, they would stop it like that, I promise you.
Right, there's a lack of empathy, I feel, in this situation. There's a lack of just not telling the story, and there's also a lack of empathy because nobody wants cartels in getaway cars and migrants coming through their lawn where their kids are playing or whatever. So like, nobody wants to deal with that. And if someone had to deal with it, they would want it. I mean,
Well, it all goes back to countries made about money and influence, sadly to say, and
yeah.
I mean, there's no way these affluent neighborhoods would put up with this in a minute. They have more resources. Our elected officials be all over, but since we're on the border, we saw it during COVID, we were secondary in COVID. We want to open up border, Title 42, and every time I turn around the discussion, should we put masks back on planes? We should wear masks. But they're talking all that, they're trying to get rid of Title 42 down here. Aren't we part of America too? That's the most
Right, so Title 42, for those that don't know, was put in place to stop migrants coming over because of COVID, right? But
was.
okay, so that's, I see the irony in that one. Okay.
It really was, but we were always a secondary thought. Every Title 42 discussion. I mean, our federal government, and I'm at the point, when COVID was still in place toward the latter part, they still wanted to get rid of Title 42. There was no plan. There's still no plan, by the way. Because we're in a crisis mode down here. So if you're gonna get rid of this measure, what's the measure to replace it with? Let's just use common sense. This is tactical, it's smart for a country. There is no plan, because they don't care to have a plan.
So do you guys feel left behind or ignored or just disrespected, or what does that feel
I
like?
continue to say it. It's intellectual avoidance with intended consequences. I'll keep saying that. I say it all, some of the sheriffs pick that up, start using that, but it's true. These are smart people making these decisions in Washington DC. They're intellectual, no doubt about it. They're avoidant, no doubt about it. You can put the word abandonment in there if you want to. Intellectual abandonment, however you want to look at it. But we also have intended consequences both for them and on the public safety side that we're dealing with. That's a lose-lose in this country. There's no doubt about that. I mean, when they won't engage with you, they know there's destruction down here at every
Right.
level, but they won't engage with you, especially when the federal international border is their responsibility.
That's the big deal, right?
Yes.
It's their deal, and you're picking up the slack.
And immigration, which we all seem to go right toward immigration, is a federal issue. But let's look at the real. Who is talking about border security right now? Nobody. It's not about border security in their minds. It is for me. It is for Border Patrol. I promise you. It is for our citizens in the state. It's about their public safety.
Yeah.
I mean, go downtown Iowa and ask them what they care about. Let's make sure that their tractors aren't being stolen, their farms aren't being destroyed. Look at Yuma. Look at here. Where they're coming through there, they're ripping right through people's quality of life, their properties. And nobody cares about that.
What's ironic is this checkpoint just opened up last 48 hours.
The car that just was going 100 some miles an hour actually diverted on the side roads.
Okay, over there.
A couple miles, yeah. So it didn't come through here. 9 times out of 10, they come right through here because this is wide open. So that's a deterrent in action. It's a good thing. But now you put it back onto a side road where who knows where it went now.
That's federal government.
Yeah, this federal government, it's been closed the majority of the last 2 years. They didn't bring in more staffing. They took the already depleted staff and made them run this.
So if you're smuggling humans, why don't you just go like the road the guy that went super fast? Why would you even go up this road? Just go another way.
Because that's the main artery coming out from the border. You're getting the money, but you don't get the money until you get the people to Phoenix or wherever you're going. Usually Phoenix is the outlet. So they'll give them a route, but really they're the ones that get through this. They do. And they get caught, there's 10 more vehicles wait. So, I mean, really, there's no, how can I say this? They're dispendable. Disposable, however you look at it, they don't care.
We can't put Border Patrol on camera.
No,
they get.
Okay. So I don't want to record them. I don't want to get him in trouble. It's just, they just can't talk.
Yeah, I had the camera off, but basically the agent said when he works here, he really likes it because a lot of the community is very happy that they're here. This just reopened, as the sheriff said. But when he's on the border and sort of, as he said, a babysitter, demoralizing. So they switch him in between. So he's like, here feels good, there it doesn't. So that's probably a good strategy for those guys so they don't totally burn out.
Right. It is, and again, my hats are off. I applaud our Border Patrol agents. I mean, these guys didn't sign up to play politics. They signed up to enforce and secure this country's borders, and but they put it in the political Super Bowl, and I feel bad for them. I really do. And like I said, I've never had one yet come to me and say, "Sheriff, I hear you're strong on the border, Sheriff. Things are working." No, exactly opposite.
So if there's resistance from some people with the wall, the opposite would be dismantle all the wall that currently exists, right? In California and Texas, New Mexico, and here. Anyone proposing that? I mean, the results would be catastrophic, obviously, but
There are people out there that I can promise you that would say we don't want any border security. If they had their way, they get rid of Border Patrol completely, or ICE. They get rid of law enforcement totally. I mean, these are people that truly believe the badge that represents communities is the line between evil and good. I mean, they get rid of all of us.
okay, so they have no experience in the world. They haven't really seen what countries operate like when the rule of law is very lax and borders don't work, then you have nothing.
I think they're very naive, and I also think they've never been a victim of crime. And that's a heck of a way to change a paradigm, is to have to be a victim. So our job is to protect them so they're never a victim of a crime. That's our ultimate goal in law enforcement. So I don't agree with that philosophy of getting rid of defunding law enforcement, or getting rid of cops, or getting rid of border patrol, open up the border. That's just, and this is gonna sound horrible, that's just ignorant thinking.
It's ignorance, but the goal is to get the best, right? Make law enforcement better, make doctors better, make everybody better. There's always going to be some bad apples, right?
100%.
And I mean, even on the border, I've heard some guys are working with the cartels. It's a very small amount, but that exists too, right? Whenever you have that many people and that much incentive,
You're always gonna have rotten apples in an organization. You're always gonna have that small percentage of corruption. I've been a cop over 38 years. I've seen a handful of bad cops, a handful, I'm saying. In the hundreds of thousands of cops I've worked with in, 4 decades, the majority are good. This goes back to, this is where I say, instead of taking that negative energy toward the badge, state, local, and federal, put it toward helping us polish up organizations and make sure you have good sheriffs elected. Sheriffs that care about communities, that care about people and like people, good police chiefs serving communities, and making sure our federal government's held accountable too. It seems to be the immunity when it comes to the badge, when it comes to leadership. I mean, we're all, I don't care if you're president of the United States or a mayor of a town of one, we all serve people, and we all have an oath to protect those people. But more important is to obey and enforce and sustain that rule of law. It's so important.
all right, guys, the sheriff is very generous with his time today. That's another view in to the situation here on the U.S. border. Now, if you've seen my other border videos, I got a playlist from West Texas, South Texas, Yuma. They're all a bit different with the situation they're dealing with, but it's all a big problem for each one of these communities and regions. And I know it's been politicized heavily. There are all different views on this situation. But I think a final question to ask yourself would be, if your community was dealing with what we heard today and the problems, would you not want to stand up for your community? And would you not want to change the status quo that isn't working for the people living in the area? So I'll leave it at that. Watch the other border videos. Watch other people's content. Don't take an easy, distilled answer on any of this stuff. There's a lot to it. Thanks again for coming along. Until the next one.
So how's that mom and kid getting across? There's no raft down there.
So there's just a lot of money being made there.
Either they do it or they're gonna kill them. That's the stash house?
Just across from that side of the river to this side, they're paying these guys, because they're out here risking their lives, and at the end of the day, for what?
So what's the business model of this?
Is there raft crossing?
We don't know where the hell they're at, but they know exactly where we're at. once they get to the United States, they basically know they have a free pass.
What do you guys think the solution to this thing is?
They always back.
Yeah. The kids took off.
That's sad. They're the ones that get screwed on this. Good afternoon, guys. Here in McAllen, Texas, a few miles from the U.S.-Mexican border in the Rio Grande River. As many of you know, there's been an influx of migrants coming over the last few months. And as many of you also know, it's sort of hard to get a story that's not biased. Depending what network you watch is sort of what story you're going to get. So we're going to do this a bit differently. And this is about seeing the situation through the eyes of the locals. So I had a local reach out to me. He said, do you want to get on the Rio Grande? And I can show you what's going on currently. And I said, definitely, let's do this. So I'm going to give it my best, guys. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has different views of looking at the world. My goal in this series, there's going to be a few videos here, is to really capture this situation on the ground level. More listening, less talking. I'm no expert on the border situation. I'm fully aware of that. So let's dive in, push the boundaries as much as we can, but obviously I won't be able to get in everything or every view of this situation. But from what I've seen so far, it's saddening, it's interesting, it's important. So today, on the Rio Grande, with a local, let's see what we can get into. Here we are. The river's on the other side there.
We're gonna head that way.
We're gonna head that way. We got Raul navigating this mission, yeah?
Somewhat.
Okay.
So what's the story here? Well, how do we get through this?
We're gonna have somebody open the gate for us.
You know someone who knows someone?
On the other side of the gate is actually private property.
Okay.
So even though Border Patrol doesn't like it or anything, the property belongs to the irrigation district. So they're gonna come and open the gate for us.
Okay.
That irrigation district, even though it sounds like it's a county or a state entity, it's not. It's a private entity, so that's all private property.
Camera down.
Oh, you can record.
I can record?
Yeah.
Usually government stuff, it's not okay.
As long as it's in the view of the camera, there's nothing I can do about it. I always push everything to the limit, that's why. I know how far I can go without breaking the law. Like yesterday. That's a bus full of illegal immigrants coming this way.
All right, guys, so that's how these things go sometimes when you're getting into the harder shoots, which this is. We're gonna have to do this again tomorrow. Day 2 on this mission. We're on. We got our guy, our contact with the boat who has the access. Now we're getting on the Rio Grande.
Yeah.
We got a $10,000 reward for her return.
Okay.
And the plane that they found them about 50 miles south of us, they haven't confirmed it's her yet or not.
I guess it's a missing person case.
The marshal could check out the number, not because they could also trace it when the calls come in and stuff, so they just gotta get a warrant for it, that's it.
So I want to be clear, this is still the U.S. side. It's just the fence is back from the river. So we didn't cross into Mexico. This is still U.S.
Okay, thank you.
A lot going on, as you can tell. Here's border patrol. The river, obviously. I don't know what that is.
That's a pump house.
That's the pump house? Okay.
They got generators there, that way the Massachusetts shuts off, they're still able to supply water to the city of McAllen and whoever else.
All right, and here's our boat ramp, huh?
Yeah.
We got the boat coming down. This is Raul's friend. Raul, little background, he's part of the United Cajun Navy, which, in short, what are you guys doing out here?
Basically, we got a crisis going on. People fleeing from their home countries headed to the United States. As a matter of fact, I was looking at Facebook a little while ago in La Jolla. They got about 600 people detained within 2 hours. So it's
But
not,
United Cajun Navy, you guys, I mean, and guys, I want to let you know,
We-
without these guys, I wouldn't be getting here, that's for sure.
we got nothing to do with immigration or any of that stuff. We're just trying to show the people in the world that, you know what, there is a problem with people coming this way for whatever reason they're fleeing their country.
Yeah.
Every morning around 5 in the morning, down there in that fenced area, that's where they put that gate down there.
Okay.
You'll find a bunch of illegal aliens sitting there.
So there's no guarantees, sometimes they're busier than others, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's certain times that are busier than others because they know the change of shifts for law enforcement.
So are we hitting a busy time?
We should be hitting.
It's Mexico.
That's
That
right.
close.
You see how you have the dirt that comes down? The
Yeah.
cleaned areas?
Yep.
That's where people come down to those areas right there.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna start with some basic questions, but have you seen a big increase, like there's a big increase, or tough to say, or nobody's really counting, or how does that work?
Well, can't tell you number wise. The only way is to look at the stats and see what the stats show and everything else and take it from there. But
Yeah.
like physically, you'll see people in the line waiting to get on the rafts to come across. And they'll go back and forth 2 or 3 rafts at a time. And everything will be over here. That's my operation.
Who told them that?
Border Patrol supervisor.
All right.
Sometimes they have gag orders on them where they can't say nothing.
Yeah.
But you know what? They want the story to be out there.
Yeah.
So they'll give us inside information and stuff.
It's your buddy John with a sweet boat.
I know the boat. Look at the truck.
Yeah, that truck's pretty tough.
Slowly.
No guarantees on what we're gonna see. Depends the day, the time, a whole bunch of factors. But one thing we're gonna learn is exactly about what's going on here currently from these guys who are out here all the time. So let me ask you this, Raul. You and John have the bulletproof vests on, but we're out here without them. Is that like the dad with the helmet and the kid doesn't have one?
They're safe. Don't worry, my son. You are safe. You don't see I'm the one getting wet.
And this is Maya. Maya is also in the United Cajun Navy. Should we wear these or no?
No, they're not here. You want to put one or you put one on?
I can swim pretty well, but if I get shot, then I don't swim well.
You don't need it unless it's an emergency. Yeah, there's a nighttime toilet just so y'all can know. There's a donut up here. We'll get out of the area. If something's wrong, we'll get out of the area. Don't worry.
All right. No bullets, but occasional.
We're all going home today. Remember that. People live right here. People live right here, yeah? You'll see places that have houses or ranches or whatever along the river.
Wow. So the homes are right here, and then these are the pathways, or what's going on exactly?
The majority of these, where you see the cleared out area, they're the pathways where people come down.
Okay.
You'll see areas like you got debris there, or whatever debris that they might have thrown, water bottles, Coke cans, their clothes and stuff like that.
Okay, so what's the law here? We can be on this side of the river.
In the middle of the river, to my left is the United States. The middle of the river to the right is going to be Mexico. So we can be in the middle of the river to the left only. We can't cross into Mexico. If we do, that means we have to come to a port of entry to come back to the United States, even though we are in the water.
Ro, walk us through exactly what's going on currently at the border. Like, what are you seeing? You guys live down here. There's been an influx, obviously, of migrants over the last few months. What's really going on? What happens when they cross?
Literally, since the new administration took office, basically they made an open door for people coming to the United States. Once they get to Mexico over here in Reynosa, they'll cross the river in rafts or however they're going to cross. Once they get into the United States, they basically know they have a free pass because the new administration took office, they have 100-day, no deportation. So what that means is if you're OTM, other than Mexican, you will cross.
OTM. Can you bring the mask down? I just want to.
OTM stands for other than Mexicans. Basically, you're from Mexico, they'll deport you back to Mexico. If you're from anywhere else, they'll allow you into this country.
What about Middle East, Africa, those countries?
As far as I know, those countries will be deported back.
Okay. So other than Mexicans, the migrants come over. What I've seen so far is mostly women and children.
The majority is women and children.
So what's the business model of this? They have a coyote on this side that they're paying to navigate them through here.
Basically what they're doing, they're paying somebody on that side, which, what they'll do is they'll stage them in a stash house.
Yep.
From there, they'll say, you know what, they're monitoring Border Patrol. Once they're monitoring their movement and stuff, they'll decide to bring them down to the river. So you know what, coast is clear, they'll go ahead and bring them across.
But okay, well, if our Border Patrol is taking them in no matter what, then why do they need coast is clear?
Because not everybody wants to be cut. Like if you're from South America, like you said, you're from South America, they're the ones who are going to get caught and get released.
Okay.
But what they do is they'll send the families and stuff one direction, and then the other direction where they'll send your Africans, your Chinese, and all those other people, so they can get into the country. Since Border Patrol is tied up on one side, they send them to the other side, and they're able to try to get into the country.
So there's just a big game right now.
Cat and mouse.
Play cat and mouse. Okay, what about the border guys over here, the U.S. guys? What's their story right now?
Basically, they're trying to do their job, but they can't. Due to the 100-day no deportation, these guys are risking their lives, putting their lives in danger, trying to do their job. They're out chasing people through all rugged kind of terrain. Some get hurt. Some are not protected by the vaccine and stuff due to COVID. But they're out here doing their job because that's what they get paid to do. And like I said, at the end of the day, they get demoralized because they're not able to do their job correctly. The illegal agents say, hey, here I am. You're my taxi ride and stuff. And it's like, come on, these guys, like I said, they're out here risking their lives. And at the end of the day, for what? They need the nation to know, you know what, there is a problem with the immigration policy, with our administration, and something needs to give, and give quickly. So these guys can do their job efficiently and get things done right.
Is there an increase of guys here? Because I noticed in my hotel, there are more of these guys.
Yes. What happens right now, since they have so many people crossing, they're bringing out Border Patrol agents from all around the country this way. They're setting them up at hotels and stuff, and that way they're able to be in this area for whatever time period is needed.
So there's just a lot of money being made here.
There's a lot. So just imagine what they're charging, and this is coming from some of the people we've talked to.
Yeah.
Just to cross from that side of the river to this side, they're paying $3,500 just to cross just the river itself. They have their smuggler to bring them across, put them to the United States side. Hey, get up, and then he'll go right back and load up another one and just.
Okay.
I don't even know what I'm watching.
If you were a solo person, Honduran, Guatemalan, whomever, and you wanted
When
to do it
it is today? Thursday.
there's no way to get to this line without running into the cartel.
It's already Thursday.
So the people that own the ranches here, they have to let the coyotes and the cartels just control their land, or what?
Basically, yes. The way it happens in Mexico, either they do it or they're gonna kill them. They might be getting paid because you know what? Here, shut up, stay out of my way.
Okay.
Option one or option two is like they'll kill them.
Yeah.
Give you 50 of them, right?
What also be looked at is a lot of people
All right.
are
I'll be
playing
back.
bad situations, and that does make you feel good about it. Oh, we're letting them to a better life. Is that possible?
I think they just do it out of fear. If they're the landowners, I think they just do it out of fear. Because if deeper into Mexico, you'll have different cartels go and say, you know what, I'm taking over your land and that's it. And what do you do?
Yeah. You don't go to the cops.
Once the cops are paid off. So.
Yeah. Something you don't realize until you go to a lot of the world and realize that's how the systems work in different places, and you come back to the States and you're like, oh wow, if some mafia dude says they want to use my land, I can actually talk to the cops and go through a process here.
Yeah, but usually you don't have someone that goes up to you and says, I'm gonna take away your land, I'm gonna use your land.
Yeah, it doesn't even happen.
At the end of the day, there's no way the hell they could do it on the US side.
Exactly. So guys, it can be fair to say that there's no crisis here. You don't see much. I mean,
It all depends where you're standing.
Okay.
If you gotta remember, this is a long river, a long border.
Yeah.
So just because we don't see it on one part doesn't mean it's not happening somewhere else.
As soon as we're out of sight, they'll cross. So what do we do? Hide and then hit full throttle back?
I'm gonna try to go that way and slowly come back so they don't hear the whole body. You can hear this engine from way down the river. Even though it's not right, you hear it. Trust me, they're monitoring everything. They know exactly where the hell we're at. Because I said, these guys got scouts over there, got scouts over here. You don't see them. And the reason why I say you don't see them, the other day I was having a conversation yelling at somebody, there was someone that brushed. They're yelling at me, I'm yelling at them, we're communicating back and forth. So that's what I'm telling you, that we don't know where the hell they're at, but they know exactly where we're at.
So they see Gringo with a GoPro.
They don't know what the hell you're holding. It looks like a mic. Do you know their old abandoned buildings and stuff? I'm gonna assume they're stash houses. They've been there for a long time.
So why would they dump all their clothes before getting over the border?
No, what happened? I said they're stash houses. So the stash houses, it's all the debris that's left over when they change and stuff. What do they do with all the stuff?
There's a raft crossing?
Let's go that way.
All right.
We got action. Yes.
And that raft just went back, I think.
Now let's hold on. Let it come this way.
Yeah, but okay, the part I'm not understanding is if they can get over and Border Patrol will take them in no matter what, other than Mexican, then why have lookadouts?
Because we don't know what exactly crossed. You might have had a few people carrying packs of drugs or something.
Okay.
Or like I said, that's the people they don't want. They don't want to get caught. Whether they're from Africa, China, Russia. The other people that pay high dollar to come into this country. Well, I said maybe the normal people pay $15,000 to come from Guatemala this way.
15,000 from Guatemala.
Yes.
How's that possible?
Where they come up with the money, I have no idea.
Yeah. They took it up. All right, guys. There was a raft that I don't think the GoPro captured, but it went right up.
So right in this area.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled when it's a family just having leisure time. That family out there or whoever it is, they're all going to be reporting downriver to the people down the river. Hey, they're all watch out.
So, guys, just to make it clear, if these were normal asylum seekers, they wouldn't care that we're here. They'd just go over, right? Because once they're there, they're let in, right?
Well, even though they know they're going to be caught, but what happens is the
Caught on the U.S. side.
Yeah, you don't want your own people caught either. The scouts are watching out for Border Patrol boats and stuff like that. Because what happens if they all of a sudden come to the raft and a boat is there and it's Border Patrol? Now the people that are maneuvering those boats to the United States are going to get caught.
They get caught.
Yes.
Oh.
They don't want their people caught.
Didn't know that.
They don't want those rafts to. Because they're smuggling. You understand that it's not just people that are wanting to get caught across. There's people that are wanting to come across and not get caught, or people that are wanted from, sexual crimes. People wanted for other crimes and from other countries. They're trying to seek their way into this.
Okay, so it's a bit of everything. So the guy paddling the boat, he could get caught by U.S. Border Customs.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Gotcha.
So that's why they have to watch what's going on, so their people don't be caught. Imagine every time they did something, they have 2 or 3 rafts. Those rafts are not expensive. I mean, those rafts are not cheap.
Yeah.
They're expensive. So imagine they lose a raft every time they come out. It cuts into their profit. And everything these days is about profit and money. That's why they charge what they charge, and they don't want to put their own people at risk or their operation.
And it's the kids that get roped into this crap.
The majority of the time, yes. Yeah.
A train there?
Because trust me, you're not enough kids making $20 to sit there and play. And hey, let me know if anybody shows up. Like I said, that's $20 in Mexico. That's a lot of that money.
So the cartels will pay the kids.
They'll pay them whatever they pay them. I'm just giving an amount, but
yeah.
They pay them. They're scouts, believe it or not. They wait to them. They all wait back.
Yeah.
Just let them know, hey, wait till that frío. ¿Qué está el agua? ¿Está fría? ¿No está hondo? Yeah, I'm walking. The other one's hurting them. They're going to hurt someone else.
Yeah, he's moving.
There's just a little change. Like these might have been ready to cross right now, but we just.
Yeah, go. Can we go quick? Can we get up there and see it? They're running down. No, but go quick because they're gonna pull it up. They're down in the grass or what? Oh, he's got to go.
It's like Border Patrol. You have Border Patrol sitting here.
Yeah.
The minute they go that way, they come this way.
Yeah.
How does this make you guys feel living on the border? Happy, sad.
Well, it's sad what they're doing because you know what? They take the risk and they might not even make it.
Yeah.
We actually found a dead body farther down on the Mexico side, so we couldn't approach it, but they look like they'll slice in half. So like I said, they do take the risk, and there's other people that might get, females that might get raped, and whatever else might happen along the way. So it's saddening because you know what? They put their lives at risk for what they're doing.
How do you feel about on the U.S. side, living on this side and what's going on from your perspective?
At the end of the day, like if you don't have people like you that come out here and let people know around the world what's going on, you don't know what's going on. You don't see it. It's like normal life here in the valley.
Yeah, that's true.
Good point. So in McAllen, the big city over the border here, it's like until Raul showed me and these are in other videos, like where the COVID testing is, where the Christian, the Catholic organization is that's sending people away, in the airport, bus stations, you would never really know anything's happening. You wouldn't unless I went in with you. So this is the crossing, the U.S.
That's the
Mexico.
border entry. Once he gives it clear, people will come down the hill or wherever they're getting back to, they come up from behind, they come up this way.
So do you know any of these guys?
Nope, you just wave at them and let them know we pose no threat to them. See, there's a raft right there, that's what they're coming up with.
Okay.
Right across from where you was. They actually throw a ladder up, they'll throw a ladder up on that fence. And they'll hop that fence right there in front. Because once you cross right there, you got an empty parking lot, you got a plaza.
Yeah.
And you got hundreds of people already walking there doing shopping in those plazas. So once they cross, they get lost into those people.
If the wall's not working, why not? What's the point?
The wall is not there to actually stop anybody. The wall is there just as another tool to help out Border Patrol. That's what people don't understand.
Okay.
That wall, like I said, you put a ladder against it. In New Mexico, I believe, or in Arizona, they literally built a ramp to drive over the wall. They literally did that. That wall is just another tool. You got agents that are your tool. You got your vehicles, your ATVs, your motorcycles, your horses, your aerostat balloons that are up there and stuff. You got drones that they fly.
So how's it a tool if it's not working so well?
It does, because what happens, instead of this is your fence right here.
Okay.
Instead of pretend there was no fence.
Yeah.
Imagine how many agents you would have to have in that area to monitor this area.
Okay.
But if there's a fence, you got an opening over here and an opening over here. That means you just really got to put one agent over here, one over here, and one maybe in the middle.
So not everyone comes with their own ladder, is what you're saying.
Yes, correct. So you can actually go around the fence.
What about going under it?
Going under that, I have no idea. I know in other states that have done tunnels.
Yeah.
But as far as going under it, I have no idea. It has not been done here yet. On the way back, there's a tunnel there. Oh yeah, there's a tunnel over there that they sealed up. But that is basically the old drainage system into the city.
Okay.
And back in the day, the cartel did use that to smuggle drugs into the United States. They would go into those huge tunnels, take up their drugs, and do whatever they were going to do.
So right now, it's really hard to know who exactly is coming over, but it's a collection of everyone, right? It's like innocent mom, it's a hardworking guy in a bad situation, it's drug guy, it's human trafficker guy. It's a bit of everything, right?
That's why there's a right way to do this and a wrong way. The right way is to come on. This is your footbridge. Come in, You're gonna walk in and say, you know what, I'm here to claim asylum. I got a problem in my country, this is the country I'm from.
Yeah.
And that's the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
Not crossing the river and saying, hey, I'm seeking asylum. So. Right there.
Cameras, on the US side here. Okay.
You're gonna see a cartel stash house. You're gonna see possibly a drug house. They have their own private ramps. They can launch a boat off at any time.
The drug house.
And it's easy for them because Border Patrol spots them, they want to get away. All they gotta do is bring them back home and get on the ramp and they're done.
Yeah.
So I just watching out there and say, these guys are getting ready to cross.
Okay.
They're looking out and they're making sure the air is clear.
And you guys wave to each other, what?
I mean, we gotta be friendly, you know? I don't know that we both know threats on we're friendly. We're not here to interrupt their operation. We're not here to do anything against them. We're just here to video and take footage, and that's it. And I wonder if there's time when we'll get conversations with them where they say, hey, let us do our job. We say, hey, we post those threads or whatever you're gonna do. We're not cops or anything. We'll let them know. Hey, their thing is their thing. We don't care. We ain't getting involved. We're here for a whole different purpose. We're not Border Patrol.
Here's some more guys behind you. What's this?
Well, there's a family right there.
It's got a work badge. There's some waving going on. They play the part.
There's a family out here. They're gonna play the part that they're here as a family, but they're actually looking out. Somebody gotta be getting paid.
So how's that mom and kid getting across? There's no raft down there.
They might have right there on the other side of the hill when we don't see it. Or they might have dug a certain section where they haven't hidden or something.
Oh my God! So that mother and child might have come all the way from deep into Central America. This is the end of their journey.
Yep.
This is the last stand for them. Yep. And they know if they get there.
There's a spot right there that they've been using fresh.
Right. So they know they spent thousands and thousands of dollars. How many months do you think to get here?
On the river, they're taking 2 months. So the longest I've heard is up to 4 months to get here. There's some people said it took 2 weeks to get here, but I didn't ask where he was from. So he explained to the woman whatever he explained to her.
Giving her a strategy of how to get across.
Well, they could say, you know, when you see that tower right over there, once you get to that tower, take a right or whatever. Because he is pointing to this side because I'm talking to her. So what he's telling her, who knows?
Right.
Why would he point to the United States? There ain't nothing pointing.
Yeah. What is this?
I don't know. We're starting to think that maybe the cartels took over this place and when they launch out.
You saw those guys up there. Mother and child, not sure they're going. And they just need to get over. I'm trying to get into the mother and the child's head. It's probably like they're probably feeling nervous as hell and super euphoric at the same time. Like, okay, this is the last stop. They probably went through hell to get here. This is the last stop. And once I get to the U.S. side, I'm in. They know they're in because that's the way things are right now. Mother and children are not going to be sent back, other than Mexican, from what Raul said, and maybe some Middle Eastern or Asian countries. But Central South America, they get there, they're in. I did the whole other video on like the process of what happens after they get to the U.S. side. Interesting how they all wave to each other. Like they all understand, like, don't infringe too much on me. I won't infringe too much on you. And there's that, game back and forth. Quite surreal out here, guys. You were saying that people from Central America, most of them, they're selling everything they have. Their home, anything. So what do you guys think the solution to this thing is? It's like one of the most complex topics we have.
Well, they gotta re-implement the prior administration's policies.
Okay.
Because what happened, they had an agreement with Mexico. That way they would keep them on that side. They wouldn't come to this side. Trump eventually made that agreement with Mexico. The Mexico president is also mad with all this open door policy because it hurts that country, with the country of Mexico.
Why don't they protect their border better? The Mexican, because they even have a shorter border.
Well, they have basically the same border, but I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Probably people getting paid off.
Well, you could say they have their. We might run into the military right now hovering above us or whatever. Then you do have their stuff. Now, how they operate, I have no idea. So I can't tell you what they do, how they do it. I can lie to you and tell you something, make up something.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's not gonna happen.
don't do it.
Yeah.
Okay, clear my confusion, please. I understand the whole part why people want to go to a better life. I would do it 100%. If I was in Honduras and poor, I'd be the first guy running over. You know, I get that part. The confusion is why we can have on our side, like why the legal process seems murky. It seems gray. It's not really like anyone can come over other than Mexican. Some of the men I think get sent back because I've seen mostly women and children. But
What is arrested before for doing something? That's why.
But I don't see anything. I don't see how this is sustainable. Like how it can keep going indefinitely. That's what I'm trying. That's why I'm
It
confused.
stops after the 100 days.
You don't find it confusing at all, or what's your take, John? Living here.
My thoughts are that,
Can you cut the engine, do you mind?
I could, but I don't want to fill into.
Okay, yeah, don't worry about it.
My thoughts are that
Or just speak loud. Yeah.
stupid thoughts.
No.
I guess, but I'm thinking that Biden's getting all these people come. Eventually, all these people are going to be, they'll become citizens.
Yeah.
And those are going to be votes for him. Exactly.
Well, he'll be dead by then.
Well, no, but for the Democratic Party. Yeah.
So
So they're
that's-
going to say, who let me in? The Democrats did. So they're going to stick with that. I mean,
But okay, but it's fair to say last election, more Hispanic. I think the Republicans are more
Hispanic.
Hispanic.
You're right, Hispanics, and we do have a lot of, even Mexicans, not Hispanics, we're Hispanics that we're from Texas. But then you have Mexicans from Mexico that do support Trump also. It's not just us. But what happened in this case, if pretend you were from Honduras.
Yeah.
And they gave you a chance without no problems to say, you know what, you're an American citizen. Here's your papers. Here's your Social Security.
Right.
Aren't you going to be grateful to who did it with your president, the Democrat?
I mean, you can dig so far too. You can go back. Republicans used to bring illegals for cheap labor in Central Valley,
No,
California.
I understand all that. I understand that. But in this case, like I said, these people are fleeing their country because this person gave them an opportunity to say, come, let's go. You got 100 days. That's basically what he did. And he didn't do it in that manner, but he basically, hey, you got 100 days, let's go.
Okay, let's, on the other side, they come over, they have to get asylum papers. They have to come back to a court date in McAllen or wherever, which probably won't happen.
But, okay, even if they don't, you still go back to, you know what, we're gonna give amnesty to everybody.
Right.
Like they tried back a few years ago with, the DACA and all that, so I know that's a very touchy situation.
Yeah.
But like I said, at the end of the day, they say, hey, you know what, we're gonna forgive everybody from this date on or whatever, now what? And that will piss off people. I'll just give you an example. My wife did everything the right way. She's an American citizen now. So why can't
How'd she come over?
She came over with a resident card. She got a resident card, and from there she went ahead and started working and stuff, and then she got her process done.
Okay, what about this though? I hired a guy a long time ago. He came to the States when he was 3 months old. He doesn't even speak Spanish.
That's why that's a delicate situation, because what happens there,
He doesn't even know Mexico.
it would have to go a case by case situation when someone is detained and they're thinking about deporting them back, and the judge would have to take that into consideration because that is a delicate situation.
Yeah.
Like they were born in Mexico,
Yeah.
and no fault of their own, they are over here.
Yes.
And now they want to deport them, so like that has to be worked out. And I guess you would have to actually prove, you know what, I have been here since I was 3 years old. That prove that in some way, whether it's with school records or whatever.
Yeah.
That way they can go and say, you know what, we are going to let you stay in this country. Unless he committed a felony, then there'll be something different. Like they got him on a traffic ticket or something that's totally wrong. But if he did a felony or he did something to a minor or somebody, you know what, by all means, get him the heck out of this country.
Yeah.
Because I don't even want American citizens have done that to kids and stuff to be in this country.
What about the argument that the current policy is because it's humanitarian? It's helping people out. They're coming from a situation.
But how do we know their actual true story on each and every single person? Maybe some, yes. But
Maybe some looking for the opportunity, like I would be. I would be running right.
see, and I know a lot of people that live here in the valley that are illegal. They're all good people. I got nothing against anybody. You know, you got the right to do whatever, to make your life and live your life and get ahead in life. Never hold anybody down. But like I said, there's also a right way to come into this country and a wrong way to do it. Well, that boat that came upon them in the water was parked there on this ramp right here.
Okay.
So that boat is the one who showed up with them over there with 7 armed people with machine guns. So if you put 1 and 1 together, it's going to equal 2 in this case. The state of Texas should be spending about $25 million every 3 months for border security. How did I get those numbers? The last time we did this thing where they brought in 1,000 National Guardsmen and DPS and everything, that's what it came out to. They got to pay housing, which are hotels for the National Guard. They got to pay hotels for DPS.
Yeah.
They got to pay for the food for all 3 meals and whatever else they're paying for besides the payroll and everything else. So they're spending about $25 million every 3 months for border security.
25 million every. Okay. And then the feds, who knows? Huh?
Yeah.
What were they paying before?
Well, nothing. What happened? I said this before the surge.
Oh,
This is
okay,
extra
okay.
manpower dedicated for border security.
Yeah.
Through the state of Texas.
Okay.
So they're going to take away money from education and whatever else to be able to throw money to DPS's fund so they can support all this.
That's a stash house?
I would say yes.
What do you mean, no AC? You mean stash
No,
house?
no, that's just in the back of the building, but there's an AC unit right there by the second window. It's got to be used. It ain't there just to do. I said, you put people up there on the top floor and watch. I said, you got the bird's eye view of whatever's going on this side over here. You see the type of grass that's up there?
It's reflected, yeah.
The governor of Texas claims that this is a war zone.
Yeah.
They're paying DPS hazard pay, and right now I understand it's needed. I understand, you know what,
Yeah.
we do got that flux, but there is no need to say, you know what, the valley is a war zone, because you went out the other day at home, you didn't get shot at.
Yeah.
We weren't dodging bullets anywhere, you weren't wearing a Kevlar vest. So the valley is not a war zone, it is actually safe to live with your family. And I understand everything's about government funding, and that's what it is. You know what, we need more money for this, we need more money for that. So the governor tells the federal government, these are our numbers, this is what we're doing, this is the operations we're running. Well, those operations, like I said, are costing millions to do, so they want to try to get reimbursed. For every person that comes in, they're getting that packet is, like the rumor says, $1,200, they have a picture of them, they have the paperwork, they have all that stuff. Plus, like some are getting hotels, they're getting their meals paid for, they're getting clothes to put on and stuff, all paid for by somebody. Nothing's for free in this world. So the Catholic Charity might be doing it, but they're getting government funding. The Border Patrol might be doing it, but they're getting government funding. And where does that government funding come from? The normal taxpayers.
Yeah, and all they have to do is get to, from this side, this is the last step. Once you get there, you get all of those things you're talking about. And then you can sort of dissolve into the population because you can go anywhere, right? Once you get to the US side.
Once you get those walking papers that allow you to go anywhere in the United States, you can disappear anywhere. You don't have to come back for your court date.
Okay, but guys, what, don't you feel empathy for the mom that's fleeing some situation with a kid?
Let me give you a story here. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. My dad worked for the county at that time, maybe for about 17 years for the county. He worked for the sheriff department. He lost his job for whatever reason. I won't go into detail on that, but he lost his job. He was almost 2 years without a job. He was living off credit card by credit card. This credit card pays this bill, and this one pays that bill, and so on. He wanted to go ask for government assistance, food stamps, whatever. They denied him.
Why?
That's why. Why? They said he had 2 vehicles. He went, yes, I have 2 vehicles. I'm paying on both of those vehicles. I'm paying on the place that I live on. He went, I got no money coming in. Haven't had money coming in for almost 2 years. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I've never asked this country for shit. And for you to deny me, the one time I do come for help, for you to deny me, my dad, then he said, look at those, and I'm going to, excuse my word, I use SOB. Look at those SOBs in the lobby.
Yeah.
They're full of gold watches, cell phones, all this stuff, and you're going to give them everything they want, money plus food stamps. And why? I'm an American citizen. They're not. So that was the end of that. My dad was pissed.
So this is one of the most politicized issues, would you say?
Yes.
Right now.
Well, it was, but then all of a sudden they put a pause on it. There's very few people pushing the issue now. Maybe about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, it was a heavy issue. But all of a sudden everything went silent.
Why? Different flow or no?
Well, we got the same flow coming in and stuff and more.
And the US side, guys, different reality. Even just seeing nature, I mean, no trash. Two different worlds right on top of each other. And I don't want to say Mexico is a terrible country because it's not. I've had great times in Mexico City and Oaxaca I went to. That was cool. Okay. It's a very much mixed up country, so this is not one of its charming places. Not all Mexico is like this border zone, that's for sure.
¿Cómo está la pesca en estos aguas? Habla bien con la carreta. Carrera. Gracias.
You think they live there or they're coming over?
When he says it's fishing, he caught one fish. Ask him how the fishing here.
Do you think they're here? They're locals?
Well, I don't want them to go hide. Why go hide? They're scouts, man.
They're scouts. All right. That's sad, guys.
Hello. Right now, over here.
Right. Just the kids took off.
Oh, I got one in the office over.
That's sad. They're the ones that get all this. And they're just sitting up in the tree up there. See that? Oh man, they're all scared.
They're not fishermen. Good.
Those air mattresses.
Air mattresses, yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's got to be a tough job what these guys are doing, huh?
Makes it even harder with all this other BS going on.
Yeah.
There's sensors on the ground that alert them that someone crossed through a certain area. So you might get the sensor and say, you know what, boom, 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 it just went off 20 times. I'll tell them there's 20 bodies that just passed. So now if they only got 15 people here, they're not looking for those other 5 bodies that they missed. I've never seen it. People there before, I've seen horses and stuff.
So that's very well just people on the Mexican side hanging out on a hot day.
I'm gonna say yes for them, yes.
Okay. What are those tires for?
They hide behind those tires for coverage. Look over here. Daniel.
Okay, well that's a glimpse of what it's like on the Rio Grande. Cat and mouse game, huh?
Yes.
Cat and mouse. So we didn't see any boats crossing as you can see, but it is a hot place from what I've been told and from what I've seen with the Donna processing facility, right? That's a massive expansion of what it was. So thanks for coming along on that, guys. I also want to leave a link down below for the United